The sound vanished almost instantly. Li Shiyan froze at the door, wondering if she had misheard. But the next second, another strange noise reached her ears. Even an idiot would understand what was happening now. This pervert, locked in his room watching movies again. Li Shiyan's face burned with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She despised Ye Bai, and there were two reasons she avoided his room. First, she couldn't stand how he simped for Shenmengyao, a woman she disliked, using the hard-earned money his parents made from their rural orchard to buy her gifts. Second, years ago, she went to Ye Bai's room to borrow a textbook, only to push open the door and catch him watching a movie. Ever since, she had refused to step inside his room again. Now, hearing those sounds, she knew exactly what Ye Bai was up to. Ugh, disgusting. She grimaced and hurried away from his door, then searched the house again. Her mother was nowhere to be found, but she noticed something odd. All the shoes were still at the entrance, except her mother's slippers were gone. Li Shiyan frowned, deep in thought. Then lightning struck. The pieces connected. She understood everything. Mom must be dating someone. No wonder she's been acting weird lately. She left in her slippers, so she must still be somewhere in this building. Which means her new boyfriend is one of the men who live here. The apartment building was part of her late father's estate. Besides their family, all the other units were rented out. Which tenant could it be? She stroked her chin, mimicking Detective Conan. Not the 7th floor guy, too short. Mom wouldn't like that. Not the 6th floor guy, pretty sure he's a femboy. Who else? Any new tenants recently? She returned to her room, racking her brain, but fell asleep before figuring it out. As for Ye Bai, she never considered him, not once. Sure, he'd been acting strangely lately, cutting ties with Shenmengyao, riding around in a $1 million Mercedes. Even school rumors claimed he was some mafia heir, the underworld king of Taohua City. But dating her mother? Impossible. The mere idea was absurd. They were from different generations. Though not blood-related, her mother had grown up close with Ye Bai's aunt. They were practically sisters, and in the 3 years Ye Bai had lived with them, her mother had treated him like a son. There was no way anything could happen between them. Another pleasant night passed. At dawn, Little Bai exercised in the crisp morning air. The weather was perfect, invigorating. During breakfast, Li Shiyan kept glancing at Qin Yu, her expression conflicted. Like a guilty child, Aunt Qin avoided her daughter's gaze, silently nibbling her bowsy. But when Li Shiyan wasn't looking, she shot fierce glares at Ye Bai. Ye Bai acted oblivious, his face the picture of innocence. In the end, Li Shiyan said nothing before leaving for school. Qin Yu exhaled in relief. Her daughter hadn't suspected a thing. Auntie, would you mind changing my bedsheets? Ye Bai asked with a smile. Qin Yu ignored him, pretending not to hear. He gave up teasing her. Instead, he stole a quick kiss on her cheek. As she protested with flushed indignation, he left the house, chuckling. You little devil. Still pouting, Qin Yu cleared the table, humming softly to herself, her heart light with inexplicable joy. Just thinking about Ye Bai made her smile. Is this what love feels like? She whispered. Her late husband had been a complicated man. Even now, well into adulthood, she had never truly known romance. By the time Ye Bai arrived at the company in a taxi, his employees were already hard at work. He hadn't been in his office long when Anai Xian burst in excitedly. Bai Ji, Wang Jing's Lanzhao beef noodles video just hit 1 million views across all platforms. She's gained 100,000 followers. That fast. Energized, Ye Bai followed Anai Xian to the workstation managing Wang Ziqian's account. The data metrics confirmed it. The video had exploded on Meipai, Bilibili, Asite, Weibo, and other platforms. Views were still climbing. Double down on promotion. Spend whatever it takes. Hire buzzers for ads. Get influencers to repost it. He had just wired another 2 million to buy Ye Media's account yesterday. Funds were no issue. As for Ye Bai himself, only 50,000 yuan remained in his personal account. Got it, Baiji. We'll strike while the iron's hot. and Xian relayed the orders to the marketing team before adding, YouTube's reception is strong too. Foreign audiences are really into Han Chinese culture. Ye Bai nodded. This was no surprise. In his past life, Li Ziki had amassed millions of subscribers overseas. And Wang Jing's ethereal beauty was even more aligned with Western tastes than Li Ziki's had been. So in this lifetime, Prince Qi is destined to become even more internationally famous, wielding even greater global influence. At this moment, an editor raised their hand and said that the videos for Suisha and the other two were already edited. Ye Bai went over to take a look. Zhang Yusen's video was exceptionally high quality. Following Ye Bai's suggestion, she had cosplayed as Aurelia from League of Legends, dancing to a Japanese girl group's choreography. Her tall, striking figure and delicate, enchanting face meant one thing was certain. This video would go viral, attracting hordes of devoted otaku fans. As for Xiao Momo, known for her Western-style curves, only the opening and closing sequences of her video were edited, enough to showcase her figure in motion. Today, she had already gone out with the photographer to film food reviews at trendy restaurants. Her full video wouldn't be ready for a few more days. Suisha's? No surprise there, the blue battle suit was an eternal legend. Ye Bai asked the operations team, are the accounts for Sweetie Xian and Little Shotzi both registered? Done. The ops manager nodded. Sweetie Xian was the account name Ye Bai had chosen for Zhang Yusen. In his past life, there had been a female Bilibili content creator with the same name, but whether it was body or looks, she was several tiers below Zhang Yusen. If that little sweetie could rack up millions of followers, Zhang Yusen would undoubtedly surpass her. Then post the videos and start buying traffic. Ye Bai ordered. In his past life, when the blue battle suit debuted, no one could compete. Keep in mind, that was during the explosive rise of short-form videos, and Little Shotzi still managed to carve her own path. Now, recreating her style in this era would be nothing short of overwhelming dominance. Especially with two brand new aesthetics, pure seduction and stepmother skirts, bolstering her appeal. From now on, Suisha would be the originator of pure seduction and the pioneer of stepmother skirts. She was guaranteed to take the internet by storm. After giving his directives, Ye Bai returned to his office, reclining in his executive chair while plotting how to dispose of Xiao Hongyu. Just as he was deep in thought, his office door knocked. Come in. The chair swiveled around. There stood Suisha, her face flushed. She was dressed in a fitted office lady ensemble, high heels accentuating her legs clad in black stockings, matching glasses perched on her nose. Boss, I need to film a new video today, but I just can't get into the right headspace. Ye Bai was somewhat taken aback. Suisha's demeanor right now seemed really something. Honestly, Suisha, with her full-on secretary vibes, was seriously working it. Seeing Ye Bai remain silent, Suisha shot him a pitiful glance before turning and walking out, her lonely figure resembling a stray kitten. Hold it! Ye Bai slowly rose to his feet. Suisha turned back, her face alight with surprise and anticipation. So you're filming a workplace-themed series, huh? Then shoot it in my office. As he spoke, Ye Bai took the camera from the photographer, closed the door, and began recording. Snap! Lean against that desk. Lift your hip and rest half of it on the edge. Make your eyes a little hazy. Yes, just like that. Raise your hand, twist your upper body slightly, and flash an innocent smile. Perfect. That exact mix of purity and allure. Ye Bai continued issuing orders. Suisha completely immersed herself, her work mode fully activated as she fluidly struck pose after pose based on his instructions. She had no idea that she was gradually warming to the job, her mindset quietly shifting, becoming the kind of employee who reveled in being exploited by a shady boss. After Prince Qi's video received paid promotion, its views and subscriber count exploded. This style of video was unprecedented in the country, leaving audiences utterly fascinated. And the production quality was top-notch. Prince Qi's beauty was undeniable. Dressed in a classical white robe, her elegance was unmatched, as if the ethereal Xialongnu from Jin Yong's novels had stepped into reality. Men adored her, and even women couldn't resist. Videos from Xiao Shatzi and Xian Xiaoming were also released, and after promotion, their metrics surged as well. Xian Xiaoming's video was packed with content, otaku-style dances, cosplay, a favorite among anime fans, and professionally choreographed movements executed with stunning grace. Yet, in terms of data growth and fan engagement, she lagged a tier behind Xiao Shatzi. There was some inexplicable magic about this woman. The slightest sway of her body left people utterly spellbound. No man could resist her intoxicating blend of youthful charm and mature wife vibes. The concepts of pure allure and stepmom skirts were quietly gaining momentum, like sparks threatening to ignite a wildfire. Ye Bai also had the operations team hire paid commenters to flood Weibo and major forums, ensuring the labels Pioneer of Pure Allure and Queen of Stepmom Skirts would be permanently stamped onto Su Yisha's image. In the afternoon, Song Dongfeng sent word that the task was complete and that he was returning from Tianjin town. Ye Bai instructed him to drive directly to Taojiang Mansion while he hailed a cab there. Upon arriving, Ye Bai waited briefly before Song Dongfeng showed up. BGE, everything was bought by reliable men wearing masks and hats. No traces left.
Ye Bai nodded.
Surprisingly, Song Dongfeng had gotten smarter. His unmistakable physique rendered disguises useless. Song Dongfeng hoisted 2 large cardboard boxes from the trunk and followed Ye Bai upstairs. Inside were surveillance and wiretapping gear, along with a printer. After setting up the equipment, Ye Bai first used his X-ray vision to confirm that only Yukiko was home. Then, he grabbed one bundle and rang the doorbell of Suite 2701. Click. The door opened, revealing Yukiko in a kimono standing there. Her face remained blank, but a flicker of delight flashed in her eyes. Mr. Yi. Without a word, Ye Bai scooped her up, stepped inside, and lowered his head. A long moment later, they parted, Yukiko's porcelain cheeks now flushed crimson. Miss Yukiko, did you like my enthusiasm? She didn't answer, only lightly biting her lip. Ye Bai knew her too well, she loved it. But this woman always insisted on playing coy. Yukiko, there's something I need to confess. Please go ahead, Mr. Yi. Ye Bai spoke gravely. I told you before. Xiao Hongyu and I have irresolvable conflicts. I will deal with him so you can safely be with me. From today on, I'll be gathering evidence of his crimes. You'll help me, won't you? Yukiko nodded without hesitation. Good girl. Ye Bai kissed her cheek again. He brought a ladder to the living room, climbed up, and installed a hidden camera inside the chandelier. Yukiko nervously kept watch by the door, peeking through the peephole to stand guard. Even with his X-ray vision and superhuman sight ensuring Xiao Hongyu wouldn't catch him off guard, Ye Bai let her stay on lookout. Next, he planted hidden cameras in Xiao Hongyu's study and bedroom. The bedroom cam was angled right at the bed. No doubt, it'd capture Xiao Hongyu and his boyfriend in all sorts of eye-searing scenes. After saying goodbye to Yukiko, Ye Bai stashed the surveillance gear in his personal pocket dimension. Then, alone, he drove up Shopping Mountain, parking in a secluded area with no cameras. After a moment's thought, he activated his invisibility ability deep in the woods. 2 words: stay cautious. He then hiked up the mountain to Juixiu Villa Hotel, heading straight for the top floor, an access-restricted zone housing Xiao Hongyu's corporate offices and conference rooms. Ye Bai first covertly planted a bug in the meeting room before moving to Xiao Hongyu's office, where he installed a hidden camera and settled in to wait. He knew Xiao Hongyu kept a safe in his office but didn't know the combination. In his past life, even torture hadn't pried the code from the man. But Xiao Hongyu kept a ledger inside, and Ye Bai needed to catch him opening it. Hours crawled by before, late at night, Xiao Hongyu finally entered. The moment he stepped inside, he frowned, sensing something off, like he was being watched. He searched the room but found nothing. Shaking his head, he locked the door, drew the curtains, then approached the bookshelf and pulled out a volume. Click. A motorized cabinet slid open, revealing a wall-embedded safe, keyless, password-protected. Just as Xiao Hongyu began entering the code, that eerie feeling of being observed struck again. Who's there? His eyes sharpened as he whipped around. Xiao Hongyu felt a pair of eyes staring at his back. He whipped around abruptly, only to find nothing behind him. The office was empty except for himself. Damn ghosts messing with me. After combing through the office again, he confirmed there wasn't a soul in sight. Not even a fly. Frowning, he realized he'd grown overly paranoid since Fat Cat's departure, jumping at shadows like a startled bird. Even though the office was clearly deserted, an unsettling sensation clung to him, as if an unseen presence watched his every move. Something predatory, poised to strike at any moment. Once certain he was alone, Xiao Hongyu entered the password, opened the safe, and retrieved the ledger to update the accounts. Much later, he locked the safe again. Though he'd planned to rest in the office, an icy dread crept up his spine, as if haunted by unseen specters. Despite being a hardened underworld kingpin who'd clawed his way out of corpses, goosebumps prickled his skin. He couldn't stay another second and hurried out. The moment the door shut behind him, the executive chair creaked, sinking as if someone had just sat down. That old fox has sharp instincts. Ye Bai activated his X-ray vision and super eagle eye to verify Xiao Hongyu had driven away before rising. He replicated the earlier steps, opening the safe. Inside, alongside the ledger, lay stacks of documents, records of every financial transaction across Zhao's empire, and, more damningly, meticulous logs of annual bribes to officials, down to names, positions, and institutions. This was the heart of Xiao Hongyu's criminal enterprise. Most of his syndicate's dirt, all in one place. Ye Bai photographed everything, then returned each item precisely where he'd found it. Taking anything would tip them off, prompting Xiao and his backers to purge all evidence. For now, copies would suffice. Earlier, facing Xiao, Ye Bai had contemplated killing him outright, ending it swiftly, disposing of the body in his personal void space. Yet he'd hesitated. Despite wearing booties and gloves, a stray hair or skin flake could leave traces. Security cameras had also captured his car route. More crucially, eliminating Xiao wouldn't stop the machine behind him. Another puppet would rise, continuing the vendetta against Chen Jinbin and his daughter Chen Xini. The syndicate would still hunt Ye Bai for costing them millions in real estate. So Ye Bai chose another path, uprooting the entire operation, ensuring justice served them all. Mission: evidence delivered. With evidence secured, Ye Bai retreated to the woods, deactivated invisibility, and drove down the mountain. Returning to Taijiang Mansion, he printed every photo before heading to Jikingman Avenue. After parking, he entered a public restroom, locked the stall, turned invisible again, and slipped out unseen. He walked to Chen Jinbin's residence at Jishan now heavily fortified. 5 guards manned the gates. Residents needed keycard access. Any unfamiliar faces were stopped, required visitor registration. Wounded once, forever shy, Ye Bai mused. Chen had tightened security drastically. Overhearing a guard mention Chen Xini now had escorts to school confirmed it. At Chen's building, 2 men loitered at the entrance, smoking. A gray Passat idled nearby, occupants unmistakably plainclothes officers, their scent and demeanor all too familiar to Ye Bai after past run-ins during his fugitive days. The previously open lobby now had electronic access. Ye Bai waited, tailing a resident inside moments later. On the 4th floor, hugging the wall to avoid cameras, he pulled a paint-filled balloon from his coat and lobbed it upward. Pop! The balloon exploded precisely over the surveillance lens, smearing it opaque. Ye Bai placed a file at Chen's door and knocked sharply. "Who's there?" A stern voice called out. No reply came. Instead, within seconds, 5 officers stormed upstairs, pistols drawn, 2 continuing upward to sweep floors. Their leader cursed upon seeing the sabotaged camera and the mysterious file, face darkening. "Useless. You had one job. How'd they slip past?" He opened the file, relieved to find only photos inside, until he glimpsed the contents and immediately snapped it shut, paling. The team leader knocked again. "Director Chen, it's clear out here." Chen Jinbin emerged, authoritative and upright, accepting the file. "Any leads?" he demanded. The officer faltered. None, sir. No outsiders entered. It might have been a resident. Chun opened the file, stiffening at the first photograph before slowly closing it again. He glanced at the covered camera, his expression pensive. It's fine. This person likely means no harm. You've all worked hard. With that, he patted the team leader on the shoulder. The leader immediately straightened up and saluted. Protecting you is our duty. After speaking, he led his team away. Chan Jungbin returned home to find his daughter Chen Sini and his wife standing anxiously in the living room. Everything's all right. False alarm. Go back to bed. Chen Jungbin waved them off. Once his wife and daughter had retreated to their rooms, he entered his study, opened the dossier, and began reviewing its contents. The more he read, the graver his expression grew. Inside were nothing but pieces of evidence documenting the crimes of Xiao Hongyu's syndicate. The last photo showed Xiao Hongyu seeing off two men, one fat, one thin, as they departed. This was a shot Ye Bai had managed to take during the time pause, exerting sheer willpower to step out, capture the image, and return before letting the ability resume. Chun Zhengbin narrowed his eyes. So, the one pulling strings in Taohua City is none other than Xiao Hongyu, the owner of Jusho Villa. He's even running an underground casino there. It seems many below have been compromised. Something this big was deliberately hidden from me all this time. Chan Zhengbin had previously served in another city and was only reassigned to Taohua City in recent years. As a result, his influence here wasn't as entrenched. Instead, most of the power was firmly in the hands of the second-in-command. Flipping further, the final sheet wasn't a photo but a printed A4 document with a single line of text. Zhou Kachang was sent by Xiao Hongyu. They're out for revenge. Chun Sini is in danger. My goal is the collapse of Xiao Hongyu's empire. If you wish to cooperate, hang a red quilt on the balcony tomorrow. Do this and more evidence will follow. Chan Zhengbin lit a cigarette, lost in thought as smoke curled around him. Soon the study was veiled in haze. The next morning, a bright red quilt hung on the balcony, basking in the sunlight. His wife asked curiously, "Old Chun, isn't that our wedding quilt? It's been unused for years. Why dig it out now?" Chun Zhengbin dusted it off, smiling without a word. Whoever you are, whether a champion of justice or someone with ulterior motives, it doesn't matter. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Wang, you really think Qin Jingbin is easy to push around? First, I'll cut off your claws in Taohua City. Then, I'll take my time dealing with the tiger behind them. A cold glint flashed in Chun Jingbin's eyes. His family was his ultimate taboo. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and you die. Early morning, Ye Bai woke up and the first thing he did was grab his phone to check the surveillance feeds. He started with Unit 2701 in Taojiang Residences. The living room was empty, but there were 3 people in Xiao Hongyu's bedroom. Ye Bai regretted looking. Damn! Old Xiao is playing some wild games. Next, Yuesho Villa. The conference room and Xiao Hongyu's office were both empty. Then he switched to the last surveillance feed, the footage from the small grove in Jixin Yayuan neighborhood, where he had installed a hidden camera pointed at Chun Jingbin's building the night before. Hanging on Chun Jingbin's balcony was a bright red quilt. A smile curled on Ye Bai's lips. Good. With the support of this city leader, the chances of bringing Xiao Hongyu to justice are now much higher. At this point, Ye Bai already had ample evidence of Xiao Hongyu's crimes: bribery, leading a criminal syndicate, provoking disturbances, running illegal gambling operations. He had already forwarded all this evidence to Chun Jingbin. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Chun Jingbin's next move. If Ye Bai uncovered anything new, such as evidence of murder, he'd immediately send it over. But if even Chun Jingbin's full-force strike failed to bring Xiao Hongyu to justice, then Ye Bai would have no choice but to personally step in and rid the world of this scourge. By the time Chen Sini participated in next month's piano competition, Xiao Hongyu would either be in prison or in hell. There were no other options. After washing up, Ye Bai headed downstairs where breakfast was already prepared. Xiao Bai, this is a pig kidney and wolfberry porridge I made specially for you. Make sure to eat up, said Auntie Qin, handing him a bowl with a doting expression. Thank you, Auntie, Ye Bai replied, pouring her a glass of warm water. You should drink more too. A faint flush crept onto Qin Yu's cheeks as she shot him a coy glance. Li Shiyan frowned slightly, sensing something odd about the way her mother and Ye Bai were acting, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After the kids left for school, Qin Yu went into Li Shiyan's room to grab fresh bedsheets before heading to Ye Bai's room to make his bed. Her eyes widened in shock as she felt the mattress. Oh my God! Ye Bai hadn't even closed his window last night. With the heavy rain, the entire bed was drenched. This brat could sleep through a thunderstorm. Forgetting about the bedsheets for a moment, she hurried back to the dining table and gulped down her glass of water to calm herself. When Ye Bai arrived at the office, the place was buzzing with excitement. And Xian rushed over, grinning. Boss Yi. Wang Ziqi's latest video broke 10 million views overnight. Her follower count is nearing 1 million too. Advertisers are already knocking at our door. Ye Bai wasn't surprised. Has Wang Wenjing finished filming the swing-making video?
Ni Xuan nodded.
It was shot yesterday. The editing team's working on it now. Good. In his past life, the swing-making video had been one of Li Ziqi's most iconic works, the one that truly catapulted her to fame. Ye Bai remembered every detail of it as if he'd just watched it yesterday. Give her a day off, then start shooting the cherry wine and tomato beef stew videos next. He wasn't just recalling Li Ziqi's videos perfectly. His memory seemed to have sharpened to the point where he could even remember random web novels he'd skimmed in his past life. Maybe I should try writing a few and become a best-selling author. And Xian snapped him out of his thoughts. Oh, and we registered the Wang Ziqi brand already, just like you asked.
Ye Bai nodded.
No way was he repeating the legal mess Li Ziqi had gotten into with her agency in his past life. He'd make sure Wang Wenjing was treated fairly. After all, she was his childhood Friday. Wait, no, best not to think too deeply about that. Just then, one of the social media managers jumped up in excitement. Boss! Xiaoshazi's Pure Desire video just hit 5 million views. She crossed 500K followers too. Perfect timing. Release the stepmother dress video next. Ye Bai ordered. 2 accounts. Wang Ziqi, celebrating traditional Chinese culture, and Xiaoshazi, pushing the boundaries of subtle allure. With this dual-front strategy, Night White Media was about to take the internet by storm. Xian Xiaoming's performance was weaker compared to the other two, but still miles ahead of most influencers in her niche. She'd easily hit a few million followers in time. Sui Sha, meanwhile, had been practicing in the dance studio when she heard the news. She rushed out, face flushed with excitement as she checked the numbers. Boss Yi, thank you for guiding me. Without you, my videos would never be this amazing. She clung to Ye Bai's arm, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Only then did Ye Bai notice her outfit, a snug pink knit top paired with an exceptionally short black skirt. Filming the pink combat video today? He asked.
Su Isha nodded eagerly.
I tried shooting it myself, but I just couldn't get into the groove. I need you there to direct me. Her big, pleading eyes made her look like an excited puppy begging for attention. Fine. Studio 3. Let's get this done. Ye Bai kept a straight face and strode ahead. Su Isha trailed behind him like a bashful newlywed. Move your hips. Eyes on the camera. Stop looking at me. Give me sultry. There you go. Yes. Wait. You're losing focus again. Thwop. Ye Bai had forgotten to close the door, so the entire office overheard. Everyone exchanged awkward glances. Sure, they knew it was just a video shoot, but it really didn't sound like one. And Xian sipped his herbal tea, beaming proudly. That's my boss Yi for you. Always taking things to the next level. Time moved to 1 week after Wang Ziqi's video release. The online views of his Lanzhou beef noodle video had surpassed 50 million across platforms. His jungle gym construction video was also published, which broke through niche audiences even more dramatically. Its view count rapidly overtook the noodle video and ultimately reached 80 million, still climbing steadily. Wang Ziqi's total follower count across platforms successfully exceeded 3 million. Meanwhile, his YouTube performance was equally impressive, with every video surpassing 1 million views and gaining nearly 100,000 new subscribers. Simultaneously, Su Isha's Blue Warrior Goddess video began sweeping the internet. Its explosive popularity even surpassed Wang Ziqi's. Just a few swaying dance moves could gain 1 million followers overnight. While Wang Ziqi's sophisticated content was hard to replicate, with high imitation costs and technical barriers that left copycats flopping, Su Isha's viral trend proved easily replicable. Countless boundary-pushing influencers jumped on the bandwagon, making pure desire aesthetic and stepmother dress into nationwide buzzwords. Yet Ye Bai had prepared for this. Through coordinated online campaigns, he permanently cemented Xiaoxi's little grain of sand as the originator of pure desire fashion and the pioneer of stepmother dresses. Admittedly, Su Isha's follower growth and video views temporarily outpaced Wang Ziqi's at an alarming rate. However, such trends are fleeting. The surge from risque content comes and goes quickly. Ultimately, Su Isha would plateau as a moderately successful influencer with millions of followers. Wang Ziqi was different. The profound cultural richness in his videos would elevate him to unparalleled heights, transforming him into an irreplaceable icon, a vital force for promoting international cultural exchange and globalizing traditional Chinese heritage. Simply put, while Xiaoxi might fade into obscurity, Wang Ziqi's influence would endure. This aligned with previous patterns. In another timeline, when Li Ziqi, his counterpart, had disputes with her agency MCN and went silent for years, over 1,200 days without any online activity. Her comeback still instantly topped trending lists. One video release regained her top-tier status, with Douyin followers skyrocketing by 10+ million in a week to a staggering 60 million total. Ye Bai eagerly anticipated how far Wang Ziqi could go in this lifetime with his strategic backing. As for Xiao Momo and Zhang Yusin, though not yet reaching such phenomenon-level fame, their followings grew rapidly. Xiao Momo particularly stood out. Her innovative blend of food exploration and subtle innuendo was groundbreaking. Within 3 days of posting, she gained hundreds of thousands of followers. Her Euro-American style curves attracted hordes of male admirers, though some elementary school commenters criticized her as chubby or thick-legged. These remarks were swiftly shut down by veteran fans. Kids know nothing, virgin energy detected, this is premium physique. Phrases that soon became fan mantras. Meanwhile, Midnight Media entered public consciousness for the first time, its visibility surging. Acquisition offers poured in, with one bid reaching 20 million yuan, a 20x return on Ye Bai's initial 1 million yuan investment. Yet he understood Midnight's true worth. Even offers of 200 million or 2 billion wouldn't persuade him to sell. He expanded operations by leasing the entire 18th floor, instructing Ni Xian to recruit more content creators. Simultaneously, the provincial government quietly issued a critical document. The Rainbow Bridge waterfront and river islands were designated as a new high-tech development zone, with plans to transform the central island into a technology hub. Property values began soaring. Ye Bai prepared to list his 3 buildings for sale. On the morning he set out for the property bureau with documentation, an unexpected visitor arrived at his residence. Ding dong. Though not the sharpest, Qin Yu's vigilance kicked in. She checked the peephole before opening the door. Instantly delighted, she threw the door wide and launched herself into the visitor's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Yu, you're here. Why didn't you tell me? Wanted to surprise you. The response came in a pleasantly loud, northeastern accented voice that radiated bold charisma. This was Aunt Yu, Qin Yu's college best friend and confidant, the same person Qin Yu had consulted after catching Ye by rummaging through the laundry hamper for those items. A former model, Aunt Yu stood 178 centimeters with killer legs and the poised elegance of a Victoria's Secret angel. Next to her, petite Qin Yu looked like a blushing bride embraced by a CEO. Their chemistry undeniable. Unlike naive Qin Yu, Aunt Yu was street-smart and pragmatic, having always played the protective big sister role. Qin Yu bustled about fetching tea and fruit, treating her guest like royalty. So, I'm planning to stay a while. Got space for me? Aunt Yu jerked her chin toward her luggage. Of course. Absolutely. Qin Yu nodded vigorously before hesitating. Did you bring your streaming gear? Ugh. Don't remind me. Aunt Yu flopped onto the sofa, almost propping her legs on the coffee table before remembering her manners. Broke contract with my agency. Taking a break from live streams, plus my ex-company has industry pull. They're threatening to blacklist me. Who knows how this'll play out? Huh. Qin Yu's elegant and pretty face was full of concern. What happened? It's that damn boss I told you about before. He's been trying to make a move on me. After the company banquet last time, when threats and bribes didn't work, he actually tried to force himself on me. You know my temper. I've put up with him for too long already, so I snapped right then and there, gave him a good beating and sent him to the hospital for half a month. Then I terminated the contract. Oh, and I had to pay a few million in compensation. Aunt Yu shrugged nonchalantly. You, why do you keep beating up bosses everywhere you go? Back at the modeling agency, you also thrashed the boss and got blacklisted from the industry. Qin Yu pouted. Oh? Since when did this little girl start lecturing me? Aunt Yu immediately reached out and tickled Qin Yu, who collapsed onto the sofa, scrambling backward. But her petite frame was no match for Aunt Yu. The playful scuffle between two stunning women with completely different styles was an overwhelmingly fiery sight. Any man who saw it would surely be left gaping. After a while of laughter, Aunt Yu said, "What can I do? I always end up with those old, perverted bosses. Disgusting creatures like that. Who could resist hitting them? Well, I guess it's not really your fault." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Though she had never worked in a corporate environment, she had seen plenty of workplace dramas and absolutely despised those with sleazy old men as the leads. Aunt Yu continued, "I heard a new media company called Ye Bai has been making waves in Taojiang City recently. I'm thinking of checking it out. If the boss isn't some creepy old man, I might give it a shot." Qin Yu asked, "Have you heard of White Knight Media?" Qin Yu shook her head. She usually passed her free time at home reading books or watching dramas and rarely surfed the internet, so she wasn't familiar with the latest online trends. Seriously? White Knight Media is the hottest rising star in Taohua City's internet industry. The absolute top dog. How could you, as a local, not know about it? Qin Yu was surprised. She pulled out her phone, found a video of Wang Zishi, and showed it to Qin Yu. This video style is really unique. A whole new niche. The pastoral aesthetic, blending seamlessly with nature, showcases the charm of traditional Chinese culture. Not only is the video quality top-notch, but Wang Zishi herself is stunningly beautiful with an incredible figure. And you can clearly tell she's not just posing. She's genuinely skilled. Cooking, handicrafts, weaving. She's a master of everything. Even I adore her and became her fan. Imagine how men must feel about her. Qin Yu grew more excited as she spoke, eventually declaring with conviction, "I'm certain Wang Zishi will become the most viral internet celebrity, by a landslide." Though Qin Yu didn't fully understand, she still found Wang Zishi impressive. And then there's Xiao Shatzi. Qin Yu pulled up another video, this one featuring Sui Sha in her signature blue outfit, swaying her hips. This creator has recently surpassed Wang Zishi in popularity, becoming a full-blown phenomenon. She's hailed as the pioneer of the pure sexy aesthetic and the originator of the stepmom dress. What's pure sexy and a stepmom dress? Qin Yu asked curiously. Qin Yu explained, "Look at her. Doesn't she give off a vibe that's innocent yet sexy and cute? Her face looks youthful, but her figure is alluring, with a mature, wife-like charm. That's the pure sexy style." She then pulled up another video of Suisha. This dress she's wearing is called the stepmom dress. Think about it. Isn't this the kind of body-hugging skirt that seductive stepmoms always wear in movies? Qin Yu, being an avid drama watcher, realized it was true. The flirtatious stepmothers in Korean shows always appeared in such tight skirts. Next, Qin Yu showed a food vlog by Xiao Momo. I never imagined food content could be filmed like this. This creator combines so many elements. Restaurant reviews, gourmet food, competitive eating, a voluptuous figure, and an enormous butt. Oh my god! Her butt is huge. Qin Yu covered her mouth in shock. She thought her backside was already sizable, but this woman was on another level. Yet it didn't make her look fat, just incredibly sexy, like those curvy women on Western channels. Rumors say all three of these creators were personally developed by White Knight's boss. Their styles, niches, and content were all meticulously planned by him. Sinyu's eyes sparkled. He's a genius. He pioneered these entirely new video styles, and they've all gone viral beyond their original audiences. The pure sexy aesthetic and stepmom dress concepts were his brainchild, first applied to xiaoxia, and now the whole internet is copying them. That really is impressive. Qin Yu agreed with a nod. So I want to try joining White Knight. Maybe he can point me in the right direction and help me blow up too, Sinyu said. Aren't you already popular? You have over 1 million followers on your live streaming platform. 1 million? That's nothing. Sui Sha gains 1 million followers overnight just by shaking her butt. Sinyu scoffed. Besides, don't be fooled by my so-called million-follower status. Most of them are bot accounts my old company bought. My real active fans number in the tens of thousands. My highest viewed video barely hits a few 100,000, and my live streams don't draw big crowds. Her expression darkened. That's why that perverted old man thought he could control me. If I were a top-tier influencer with tens of millions of fans, the company's golden goose, he wouldn't have dared. Hearing this, Qin Yu hugged Sinyu sympathetically. She had always assumed her best friend was a successful streamer, never realizing that behind the glamour, she was struggling so much. Sinyu sighed. I've already talked to White Knight's general manager. They're open to having me, so I'm gonna check it out. I just hope their boss isn't another sleazeball looking to exploit me. Qin Yu thought for a moment, then looked up with determination. I'll take care of you from now on. Quit streaming. Don't let those creeps take advantage of you. Sinyu chuckled and pinched Qin Yu's nose. People have to rely on themselves. You might be willing to support me, but what about your daughter? The family assets aren't yours alone. Before Qin Yu could respond, Sinyu changed the subject. Why don't you try making videos too? You've got that pure sexy vibe, honestly. I think you'd outshine xiaoxia. And if you wore a stepmom dress, you'd totally crush her. No way. Qin Yu shook her head vigorously. I don't like being in the spotlight and I don't need the money. Sinyu was speechless. What could she even say to that? Total checkmate. Sometimes, she envied this silly woman. Luck really favored the naive. Right after graduation, Qin Yu had been chosen by a wealthy gay man for a sham marriage. She didn't have to fulfill any wifely duties. No sleeping with him, no bearing children. Yet she received a monthly salary of tens of thousands. How was that any different from being a young widow? And then, as if fate were playing along, her husband in name actually passed away not long after. His will divided the inheritance equally between her and his daughter. The greedy relatives who had hoped to seize the assets were left empty-handed. Now, Qin Yu lived a life of comfort, forever sheltered in a world of simplicity, happiness, and beauty. Meanwhile, Sinyu had come from a poor family, worked hard to get into a good university, and fought to change her fate. Though heaven had blessed her with a Victoria's Secret model-level figure, it hadn't given her the luck to capitalize on it. Everywhere she went, men leered at her. If she were the type to trade her body for opportunities, she'd have been famous long ago. But she wasn't. So her modeling career was sabotaged, and her streaming career never took off. After all, the world was never short of beautiful women. What was rare was a real chance to rise above. Sinyu had come to Taohua City without hesitation because she sensed that chance. She wanted to seize her future. After registering all 3 properties with the Real Estate Bureau, Ye Bai returned to Bay Media. The company had been flourishing recently, with Qixia talents like Prince Qi and Xiao Shatzi rising to meteoric fame. Apart from monitoring Xiao Hongyu's movements via surveillance, most of Ye Bai's days were spent steering the company's overarching direction and, of course, helping Sui Sha film videos. This woman seemed increasingly addicted to it. Every day, if Ye Bai didn't film her, she'd get restless all over. Sometimes he even suspected she was deliberately baiting him. As for the employees, they had long grown accustomed to the working dynamic between Chairman Yi and Suisha. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, Ye Bai held the camera, directing Suisha through various poses. Press your hands against the glass. Then look back. Yes, just like that, pure yet seductive, with a playful cuteness beneath the allure. Sit on the desk. Put your feet on the chair. Hook your high heels with your toes. I'll get a close-up of your feet. Smile. How many times do I have to say it? Not that kind of smile. Tone it down. Sweet, cute, soft. Ye Bai barked orders relentlessly. If Suisha's performance lagged even slightly, he delivered a sharp smack to keep her in line. Only when both were satisfied with the footage did they wrap up. Suisha exited the office, face flushed. By now, she loved filming. She loved working. Work made her happy. Work made her feel alive. A single day without it left her utterly unsettled. Ye Bai lit a cigarette, standing by the window as he exhaled a slow stream of smoke over the bustling city below. He realized Suisha's enthusiasm had rubbed off on him too. A day without filming left his fingers itching. Knock knock. The office door sounded. Come in. Turning, Ye Bai saw Aunt Qin entering with a laptop. Baiji, you've heard of Shuguang network technology, right?
Ye Bai nodded.
Of course he had. Shuguang was a major provincial enterprise, a renowned industry leader. Even in his past life, by the time Ye Bai had been disgraced and hunted, Shuguang was still thriving, later crowned as the province's top exemplary company. Its founder had official connections, a true silver spoon heir. Ye Bai had crossed paths with the man a few times back then, but they weren't the same breed, oil and water. And Aunt Qin continued, their subsidiary, Aunt Qin Media Culture Agency, recently had a streamer break contract. She reached out to me wanting to join Bai. She's already in Taojiang. I plan to have her visit the company tomorrow. Ye Bai waved a hand. That's your call. No need to ask me. And Aunt Qin hesitated. But I just got word. She left on bad terms with Aunt Qin's exec. They're threatening to blacklist her. Anyone who takes her in would be making an enemy of Shuguang. Given Bai's still growing, we shouldn't pick fights recklessly. But this streamer's got serious potential. If she comes to Bai, she could blow up. That was the dilemma. He wanted the talent but didn't want to provoke a powerhouse with official ties.
Ye Bai scoffed.
Since when could some Aunt Qin exec speak for Shuguang? Besides, so what if it was Shuguang? Eventually, they'd be kneeling before Bai. And Aunt Qin set the laptop down. Look at her clips first, Baiji. She's got the goods. Ye Bai skimmed the footage. Damn, she was striking easily top tier in looks and figure. Especially those legs, Victoria's Secret angel level, so lethally long they could ruin a man. Forget legs worth a year. These were legs worth 10 lifetimes. She might as well be the Greek goddess of perfect thighs. And Aunt Qin scratched his head, pulling up another clip. This is her live stream archive. Thing is, while her voice is nice, she's way too blunt. One word, and the illusion shatters. A crisp, melodic voice blared from the video, but with the boisterous energy of a battlefield commander. Brothers, for the Horde, Kea Arj. Watch my 360 degrees Thomas flying. And Aunt Qin winced, his face scrunching like an old man squinting at a subway map. But Ye Bai's eyes gleamed. Baiji, you seriously into this kind of contrast?
Nishuan ventured.
If Ye Bai took a liking to her, forget Aunt Qin's exec. Even Shuguang's boss wouldn't matter. This woman would be Bai's, period. What? You think I'm some horn dog who loses his mind over a pretty face?
Ye Bai glared.
Of course not. Baiji's the most righteous, upstanding man in our vitiligo crew. And Aunt Qin chuckled nervously. Sure, he thought inwardly, who was it again that swore up and down he wasn't into Suisha? Now he's clapping her cheeks in the office daily. As Ye Bai watched the streamer, she reminded him of a famous gaming personality from his past life, Zhou Shui, the so-called goddess of otaku. Though Zhou later fell from grace, she'd been massive for a time. This streamer, Little Yu, was cut from the same cloth. Yet in looks and body, she eclipsed Zhou entirely. Zhou wouldn't even deserve to hold her shoes. With this caliber, how'd she stay obscure in my past life? Did Aunt Qin really bury her that thoroughly? Ye Bai had taken a liking to this little Yu, though not in that way, of course. He simply wanted to recruit her under his wing. Currently, Zhou Shui had started appearing as a commentator in Dota 2 tournaments, but her popularity hadn't taken off yet. If he sent Yu down the same path to replicate her success, well, what use would Zhou Shui be then? Take her in. Ye Bai made the decision without hesitation. Got it. I'll notify her right away to come to the company tomorrow morning. And Aunt Qin scurried off enthusiastically, already scheming in his mind. Looks like this little Yu will become mistress number 2. And with that bombshell Victoria's Secret model body of hers, she might even outshine Suisha in terms of favor. Better butter her up when she arrives tomorrow. Soon, evening arrived. The workday ended, and it was time to clock out. Suisha stepped into Ye Bai's office. Chairman Yi, do you have time tonight? To express my gratitude for your guidance, I'd like to treat you to dinner. She batted her big, expectant eyes at him. Dressed in a white pleated skirt that ended just above her knees, she revealed a pair of smooth, flawless legs, her charm a blend of youthful innocence and the poised allure of a young woman. Ye Bai did want to say yes. Given the weird tension between him and Suisha lately, dinner definitely wouldn't be just dinner. But his aunt had already asked him to come home early after work. There were guests visiting. He'd agreed, and backing out now wasn't an option. After all, Suisha was no match for his aunt's importance. He shook his head. Can't today. Another time. Oh, all right. Disappointed, she turned to leave. Smack. Suisha froze, then glanced back to see Ye Bai striding past her. Expression unreadable. Serious business. I'll treat you next time. Hands still pressed against her. She stood rooted in place. Mr. Yi, how could he act like this outside work? This is straight up harassment. Her face burned scarlet. Amidst the mortification, though, she realized she might have liked him even more now. Song Dongfeng opened the door of the Mercedes S600. As Ye Bai was about to get in, an Aunt Qin called out from behind. Brother Bai. And Aunt Qin was holding his phone, looking uneasy. It's someone from Aunt Qin Media. I don't know how they got my number, but they said they want to talk to our company's chairman. Just from Aunt Qin's expression, Ye Bai could tell this Aunt Qin representative had a condescending attitude. He also had a good idea of why they were calling. Give me the phone. Ye Bai took it and coldly uttered one word into the receiver. Speak. Chairman Yi, right? I heard you're planning to take in Aunt Qin Yu. An oily, sleazy older man's voice came through the phone. Sure enough, the other party's tone was arrogant and disdainful, clearly not taking Bai, as a rising newcomer, seriously. A small company like yours probably doesn't have the latest industry updates. I'm calling to inform you that Aunt Qin Yu has already been blacklisted by me. You figure it out yourselves. Some things don't need to be spelled out.
Ye Bai chocolate.
Got it. We'll definitely nurture Aunt Qin Yu well. The older man was stunned. He hadn't expected a provincial small fry like Ye Bai to defy him despite Aunt Qin's connections. Fine. A little workshop like yours gets lucky with some buzz, and suddenly thinks it's untouchable. Ye Bai had no interest in wasting time with this nobody. He handed the phone back to an Aunt Qin. Tell him to get lost as far as he can. Although an Aunt Qin didn't want to provoke an industry giant like Aunt Qin, especially one with government ties, crossing them could mean serious trouble for Bai behind the scenes. But as a subordinate, he had to firmly execute his boss's orders. You old senile prick, who the hell do you think you are, threatening my boss like that? And Aunt Qin took the phone and walked off, spewing profanities with increasing enthusiasm, his beady eyes blazing. The other side couldn't get a word in but was too stubborn to hang up, only managing weak rebuttals here and there. Ye Bai shook his head. This Aunt Qin rep was truly pathetic. Trying to use Shuguang's influence to pressure him? He probably wasn't even a big deal within Shuguang himself. And even if Xu Guang's boss personally threatened him, so what? Government connections? Ye Bai had the mayor of Taojiang backing him up. Chen Zhengbin wasn't just a business partner. He was also his future father-in-law. Back home, Qin Yu was cooking in the kitchen, her full hips swaying as she stir-fried. Qin Yu was also helping out, peeling garlic, though her legs were too long to squat properly, forcing her to bend over, her pert backside taut against her tight pants. As they worked, Qin Yu suddenly remembered something. Hey, Xiao Yu, about that thing you consulted me about last time. How did you handle it in the end? What thing? You know, your little nephew. The one who took your... Qin Yu's hand jerked, nearly flipping the pan. Oh, it's handled. Qin Yu pressed further. Handled how? Qin Yu flushed with embarrassment. Why was Qin Yu teasing her like this, making her spell it out when she already knew it was a sensitive topic? I did what you suggested. I relieved it for him. She mumbled shyly. Good. So you just showed him some videos and let him handle it himself, right? For a second there, I thought you got personally involved.
Sinuloget?
Wait, what? Qin Yu blinked in confusion. Hadn't Qin Yu suggested she help him directly? But thinking back, Qin Yu had never explicitly said that. Had she misunderstood? Or had she only heard what she wanted to hear? Qin Yu's face burned scarlet, her eyes watery with mortification. She had wanted to ask Qin Yu what to do next, how to undo things and return to their original, innocent relationship. But realizing she'd misread Qin Yu's advice, she now knew there was no way she could confess the truth. Qin Yu would roast her mercilessly. She'd die of shame. Ye Bai opened the front door, changed his shoes and stepped inside, only for the aroma of cooking to hit him. The kitchen door was shut, so he assumed Qin Yu was busy frying something. He was about to sneak in and tease her, but when he turned, a woman stood in the living room, munching on an apple.
Ye Bai froze.
Xiao Yu? The woman was striking, her beauty refined, her presence tinged with the confident energy of a Beijing girl. Her figure resembled that of a Victoria's Secret model, golden proportions, undeniably sexy. Her legs, in particular, were lethally long and impossible to miss. That face, Ye Bai had seen it not long ago, albeit over a video call. But with features that distinctive, how could he forget? So this was the guest Qin Yu had mentioned? You know me? Qin Yu lit up with excitement. Wild fan? So she did have offline fans. Her long legs carried her over in a few quick strides. Holy hell, you're tall. What, 185 centimeters? Bend down. Before Ye Bai could react, she pressed down on his shoulders, then abruptly shoved his face straight into her chest. A suffocating embrace. You're my first ever wild fan, you know? Qin Yu grinned playfully after finally releasing him. And since you're both stupidly handsome and Xiao Yu's nephew, consider this your fan service. She winked. Bet you'll be fantasizing about this tonight, but don't overdo it, kid. Ye Bai was speechless. Qin Yu was thrilled. After all her years in modeling and streaming, she'd never actually met a fan in real life. And this one, a 185 centimeters university hottie, and her bestie's nephew. She poked his abs approvingly. Nice body. Total little wolf dog. Ah. What's with the blush? Never had a face full of boobs before? Ye Bai wasn't blushing. He'd just been deprived of oxygen. Swoosh. The kitchen door swung open as Qin Yu emerged at the commotion. Xiao Bai, you're back. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Qin Yu. You can call her Auntie Qin Yu. Turning to Qin Yu. Yu, this is my childhood neighbor's son, Ye Bai. Just call him Xiao Bai. For some reason, Qin Yu felt like she was introducing a boyfriend to family. Xiao Bai, keep Auntie Qin Yu company. I'll finish up the cooking. Flustered, she ducked back into the kitchen. Ye Bai didn't know what to say. He never could have guessed that Qin Yu, the new streamer about to join his company, would show up in his home the day before her debut. Qin Yu's best friend, Auntie Qin Yu. Qin Yu had grown somewhat averse to men after being frequently harassed by sleazy older guys. She pulled Ye Bai into an embrace. Honestly, it was the most intimate gesture she had ever shared with a man. After doing it, she was even surprised at herself. Why didn't she feel that aversion with Ye Bai? After a moment of reflection, she figured it out. Ye Bai was a 6'1" university student with a toned waist, young and handsome. Plus, he had two bonus identities, her fan and her best friend's nephew. That's why, upon meeting him, she didn't feel repulsed just because he was a man. On the contrary, she actually kind of liked him. And so, she couldn't help but give him a little fan service, teasing him playfully. Qin Yu dragged Ye Bai to the sofa and slung an arm over his shoulder, completely throwing dignity out the window. She pinched his cheeks, squeezed his arm muscles, and even gave his backside a quick slap before he sat down, remarking, "Damn, what a nice little curve. Brat, how come a guy with such a hot body and a handsome face isn't dating anyone? And why'd you go stealing Xiaoyu's clothes?" Ye Bai was speechless. Why had Ani told her about that? Besides, this Qin Yu woman was way too shameless and familiar, actually asking him directly to his face.
Ye Bai siket.
Little Yu, it's not what you think. It was just a misunderstanding. Qin Yu immediately tugged at his cheek. Brat, calling me little Yu? I'm your elder. Call me Auntie Qin Yu. Auntie Qin Yu. Ye Bai chose not to argue with a woman. Much better. Qin Yu grinned, stretching her long legs out and patting them. Hey, Xiao Bai as my fan. And with me being this gorgeous, you ever had any naughty thoughts about me? Nope. Ye Bai shook his head. The second you open your mouth, all illusions disappear. Ugh. So you're an anti-fan, huh? Qin Yu sulked. Her voice was actually pretty cute, just a little loud and bold. All her fans said everything about her was perfect except she had to speak. And now even this brat was clowning on her. He really was legit fan material. Still, despite her irritation, she liked him even more for it. She leaned in close, whispering softly into his ear. Listen, kid, next time, don't go stealing your Aunt Qin Yu's stuff. If you want that kind of thing, come to Auntie Qin Yu instead. I'll give it to you for free. Ye Bai was done. There was no way to clear his name now. It really was a misunderstanding. I don't want any of that. Qin Yu ruffled his hair affectionately. Oh, come on, don't play dumb. At your age, I know how teenage boys are. Some fans even DM me begging to buy stuff and I refuse. You should be grateful. Ye Bai was speechless again. He was starting to get a read on Qin Yu's personality. Outgoing, crass,
Overly familiar.
and loved making dirty jokes with fans. But if anyone actually asked for those things, she'd instantly backtrack. Just then, the front door unlocked. Li Shiyan had returned from school. She froze upon seeing Qin Yu, then gasped in delight. Auntie Qin Yu, when did you get here? What, not happy to see me? Qin Yu teased. Of course I am. Damn girl, it's been years. Look how grown up you are now. Come here, let Ani check if other parts matured too. Dinner was served shortly after. The four of them sat around the table, chatting happily, well, mostly. The only awkwardness was between Ye Bai and Li Shiyan, who treated each other like air. After dinner, Qin Yu dragged Qin Yu off to bathe together, announcing she was sleeping over and had to thoroughly inspect her. Before disappearing, Auntie Qin Yu gave Ye Bai a meaningful glance. He knew exactly what she meant. With Qin Yu around, Auntie obviously couldn't sneak into his room at night. But then again, why choose just one? The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Ye Bai found Qin Yu already gone. According to Auntie, she had left early for an interview at some newly opened company, Bay Media. Li Shiyan chimed in, "Oh, Bay Media? That company's blowing up lately. They've made a few influencers super famous." You know about them? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Duh. Wang Ziki and Ili Zayashazi are everywhere now. Half the girls at my school are obsessed. They keep saying they want to work at Bay after graduating. She scoffed. As if they'd make it. But I'll admit Bai's content is high quality and fresh. I heard their meteoric rise was all because of the CEO's strategies. Whoever they are, they're really good. Probably a big help for Auntie Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded, then suddenly grinned. Bai Media. Bai reversed is Ye Bai, right? Haha. What a coincidence. Xiao Bai. Don't tell me this is your company. Ye Bai was stunned. Since when was Auntie this sharp? He wasn't the type to hide his achievements just for the sake of acting humble. But before he could confirm, Li Shiyan let out a derisive snort. Him? The Bai CEO? Please. This loser spends all his time stirring up trouble at school, simping for some little gold digger, and even cheated his way into uni by copying off someone else. Comparing him to Bai's boss? Laughable. Ye Bai felt that Li Shiyan somewhat resembled a brainless villain from a novel. Originally, he had planned to admit it, but he figured Li Shiyan would probably ridicule him even more. Ye Bai couldn't be bothered to say much. Once Qin Yu returned from her interview today, Li Shiyan's face would naturally be metaphorically swollen from shame. Seeing Ye Bai remain silent, Li Shiyan pouted in boredom. She wasn't some brainless antagonist, of course. She had deliberately provoked Ye Bai like this. Ever since she had seen Ye Bai leaving in a Mercedes S600 the other day, he had seemed particularly mysterious. Rumors were swirling around campus that he was some kind of underworld prince. Li Shiyan wondered if Ye Bai had actually gotten involved with the criminal underworld, maybe even recognized a gangster as his big brother, and the car belonged to this supposed crime boss. Thus, she intentionally taunted and humiliated him, hoping he might lose his temper and reveal something. Yet, to her surprise, he didn't utter a single word. Elsewhere at White Knight Media, Aunt Qin met Qin Yu in the conference room. Standing at less than 1.7 meters tall, Aunt Qin looked like a dwarf next to Qin Yu, a 178 centimeters goddess with legs for days. Practically a modern-day Wu Delong. Feeling the overwhelming presence of the victorious secret angel, Aunt Qin's eyes shone. Of course, it wasn't out of lust. Rather, he thought, this is perfect. A stunning, long-legged beauty like this, even if her voice didn't match her appearance, was exactly what Brother Bai liked. With her figure and looks, she was practically destined to become the big sister, i.e., the boss's woman. And Qin's mind raced. He decided to play wingman for his boss and speed up the process of securing this leggy goddess. After all, I'm his loyal wingman. Didn't Su Isha end up getting, disciplined by the boss daily? All thanks to my help? Sister Yu, our chairman is actually your biggest fan. The whole reason he founded this media company was to break into the industry, just to get closer to you and have a chance to meet you in person. When he found out you'd terminated your contract with Aotion Media, he gave me a direct order. No matter what, I had to sign you. Really? Qin Yu remained indifferent. She'd heard plenty of sweet talk before. Words like these were empty flattery. Only a fool would believe them. It's true. And Qin, afraid she wouldn't believe him, whipped out his phone to show her the call logs. Yesterday, Aotion's representative called and threatened us. They said signing you would mean going against Shuguang Tech, and they'd destroy our company. Without hesitation, our chairman told them to screw off and said, Little Yu is under my protection. No one gets to bully her. See this number? It's Aotion's reps, right? Qin Yu glanced at it. It really was them. But instead of feeling touched, her guard shot up. Was this chairman just another old pervert with designs on her? For all she knew, that half-hour call with Aotion's rep wasn't about defending her. They might have been conspiring on how to claim her. Hell, they might have even negotiated who got first dibs. As Qin Yu was lost in thought, she suddenly heard the door open behind her. And Qin immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. Brother Bai, he gestured for Qin Yu to turn around. Sister Yu, this is Chairman Yi, President Yi of White Knight Media. Qin Yu turned and froze. Qin Yu turned around to see a man walk in, dressed in a white shirt, black dress pants, and a pair of chunky leather shoes. Qin Yu was surprised. The chairman of Bai Media was nothing like what she had imagined. Far from being some middle-aged man, he was a young guy. Except his aesthetic was questionable. The outfit itself was a mix of business and trendy, which should have looked sharp, but his build was scrawny, almost frail, making the clothes hang awkwardly on his frame. To top it off, he had a mass of frizzy, bleached blonde curls that nearly covered his eyes. This didn't look like a corporate chairman at all, more like a wannabe edgelord from the internet. And yet, this was the person behind the viral sensations Wang Ziji and Little Shotzi? Qin Yu was deeply skeptical. She suddenly remembered what Anai Zong had said earlier, that the Bai chairman was a longtime fan of hers. Instantly, her guard shot up. She suspected this chairman Ye might be one of those creepy fans who slid into DMs asking to buy her lingerie. She started reconsidering signing with Bai. Working under someone like this? Who knew what kind of harassment she'd have to deal with? Damn it, Nanxiao. Why are you dressed exactly like Bai Ji? Anai Xian's small eyes widened comically. Through the conference room's glass wall, he had mistaken the outfit for Bai Ji's, only for Zhang Lingnan to walk in instead. Zhang Lingnan spun around smugly. Hey, I thought Bai Ji looked good in this. Seems popular with the ladies too, so I bought the same set. So? How do I look? Get out. Anai Xian waved him off impatiently, then forced an awkward smile at Qin Yu. Sorry about that, Sisu. That's our janitor, not the chairman. No sooner had he spoken than the conference room door opened again. Another young man walked in, wearing the exact same outfit as the edgelord, Nanxiao. The difference? This one had the body lean but muscular, perfectly filling out the clothes. Standing tall at 185 centimeters, his features were sharp and striking, exuding an effortless charm. His presence carried a rare mix of refinement and dominance. He reminded Qin Yu of a younger Louis Koo, but even more handsome, with an extra edge. Charisma practically dripped off him. What a waste, she thought. With looks like that, he should be an actor. Even with zero talent, he'd skyrocket to fame as a pretty boy idol. Then it hit her, his face seemed familiar. Not just vaguely familiar. She had fondled his abs and slapped his ass just last night. This was none other than Qin Yu's little wolf dog nephew. Ye Bai. What was he doing at Bai? Was he here to audition as a streamer too? But before she could process it, Anai Xian and the edgelord Nanxiao both bowed respectfully, greeting, Bai Ji. Their expressions carried near reverence, like devotees before their idol, or gangsters paying homage to their boss in some crime flick. Anai Xian cleared his throat and introduced, Sisu, this is Chairman Ye, the head of Bai Media. Qin Yu's brain short-circuited. Qin Yu's little wolf dog was the chairman of Bai, the rising powerhouse in media? Little Yu, pleasure to meet you, Ye Bai said with a warm smile, extending his hand. Ah, Chairman Ye, hello? Qin Yu snapped out of it and quickly shook his hand. She knew professionalism mattered in public. The disconnect was surreal. If not for his unmistakable face and name, she'd have sworn it wasn't the same person. This Ye Bai, a poised, mature CEO radiating authority. Last night's Ye Bai, a bashful college boy who blushed when she pressed his face into her cleavage.
Noticing Inu's captivated stare, Nixien smirked inwardly.
Done deal. These two will be in bed soon. Another company sister-in-law incoming. His own rank in the company would drop to fourth, but who cared? As long as the boss was happy, a little brother could handle the demotion. Bai Ji will leave you to it, Anai Xian said, dragging Zhang Lingnan out. Seeing Qin Yu still dazed, Ye Bai teased, What's wrong, Auntie Qin Yu? Don't recognize me? Just like that, the suave chairman transformed back into Qin Yu's cheeky nephew. Qin Yu exhaled in relief. Holy shit, Xiao Bai. I'd never have guessed you're Bai's chairman. She laughed, pinching his cheek and lightly pounding his firm chest. Once again, she envied Qin Yu's luck. To have such a stellar junior, handsome, capable, and into older women, right under her nose, that airhead had no idea what she was missing. If it were me, I'd have pounced long ago, Qin Yu mused wistfully. Who cares about the age gap? No blood relation, not even distant relatives, just childhood friends' kids. Ye Bai glanced at the contract on the table. So, Auntie joining Bai. Without hesitation, Qin Yu grabbed the pen and signed at the bottom. She didn't even skim the terms. Her earlier wariness had evaporated. Gone was the suspicion that Bai's chairman conspired with some Aotion rep to exploit her. Forgotten was her resolve not to sign. "Brat, auntie's yours now. Better treat me right," she cooed, softening her usual brazen tone. Honestly, her face, both alluring and spirited, had a unique charm when she pouted. "Don't worry, Aunt Qin Yu. I'm your biggest fan," Ye Bai said with a playful wink. He meant it as a tease, referring to how she'd mistaken him for an anti-fan the night before. But Qin Yu's mind drifted to what an Xian had just told her. "Our chairman is your most devoted fan. He started this media company just to break into the industry and have a chance to meet you. When the Outyin representative called to threaten us, saying they'd ruin Bai if we took you in, the chairman didn't hesitate. He told them to get lost and declared, 'No one touches my little Yu. I'll protect her no matter what.'" And Xian's words echoed in her ears, stirring an inexplicable flutter in her chest, a mix of shyness and sweetness. Her captivating eyes glistened, her gaze at Ye Bai turning almost tangible. If Qin Yu saw her like this, his jaw would hit the floor. After knowing her for years, he'd never seen her act so feminine. But more than anything, Qin Yu was moved. This brat actually likes me so much? He'd gone to such lengths for her behind the scenes, without ever asking for credit. Yesterday, her offer to reward Ye Bai had been half in jest. But now, she'd decided, tonight, she'd properly thank him. Her clothes, and other things, she'd give them all to him. Hell, she might even personally lend a hand. "Xiao Bai, don't lock your door tonight. Auntie has a little gift for you." Her eyes smoldered as she spoke. Then she lowered her head, suddenly bashful. Ye Bai wore a look of utter confusion. Huh? Aunt Qin Yu was perfectly fine earlier. How did she suddenly start acting all flustered? But he didn't take it seriously. He knew women like her all too well. Some could talk a big game, dropping suggestive remarks left and right, but the moment you actually tried to take things further, they'd suddenly play the innocent card, claiming to be proper and conservative. Women were strange creatures. Some appeared cold and distant, maintaining a dignified, untouchable aura around men, only to secretly be the most unrestrained, possibly even battle-hardened veterans behind closed doors. They've already turned a different color. Then there were those who constantly cracked dirty jokes but were actually extremely reserved in private, some even still holding on to their first kiss, never having so much as held a man's hand. Having seen his fair share of people, Ye Bai could tell at a glance that Qin Yu was the latter type. When he first saw her videos yesterday, he immediately pegged her as the same kind of streamer as Zhou Shui, except Qin Yu was several tiers above in both looks and charm, effortlessly genuine and, most importantly, clean. So, Ye Bai decided to put her on the same path as Zhou Shui. That vocational schoolgirl doesn't deserve her spot anyway, especially after getting involved with scum. Might as well leave her with no way out. He'd already set Wang Wenjing on the Li Ziki route, and he did feel a little guilty about that. Maybe I'll find a way to help Li Ziki out later. But for Zhou Shui, no remorse whatsoever. Calling Ni Xian, the operations manager, and the business director into the conference room, Ye Bai laid out his plans for Qin Yu's future. Ni Xian, ever heard of GameStorm? Ni Xian nodded. Yeah, it's a paid gaming TV channel, super popular in China. They live stream major esports tournaments. I watch it all the time. Good. I want little Yu to become a commentator for GameStorm. Thanks to his photographic memory, Ye Bai could recall every detail of his past life with perfect clarity. He knew exactly how Zhou Shui had risen to fame, starting as a girl group member in 2013, this very year. She gained traction by frequently appearing as a Dota 2 tournament commentator before blowing up. And the moment she got big, she ditched her struggling teammates in 2014 and quit the group. Little Yu, I haven't watched much of your streams. Do you even play games? Qin Yu shot him a playful glare. You little brat. As my die-hard fan, you don't even know if I game? But since he was putting on a show for his subordinates, she played along. I play MOBAs, League of Legends, Dota 2, stuff like that. Perfect. Ye Bai turned to the business director. Send her resume to GameStorm first. If they reject her, find another way. Bribe the higher-ups, throw money at them, whatever. I don't care how. Within a week, I want to see little Yu on their commentary desk. The business director nodded, already feeling the pressure. Watching Ye Bai command the room with such authority, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel giddy. So handsome, would I end up calling him Auntie Xiaoyu, like he teases me? Ugh, Qin Yu, snap out of it. You're not some lovesick fool. You barely know him. Stop overthinking. But he's my biggest fan. He stood up for me behind the scenes. He went through so much just to meet me. He's only a sophomore, yet he worked his way up to become the chairman of a top media company. And to protect me, he even crossed Dawn Tech, a company with government ties. Xiao Bai is so good to me. Despite being just a college boy, he gave her an overwhelming sense of security. Once the meeting ended, the employees dispersed to their tasks. And Xian, ever considerate, arranged a spacious private office for Qin Yu. The same treatment given to Su Isha. Since Qin Yu's future role would involve game commentary and streaming, and Xian planned to convert the space into a live broadcast studio. Then, the Land Bureau called. Several potential buyers were interested in the 3 buildings Ye Bai had listed. Returning to his office, Ye Bai got on the phone to negotiate. He had originally purchased the 3 properties for 18.5 million yuan, a slight premium over their market value of around 15 million at the time. But after the government's new policy, property values near Rainbow Bridge had skyrocketed. One buyer had already offered 10 million for a single building. Ye Bai didn't even entertain the idea. In his past life, after being fired, he'd worked at the bar inside one of those buildings. He remembered clearly. The bar owner had bought it from the landlord for 5 million, then sold it 6 months later at the market's peak for a staggering 30 million, a 6-fold return. So unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't sell any of the 3 buildings for less than 25 million each. Once these sell, I'll be halfway to billionaire status. The thought excited him. Even though his peak wealth in his past life had far exceeded this, there was a fundamental difference between ill-gotten gains and money earned legitimately. Back then, he'd had to pay off his protectors while constantly walking on thin ice. Many criminal empires had already crumbled, and he knew his time would come eventually. This time, everything's clean. What? The initial money came from gambling? Nonsense. Got proof? The money was clearly earned from trading antiques in the antique market. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped sharply. Come. At the command, Su Isha entered, her face flushed, batting her big eyes coquettishly. Chairman Yi, do you have time? Could you help me film a video? I still can't get into the right mood. Ye Bai shook his head and stood up. Is filming a video really what you want? I'd be embarrassed to call you out. You're clearly just asking for another spanking. Let's go. With a stern expression, Ye Bai led the way, guiding the bashful Su Isha, who looked like a timid newlywed, into dance studio number 3. And Xian had been watching the scene with amusement when he suddenly noticed Aunt Qin Yu in the office. Her curiosity piqued by the commotion as she prepared to step out and investigate. He jolted in alarm. Rushing over, he intercepted her. Sister Yu, about your work arrangements. There are a few points I'd like to discuss with you and get your input. Aunt Qin Yu nodded and halted her steps. And Xian was about to enter her office but then reconsidered. He had to avoid suspicion. How could he be alone with the boss's woman in an office? So, he quickly called over an operations manager and a business specialist, ushering them all into Aunt Qin Yu's office. He entered last, firmly closing the door behind him. At the same time, he pulled out his phone and sent a text to Zhang Lingnan. Close the door to dance studio number 3 immediately. From now on, no one in the company is allowed to discuss Brother Yi and Sister Isha in front of Sister Yu. Whenever Brother Yi and Sister Isha are filming, lock the door and keep Sister Yu occupied. She must not find out. As Brother Ye's most loyal subordinate, his duties weren't limited to just playing wingman. He also had to manage Brother Ye's relationships with each of his sisters, ensuring no explosive confrontations erupted. Meanwhile, In dance studio number 3, Ye Bai remained unaware of his subordinate's newfound professionalism. He was already immersed in work, diligently filming Suisha's video. Smack! After filming the video for Suisha, Ye Bai had already been off work for quite some time. They had shot 5 or 6 suggestive videos back-to-back today, and Suisha had changed outfits more than a dozen times. By the end, Suisha was completely exhausted. Panting heavily, her face flushed as if she were running a fever. Ye Bai, thanks to his sturdy constitution, didn't feel tired at all. To an outsider, it might have looked like the two had been up to something indecent in the dance studio. But in reality, they had been working diligently the whole time. Strictly professional filming. No funny business. At most, he had given Suisha a couple dozen slaps. Originally, Ye Bai had planned to take Aunt Qin Yu home with him, but she had already left. Only a few overworked grinders remained in the company. By the time Song Dongfeng dropped him off, dinner was just ready. The 4 of them gathered around the dining table. Qin Yu thought for a moment before speaking to Qin Yu. Xiao Yu, after dinner, could you tidy up the spare room for me? I'll sleep there tonight. No need to squeeze in with you anymore. She had initially planned to stay at Qin Yu's place for just a few days before moving out. But now that Ye Bai was living here, she couldn't bear the thought of leaving. Huh? But I wanted to cuddle with you a few more nights? Qin Yu pouted, looking genuinely disappointed. We're both used to sleeping alone. Sharing a bed just makes us restless. Let's just forget it, Qin Yu replied. She was secretly planning to sneak into Ye Bai's room late at night to give him a few special gifts. If she were still sharing a bed with Qin Yu, that wouldn't be possible. At the thought, Qin Yu shot an embarrassed glance at Ye Bai. Even though fans constantly begged for those gifts in DMs, some even offering hefty sums, she had always refused. Now, the mere idea of giving something like that to Ye Bai made her bashful, despite her normally bold personality. Fine, then I'll sleep alone tonight. Qin Yu sighed exaggeratedly. Despite her pout, her eyes sparkled unabashedly with excitement. She stole a discreet glance at Ye Bai, her gaze tender. Last night had been the first time since forever that she hadn't been able to sneak kisses and cuddles with that brat. She already missed it. Tonight, with Qin Yu sleeping separately, she'd finally have a chance to get clingy again. Ye Bai felt a sudden foreboding. His silent understanding with Qin Yu had deepened lately. One look was enough for him to guess precisely what she was plotting. But why was Aunt Qin Yu's expression nearly identical? Those suggestive eyes held the same mischief as Qin Yu's. Was Aunt Qin Yu serious earlier at the company? Were her instructions for me to leave my door unlocked literal? She really intends to come give a gift? Ye Bai kept his head down, focused solely on devouring his meal without a word. Li Shiyan frowned, glancing left and right across the table. Something felt off about both her mom and Aunt Qin Yu, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly. After dinner, Li Shiyan took a shower and retreated to her room first. The remaining 3 exchanged tacit glances and dispersed to their respective rooms without a sound. Soon midnight arrived. The world fell silent, bathed in silver moonlight. Creak. Qin Yu's door opened. Wearing a lace nightgown, she crouched low, her plump rear swaying slightly as she tiptoed out stealthily. Creak. Qin Yu's door also opened. Her lace robe clung to her Victoria's Secret model curves, her legs impossibly long and dazzling. Clutched in her hands were a few little garments. The 2 women froze mid-step, locking eyes in mutual shock. "What are you doing?" they demanded in eerie unison. "My stomach hurts," Qin Yu blurted. "Needed the bathroom. Just wash these," Qin Yu countered, lifting the clothes slightly. "Needed to hang them." Simultaneously, suspicion flickered across their faces. "Your bathroom has a sink, doesn't it?" Qin Yu narrowed her eyes. "Your room has a bathroom," Qin Yu shot back. "Why come out here?" Qin Yu's eyes darted. She scurried to the storage cabinet and grabbed a tissue pack. "Ran out of toilet paper." Qin Yu nodded smoothly. "I needed laundry soap. The bathroom might have some." She ducked into the shared bathroom and emerged holding hand soap instead. Standing at their respective doorways, both women smiled serenely, exchanged polite goodnights, and retreated, only to slump against their doors the moment they closed, exhaling in relief. Thank God I'm quick-witted. Almost got caught. Nice save. My reflexes are flawless. Each patted herself on the back mentally for the flawless cover-up. Yet soon unease crept in. Something wasn't right, but neither could place what. Minutes later, creak. Sinyu's door opened first. She lingered, scanning for movement in the hallway before cautiously stepping toward Ye Bai's room. Creak. Qin Yu's door swung open behind her. Startled, Sinyu whirled around to find Qin Yu gaping at her. Xiao Yu/Sinyu, why aren't you asleep? Their voices overlapped again. Sinyu lifted dry lingerie. Hunting for hangers. Qin Yu rubbed her stomach. Need hot water, stomachache. They nodded stiffly, fetched their props, and retreated once more. Another 10 minutes passed. This time, twin creaks echoed simultaneously. The two women reappeared, and immediately broke into cold sweats upon spotting each other. Oh no, did Sinyu figure out my thing with Ye Bai? Is she setting me up? Getting caught would doom me. Shit, did Qin Yu see through me? Is she trying to expose me? How humiliating. Though usually scatterbrained, Qin Yu's mind raced with uncharacteristic clarity. She conjured a pitiful smile. Sinyu, I changed my mind. I want to cuddle with you tonight. Me too. Maybe we should chat a bit before bed. Sinyu agreed instantly with feigned cheer. Let's share your room? They chorused a third time. Arm in arm, they marched back to Qin Yu's bedroom, both wearing brilliantly fake smiles. What truly went through their minds remained a mystery. Ye Bai had witnessed everything unfold through his clairvoyance. Every lie, every motive. A tidal wave of exasperation threatened to spill out, but words failed him. Qin Yu and Sinyu. These two really deserved their matching name, bestie status. At this point, he was tempted to fling his door open and yell, "Hey, since you're such close friends, why not just both come in? 3 people in one room, perfect for cards. Or hey, drag Li Shiyan into this mess and make it a full mahjong table." No matter which ante came, Ye Bai was fine with it. If both came together, that was even better. But if neither showed up, Xiao Bai would be unhappy. However, seeing the two of them whispering to each other before going to bed, it seemed no one would be coming tonight. Just as Ye Bai was about to sleep, his phone rang. He picked it up, puzzled. What was Song Dongfeng calling about in the middle of the night? "Bai Ji, we've got a situation." Luo Yang sent a message saying Hey Wazi is planning to move against you. He's gonna strike tomorrow. Song Dongfeng's voice was grave. What's going on? Ye Bai sat up. Back at Shuezi's place, he had clearly heard Xiao Hongyu's plan, to deal with Chun Sini first before coming after him. But with Chun Sini's piano competition still a month away, was Xiao Hongyu so impatient that he'd target Ye Bai first? Didn't he fear alerting the enemy? Song Dongfeng explained. Luo Yang said Xiao Hongyu held a meeting tonight with his inner circle. Since Luo Yang was once Fat Cat's right-hand man, Heiwazi has taken a liking to him. Apparently, Heiwazi has some weird obsession with anything that belonged to Fat Cat. Not only is he taking care of Cat Sister, but he's also extra nice to anyone who used to work under Fat Cat. Ye Bai cut him off impatiently. Get to the point. I'm not interested in gossip. Right. Song Dongfeng quickly relayed the details. Ye Bai listened calmly, his expression unchanging. Got it. Stay out of this. Song Dongfeng panicked. But Bai Ji, Heiwazi is planning to kill you tomorrow. We can't just wait for it to happen. We should strike first. Ye Bai replied coolly. Did you forget what happened with Xiao Mao? Are you disobeying orders again? I told you to stay out of it. I have my own plans. Hearing this, Song Dongfeng immediately relaxed and chuckled. He couldn't say much over the phone, but he knew one thing. When Bai Ji spoke like this, Heiwazi was already a dead man. Just like that dead cat, gone without a trace. After hanging up, Ye Bai pulled up the surveillance footage. The hidden camera had recorded everything clearly. Half an hour earlier, Jusho Villa, conference room. Xiao Hongyu sat at the head of the table, flanked by his 3 top enforcers, He Wazi, Nyo Tu, and Lu Sanji, along with other key members. Xiao Hongyu first relayed instructions from their esteemed patron before turning to He Wazi. For now, leave Ye Bai alone. I've looked into his background. He's Chun Jingbin's white glove. He Wazi's eyes lit up. If they weren't investigating anymore, didn't that mean they could just kill Ye Bai outright? Eagerly, he volunteered. Boss, tomorrow I'll go to Taojiang University. Drag that little bastard Ye Bai out. Torture him good. Then dump him in the river. In his mind, a seasoned gangster like him dealing with a college student was overkill. Like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. He didn't take Ye Bai seriously at all. Wait until after we deal with Chun Jingbin's daughter. Then you can send him down to keep Fat Cat company. Xiao Hongyu waved him off. But He Wazi wasn't willing to wait. Anything that belonged to Fat Cat he wanted. Any unfinished business of Fat Cat's he was eager to complete. Still, Xiao Hongyu's word was law, and He Wazi didn't dare openly defy him. But He Wazi was clever. He knew his boss's vengeful nature. A thought struck him. Boss, those 3 buildings Ye Bai snatched from us? Based on the current market, their value might not be the 60 million we initially estimated. There's a good chance they'll skyrocket to over 90 million. Xiao Hongyu's eyes bulged. You're not joking. It's true. The government's new policy just dropped. Over at Rainbow Bridge, even 5-story buildings are selling for over 10 million each, and prices are still climbing fast. He Wazi had meant to provoke Xiao Hongyu's anger with an exaggerated claim, but by sheer luck, he'd guessed right. Xiao Hongyu's face twisted with fury.
Dam Ye Bai.
That was 90 million. Rounded up, and it was practically 100 million. Whether property prices would keep rising didn't matter. His blood pressure sure had. Tomorrow, grab that son of a bitch and take him to Jiangxin Island. I'll send him off myself. Understood. He Wazi grinned savagely, thrilled. Luo Yang, now He Wazi's favored underling, sat behind him, watching everything unfold. Though he had already switched sides, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. It's over. His new boss was in a hurry to die. First, he slept with Cat Brother's woman. Now, he was rushing to join Cat Brother in the afterlife. In Luo Yang's eyes, He Wazi was already a dead man walking. What kind of fool tries to mess with Bai Ji? Does he not know how to write the character for death? After the meeting, Luo Yang excused himself to the bathroom, locked himself in a stall, and texted Song Dongfeng everything that had happened. Once the message was sent, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, feeling a bit like Chun Yongren from Infernal Affairs. 3 days, then another 3 days, then another. It's been almost 10 days. Bai Ji, when can I come back to the team? Sticking with these idiots was a dead end. Originally, Ye Bai had planned to let Chun Jingbin handle it, see if he could dismantle Xiao Hongyu's entire operation, with executions for those who deserved it and prison for the rest. But since He Wazi was in such a hurry to die, Ye Bai didn't mind doing society a favor by sending this bastard down to meet Fat Cat. Let him regale Fat Cat with tales of how catsis tasted. Ye Bai inserted an unregistered SIM card into his phone and texted Luo Yang. Feel like hot pot? Where's Blackie now? The first sentence was their old code, a jab at Luo Yang's past missteps. On the other end, Luo Yang froze, then shuddered in realization. The legendary brother Bai really is making his move again. The old landlord of the Liang Weiyuan bar building. Guy fled to dodge debts, but Blackie's men tracked him and his son down in the countryside, dragged them back to the landlord's place. Blackie's headed there now. Says since Fat Cat couldn't collect, he'll reclaim what's owed. Ye Bai was speechless. He'd given the IOU back to the old man and even left a note warning him to flee. How'd he get caught? And the Liang Weiyuan building was his property. Yet Blackie dared to throw his weight around there? Looks like heavens decided he won't live past tonight. Ye Bai hailed a cab to Rainbow Bridge, ducked into an internet cafe, and activated his invisibility in the restroom. He then hurried to the bridge. With X-ray vision and super eagle eyes engaged, he scanned the scene. On the 4th floor of Liang Weiyuan bar, the old man knelt, face bruised with crimson handprints, blood trickling from his lips. His useless son writhed on the ground, howling in agony, clutching his wrist. 3 severed fingers scattered nearby in a pool of gore. Blackie loomed over them, lips twisted in a grotesque grin, and kicked the old man flat on his back. Then he unbuckled his pants and pissed on him. "You rotting corpse! My brother Fat Cat's dead, and not only do you skip out on his debt, you ran? Where's your fucking conscience, huh? Ha!" The old man was drenched in the foul-smelling urine but didn't dare resist in the slightest. Trembling, he pleaded, "We paid back the money. We really did. Brother Cat even gave us the IOU back. Please, just let us go." "Paid it back? Then where's the money?" Blackie turned to his lackeys. "Did you see any money? Did you embezzle it?" One of the lackeys quickly replied, "Blackie, if this old bastard had paid up, why would he be running away? Yeah, if you really paid, why run? Looks to me like you never did. I took over all of Brother Cat's assets. No bank transfers from you. No piles of cash lying around." Blackie finally finished pissing, shuddered with relief, and let out a long, satisfied sigh. He waved his hand. "Your turn, boys. Share the love. Don't forget his son." The lackeys immediately split into 2 groups, dropping their pants and urinating on the old man and the slightly overweight man. The old man shielded his face but didn't resist. He knew fighting back would only make things worse with these animals. "Just lost a few fingers and you're screaming like a slaughtered pig. Here, let me disinfect it for you. Don't move. If you so much as twitch, I'll chop off the rest of your fingers, one by one." The overweight man had been about to roll away but froze at the threat, clutching his mutilated hand and whimpering in pain. When they were done, the old man wiped his face and said, "We really did pay Brother Cat back. If we hadn't, why would he give us the IOU? If you want us to pay again, fine. Just show us the IOU and we'll pay." "I get it now." Blackie smacked his palm, feigning sudden realization. "You old bastard stole the IOU. No wonder I couldn't find it. I even checked inside Cat's wife's." The lackeys exchanged glances and snickered lewdly. They were Blackie's most trusted men and well aware of their boss's particular tastes. "You want an IOU? I've got plenty." Blackie gestured, and one lackey immediately pulled out a loan agreement from a bag. He walked over to the overweight man, held his breath, and grimaced as he lifted the man's mangled hand to press a bloody fingerprint onto the paper. No ink needed. "Damn, whose piss is this rank? Second brother, was it you? Quit visiting those hookers, you reek." The lackey cursed. The group burst into laughter. Blackie grinned. "See? Now we've got an IOU. So, old man, when are you paying up? We didn't sign that willingly. We won't acknowledge it." "Good. You've got some spine, old man." Blackie's face darkened. He waved his hand. "Cut off his son's dick. Let's make sure this old bastard's line ends here." One lackey chimed in, "Blackie, he can't have more sons. But he's already got a granddaughter. His son was married, had a daughter. After the divorce, the ex-wife took the kid to the city." "God damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Blackie's eyes lit up. "Go to the city, grab the granddaughter. If they don't pay, we'll rape her right in front of him." The old man, who had stayed passive the whole time, suddenly lunged at Blackie, eyes bloodshot. "You animals! Don't you dare! I'll kill you!" Bam! Blackie lashed out with a lightning-fast kick, sending the old man flipping through the air before crashing to the ground, blood foaming at his mouth. "Damn, Blackie! I'll never be able to kick like that," a lackey fawned. "Of course you can't. Blackie was a star striker back in the day, golden right foot. If he hadn't retired, the national team would have made it to the World Cup." Blackie ignored the flattery, shaking urine off his foot in disgust. "You dare lay hands on me? Throw this old bastard off the building." A few minutes earlier, Rainbow Bridge. Ye Bai, invisible, had seen enough. In his past life, he'd built his empire on gambling dens and loan sharking. Sure, he and his men were ruthless, but never to ordinary people. If a debt couldn't be collected, they'd use soft tactics, like having lackeys camp out in the debtor's home, eating and sleeping there. What Blackie was doing. Pure inhumanity. Ye Bai slipped into a blind spot, pulled out his phone, and texted Luo Yang. Call Blackie. Tell him you just spotted the river dragon who won 8 million at the casino last month. Just as Blackie gave the order, his phone rang. Luo Yang. He'd left him in charge of the casino. If he was calling, something must have happened. Blackie signaled his men to wait and answered. Luo Yang's frantic voice crackled through. Blackie, the river dragon. The one who cleaned us out. He's here. You sure? Blackie's gaze sharpened. Positive. How many with him? Just 2 lackeys. They just went into the bathroom. I'm watching the door. Keep eyes on them. I'm coming back. Blackie hung up and barked orders. Back to Jade Villa. Call all our brothers, full mobilization. Break out the heavy gear. The group abandoned the old man and his son, rushing downstairs. The last lackey turned and shouted, Get the money ready. If you don't pay, your granddaughter's getting married. To us. After the crowd left, the old man remained silent for a long moment before bursting into loud sobs.
Asin.
A curse upon me. Jingjing, your grandfather has failed you. He wept and beat the floor with his hands. Originally, he had thought of ending his own life. But now that those people had set their sights on his only granddaughter, how could he bear to abandon her? After a while, the old man suddenly seemed to remember something and hastily kowtowed repeatedly toward the coffee table in the living room. Heavens above! Open your eyes and see us. Smite down these damned beasts. The Gathering Splendor Villa was on the other side of the Peach River. Starting from Rainbow Bridge, then crossing Riverside Island and the Riverside Island Bridge, one would arrive at the Embroidery Screen District, where the villa was located. Hiwazi got into a Land Cruiser, and the vehicle sped across Rainbow Bridge at full speed. Along the way, the group made continuous calls, urging their brothers to return to the mountain. Something big was about to happen. The night was dark and quiet, and very few cars were on Rainbow Bridge. The Land Cruiser raced ahead, and by the time it reached the center of the bridge, there wasn't another vehicle in sight. Whoosh! The world suddenly came to a standstill. Time itself seemed to freeze. Then the Land Cruiser's door swung open. The driver had been motionless, but abruptly, an invisible force seemed to grip his arm, twisting it forcefully. The steering wheel slowly turned all the way to the left. The tires followed suit. Logically, in a world where time was frozen, everything should be immovable, no object could be used or damaged. But the master who controlled time could manipulate everything in this world at will. Within the domain of frozen time, he was a god. The steering wheel was cranked to full lock, and the accelerator was floored. Suddenly, the driver's elbow caved inward as if struck by an invisible force, right at the pressure point where the ulnar nerve runs. First his left arm, then his right. A baseball bat materialized midair and slammed into Heiwazi's temple. Then the car door shut again with a thud. Whoosh! The world snapped back to normal. Fuck! The driver yelled, his arms completely numb from what felt like nerve strikes, rendering them useless. But what terrified him more came next. Somehow, he'd yanked the steering wheel hard left without realizing it. The front tires spun violently at the extreme angle, overloading the suspension with lateral force. The impact exceeded the system's limits, the axle snapped. Tires burst. God damn it, Lao Air. What the hell are you doing? The passenger grabbed the handbrake, but it was too late. The Land Cruiser lurched sideways and flipped. Heiwazi Ge! A lackey in the back turned just in time to see Heiwazi slumped unconscious, blood oozing from his left temple. Then the SUV smashed through the guardrail and plunged into Taohua River. Luckily, the windows had shattered during the rollover. The lackeys kicked out the broken glass and scrambled free, all except one. Heiwazi remained unconscious, trapped by a jammed seatbelt. As water gushed in and the SUV sank, the lackey gritted his teeth, abandoned his boss, and fled. Icy river water jolted Heiwazi awake, his skull splitting with pain. Blinking, he cursed under his breath at the overturned wreck and clawed at the stuck seatbelt. No use. He pulled a dagger from his pocket, sliced the belt, and barely wriggled out before the land cruiser disappeared into the depths. Ahead, his lackeys were dog-paddling frantically to shore. Heiwazi swore at their disloyalty and followed. On the bank, he backhanded the lackey who'd sat beside him earlier. "You fucking left me to die." The lackey whimpered. "Go!" The belt wouldn't budge. "I was gonna get a knife from the others to cut you free. But then you—" Heiwazi dismissed him with a glare, adding the betrayal to his mental ledger. "Where's Lao Air?" he demanded, scanning the group. "The driver." One lackey shook his head. "Didn't see him surface. Probably gone." Heiwazi frowned. Now that he thought about it, he'd glimpsed someone still in the driver's seat during his escape, but survival came first. Hypocrisy checked, he dropped it. Mark the spot. Tomorrow, fish Lao Air out. How the crash happened. A mystery now with the driver dead. Rainbow Bridge. Ye Bai frowned. Heiwazi's that resilient? Took a skull hit and still swam ashore. In his past life, during the final showdown with Xiao Hongyu, Song Dongfeng had kicked Heiwazi 5 meters like a ragdoll. The guy seemed weak, yet here he was shrugging off a knockout blow. Underestimated Dongzi's skills. Was he holding back when we sparred? Ye Bai shook his head. A miscalculation. He'd chosen this spot to avoid civilian casualties, only for it to spare Heiwazi. No matter. Fate had marked Heiwazi to join Fat Cat in the underworld tonight. Escape one trap, face the next. Dripping wet, Heiwazi and his lackeys flagged a taxi to Shopping Mountain. The driver looked honest. Good men lived long, so the ride passed without incident. At the underground casino in Jusho Villa, a rowdy crowd of underlings had gathered outside. Heiwazi roared, "You're here for business, not a fucking parade. Want to tip off our targets." Silence fell. A lackey pointed at Luo Yang, fuming. "Go! This idiot. Wait, why are you all soaked?" Luo Yang's heart sank seeing Heiwazi alive. Forcing a smile, he said, "Go! I misidentified the guy. Not the river-crossing dragon from that night. Wasted everyone's time." Heiwazi gaped, then slapped Luo Yang and unleashed a flurry of kicks. "Worthless trash. How do you fuck that up? Fuck your ancestors. You nearly got me killed." By the end, Luo Yang's face was pulp, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. He didn't resist. "I ought to waste you right now." Heiwazi spat, storming upstairs after dismissing the group. Luo Yang wiped his nose, despairing. "Yiji, you've screwed me. Why didn't you finish him on the road?" The state of Heiwazi's crew made it clear. Something had gone down during the trip. Yet he actually came back alive. At this moment, Luo Yang began to doubt Ye Bai's abilities just a little. Was Brother Cat's death really just a coincidence? Heiwazi returned to room 888 and stripped off his soaked clothes. "Brother Hei, what happened? How'd you end up like this?" Sister Cat hurried over. Heiwazi didn't answer. His eyes lingered on Sister Cat, who still retained her charm. Licking his lips, he suddenly swept her up in his arms. 2.5 minutes later, Heiwazi filled the bathtub with water and sank into it, soaking comfortably. "Damn, this feels amazing." So this was how old Cat lived. Like a king. He found a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly before closing his eyes in satisfaction. He didn't see the hairdryer on the shelf suddenly float up, its plug sliding into the socket. Then, it drifted silently over the bathtub. "Wait!" Heiwazi frowned, muttering to himself. Luo Yang used to work under Old Cat. That night when Crossing the River Dragon showed up, he wasn't even at the casino. So why did he claim he saw him? He doesn't even know what the guy looks like. That bastard's hiding something. He's the mole. A chill ran down Heiwazi's spine. His eyes snapped open, just in time to hear a plop. Looking down, he saw the hairdryer had fallen into the water. White smoke billowed from it as sparks crackled across the surface of the tub, accompanied by a sharp, sizzling noise. Heiwazi barely had time to scream before his body stiffened and collapsed into the water. Hearing the commotion, Sister Cat rushed in naked, only to find Heiwazi already smoking, his skin charred black in patches. The bathroom reeked of roasted meat. Too terrified to unplug the hairdryer or even think of cutting the power, Sister Cat shrieked and stumbled out the door. The underlings came running at the noise, but they weren't shocked by Ye Bai's state. Instead, their jaws dropped at the sight of the naked Sister Cat. One thick-headed lackey quickly grabbed a towel to cover her, earning himself furious glares and a stealthy kick from the others. When the men finally entered the bathroom and saw Ye Bai's gruesome condition, they cut the power and hauled him out. But Ye Bai was already cold, ready for his funeral banquet. In the crowd, Luo Yang slapped himself hard, thinking, "Brother Bai, you're my god, my absolute god. How dare I ever doubt you?" Someone grabbed his hand, consoling him. "Brother Yang, don't blame yourself. Brother He was fated for this."
Luo Yang.
Seeing Luo Yang slap himself hard across the face, his underlings were deeply moved by his loyalty. Although Yang Ji had only been following Black Waji for a few days, his devotion seemed absolute and unwavering. Heartbroken by Black Waji's sudden death, Yang Ji blamed himself so fiercely that he had slapped his own face until it was swollen, his eyes even reddening with grief. Truly, Yang Ji was a worthy brother to Black Waji, living up to the trust placed in him. In their line of work, few still valued brotherhood and loyalty so highly. "Yeah, Yang Ji, it wasn't your fault. Black Waji just had bad luck. Who could have guessed he'd electrocute himself taking a bath? Yang Ji, don't beat yourself up over it. The priority now is giving Black Waji a proper farewell. And Katsaw, we gotta take care of Katsaw too." "What Katsaw? You idiot, she's Black Wasaw now." "Nah, you're both wrong. She's Yangsaw now. Yang Ji, with Black Waji gone, you gotta step up and look after her." Luo Yang's toes curled in discomfort. Black Waji's death had been partly his doing, so how had he ended up being hailed as the most loyal subordinate? But his undercover career, lasting several days, had honed his acting skills. Luo Yang wiped his damp eyes, his face a picture of grief. "Contact Boss Xiao. Ask him to come right away. Call the funeral home, we're giving Black Waji a lavish send-off. Get him a golden Nanmu coffin." A hesitant underling raised his hand. "Yang Ji, a golden Nanmu coffin. That'll cost millions."
Luo Yang fell silent.
A quicker-thinking subordinate jumped in. "Yang Ji, golden Nanmu isn't great for damp or pests. Maybe we should pick something else." "Fine, you handle it. Just make sure it's grand. And burn a few paper beauties for him in the afterlife." Black was direct subordinates arrived, their faces grim. They dispersed the crowd first, then isolated Katsaw and the first responders for interrogation. Everyone's story matched. No outsiders at the scene. Black Waji had died by accident. Katsaw tearfully swore on her ancestors. No strangers had entered. Before his death, only the two of them had been in the room. Black was men checked the hallway footage. No sign of a third person. Soon, Xiao Yu arrived, his expression like someone had died. Again. In less than a month, 2 of his 4 top lieutenants had met sudden, accidental deaths. A paranoid man by nature, he refused to believe this was mere coincidence. After hearing Black Wa's men's report, he cleared the room, except for one trusted aide, practically his brother in loyalty. Xiao Yu signaled, and the aide pulled up a hidden camera feed, installed after Fat Cat's suspicious death. The footage showed Black Wa and Katsaw in an intimate moment. Xiao Yu scowled. "That bastard. I told him to watch over Lao Mao's widow, not sleep with her. No honor left these days." 2.5 minutes later, Black Wa went to the bathroom while Katsaw lay dissatisfied on her phone. Then sparks from the bathroom. Katsaw screamed, ran out, and the men rushed in. No third person. "Boss, looks like it really was an accident," the aide sighed. Xiao Yu's gut still screamed foul play, but the evidence was airtight. Unless someone could turn invisible, enter unnoticed, kill Black Wa, then slip out with Katsaw. But that was impossible. The aide fast-forwarded through days of footage. Black Wa always alone, then with Katsaw, then her alone afterward. While the aide enjoyed the view, Xiao Yu's homosexuality made it pure discomfort. After rechecking the scene, Xiao Hongyu reluctantly accepted the accident verdict. He addressed the crowd. Blackwa's death was accidental. The hairdryer was plugged in on the shelf, fell into the tub while he was bathing. Electrocution. Take him to the funeral home, notify his family, and give him the grandest send-off. Also, gather all senior members. Meeting tomorrow morning. Luo Yang had been nervous when Xiao Hongyu investigated, fearing exposure either for Blackwa's death or Fat Cat's. He'd stayed at the back, ready to bolt if needed. Judging by Xiao Hongyu's reaction, it seemed certain now. Just like Cat Brother's death, nothing could be traced. Luo Yang's reverence for Brother Bai surged like an endless torrential river. What is a god? Brother Bai is the god, the eternal god. If Brother Bai decrees your death by midnight, dawn won't spare you. Fat Cat had dared to cross Brother Bai, then overdosed on XX and kicked the bucket. Now Heiwazi tried to mess with him and got electrocuted. And both deaths? Pure accidents. Not a single clue left behind. This was the work of a deity. Luo Yang shuddered with relief. Thank God he'd wisely switched sides and pledged loyalty to Brother Bai. Otherwise, he'd have ended up just as cold. Brother Bai, I'm yours for life. Heiwazi's body was rushed to the morgue overnight. News of his bathtub electrocution spread like wildfire. The entire underworld was rattled. Xiao Hongyu was a veteran heavyweight in Taojiang City. His 4 guardians were legendary. Yet in less than a month, 2 of them had died in freak accidents. Something was foul. Rumors swirled. Had he provoked some untouchable figure? Someone powerful enough to wipe out his lieutenants as a warning? If he kept pushing his luck, he'd be next. Others joked darkly. Heard that absurd gossip about a mafia prince ruling Taojiang's underworld? Maybe old Xiao pissed him off. No one took it seriously. Bullshit. Keyboard warriors on forums spin fairy tales, but we're seasoned players. You expect us to believe some underground emperor? Probably just a wannabe school thug puffing himself up. One look at real gangsters, and he'd piss his pants. Early the next morning. Jushio Villa, top floor conference room. The core members of Xiao Hongyu's organization had all gathered here. A sea of people filling the space. Xiao Hongyu and the last 2 remaining for guardians hadn't arrived yet. So the brothers were chattering about the events of the previous night. Honestly, I think there's something wrong with room 888. Something unclean. TSK, now that you mention it, Brother Cat and Brother Blackie both died in there under weird circumstances. That room's definitely cursed. Yeah, there's no way it's just coincidence. But since there's no evidence of foul play, it's gotta be some kind of unspeakable supernatural force at work. A guy with dyed blonde hair stroked his chin thoughtfully. What if we look at it differently? Maybe the problem isn't room 888, maybe it's Cat's wife. Not that she killed them or anything, but maybe there's something unlucky about her. Holy shit, now that you say it, both Brother Cat and Brother Blackie died on top of her. Her pussy's poisonous? Maybe someone put a curse on her. Anyone who goes in there ends up dead. Brother Yang, you hear that? Better keep it in your pants. Don't sleep with Cat's wife, or you'll follow in their footsteps. Luo Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe how wild the theories were getting. If he hadn't been personally involved in the deaths of both his dear brothers, he might have actually believed them. Soon, Xiao Hongyu arrived, flanked by the 2 remaining guardians, Oxhead and Three-Fingered Lu. The room fell silent as everyone waited for the boss to speak. Xiao Hongyu first addressed some routine matters, then paid his respects to the 2 fallen guardians. Finally, he moved on to the business operations previously managed by Blackie. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Ambitious men's eyes gleamed with greed. Oxhead and Three-Fingered Lu subtly squared off against each other. Everyone wanted a piece of this lucrative pie. Xiao Hongyu narrowed his eyes, scanning the room. A month ago, the organization's operations had been divided among 4 leaders. Oxhead handled entertainment, bars, karaoke clubs, bathhouses. Three-Fingered Lu managed real estate ventures. Blackie oversaw the underground casinos. Fat Cat had been in charge of loan sharking and luring wealthy targets into the casinos to be fleeced. After Fat Cat's death, Blackie had taken over all his responsibilities, including Cat's wife. Now that Blackie was gone, someone new had to step up. Oxhead spoke first, gesturing to a burly, honest-looking subordinate beside him. "Boss, let Wooin take over for Brother Blackie. He's been with us for over a decade, knows the business inside out. He's more than capable of running the casinos and handling the loans." Three-fingered Lou snorted and signaled for his own subordinate, a sharp-faced, wiry man, to stand. "Boss Ian Hao here has a degree in finance. He hasn't been with us as long, but he's loyal. Remember 2 years ago when we got ambushed? He's the one who carried you to safety." Neither man backed down, and soon they were arguing openly. Xiao Hongyu remained silent. Leading an organization like this was no different from being an emperor. Balance had to be maintained. Handing Blackie's operations to either Oxhead or Three-Fingered Lou was out of the question. If he did, within a few years, he might find himself forced out of power. As for who should take over, he'd spent all night deliberating, and he'd made his decision. Xiao Hongyu stood and motioned to Luo Yang. "Yang, come up here." "Huh." Luo Yang froze, a sinking feeling in his gut. But he had no choice, he forced himself forward. Xiao Hongyu gripped Luo Yang's shoulder and spoke gravely. "Yang, Fat Cat trusted you. Blackie relied on you. That tells me you've got what it takes. All these years, I've seen your dedication." Luo Yang was speechless. "Boss, I've only been in the organization for 2.5 years. I was just a low-level informant under Fat Cat. I can play basketball, sure, but I'm not cut out to be a leader." Xiao Hongyu locked eyes with him. "So from now on, you're taking over Blackie and Fat Cat's operations. Can you handle that?" Luo Yang felt like he was being forced into a corner. He wanted to say no, but the look in Xiao Hongyu's eyes told him refusal would cost him a broken leg. Swallowing hard, Luo Yang straightened up under the glares of Oxhead and Three-Fingered Lou and bellowed with all his might. "I'll go through fire and water for you, Brother Xiao." "Good." Xiao Hongyu nodded in satisfaction, raising Luo Yang's arm and addressing the room. "From today onward, there are no four guardians, only the 3 kings. Everyone, stand and congratulate Yang on his promotion." At his command, the entire room rose to their feet. Thunderous applause filled the air. As Luo Yang looked at the sea of sincere, congratulatory faces, he didn't feel pride, only a deep, creeping despair. 3 days, then another 3 days, then another. It's been almost half a month. "Brother Bai, I'm a leader now. When can I go back to the force? Sticking with these guys is a dead end, and the higher I climb, the more eyes are on me. I'm scared shitless, Brother Bai." As the applause died down, Xiao Hongyu patted Luo Yang's arm. "Yang, get up to speed on Blackie's unfinished business. And that student, Ye Bai, find him, drag him to Jiangxin Island. I'll send him off myself." At the mention of the intercepted 90 million, Xiao Hongyu's voice turned venomous.
Luo Yang.
"Big bro, do you really have to hold a grudge like this? Why are you so fixated on Baigu? Do you even know what kind of existence he is? How dare you provoke him? Even me, one of your 3 heavenly kings, am just a dog planted within the group, one of his pawns." As he stared at Xiao Hongyu, seated imposingly in the leader's chair, radiating authority and dominance, Luo Yang felt like he was looking at a corpse. "Oh, right. Take care of Lao Mao's wife. And as for Lao Mao's assets, along with Hei Weizi's, make sure she gets her fair share. Not a single penny less," Xiao Hongyu casually instructed.
Luo Yang nodded.
After the meeting concluded, he made his way to room 888. Hesitating for a moment outside the door, he finally pushed it open and stepped inside. Sister Mao was draped only in a bath towel, most of her body exposed. She sat blankly on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Luo Yang had to admit, he admired this woman. Even though the room had been cleaned up, 2 people had died here in quick succession. Yet she stayed, unshaken by the bad luck or fear. He walked over to the bedside and tried to comfort her. Sister Mao, try to stay strong. Cat brother? And hey Wazy, they wouldn't want you to grieve like this down there. Sister Mao glanced up at Luo Yang but said nothing. They're assets by rights, you're entitled to a share. Before Luo Yang could finish, Sister Mao suddenly rose from the bed, knelt before him and reached for his belt. At that moment, Luo Yang hesitated. Truth be told, Sister Mao was undeniably attractive. The temptation to experience what it was like to be a boss, to take what belonged to his superiors, flashed through his mind. But then he remembered the rumors among his underlings about how she was toxic. Even though he knew the truth of the matter, the thought still unsettled him. He quickly grabbed her hands to stop her. Sister Mao, you can't do this. You were the woman of my two brothers. In our world, we follow the code of the underworld. A brother's wife is untouchable. He pushed her away, stumbling back a few steps. Don't worry, Sister Mao. I'll do everything I can to secure your share of the inheritances. You won't lose even a single penny. Too afraid to look at her any longer, lest he give in to temptation, Luo Yang hurried out the door. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongyu watched the surveillance feed on his phone with a satisfied nod. Good. Big bro didn't misjudge you. A truly loyal brother, upholding righteousness. With a hidden dragon like you in our ranks, how could our organization not prosper? While Luo Yang was busy taking over Hey Wazy and Fat Cat's operations, while also quietly playing double agent, slipping information to Song Dongfeng, Ye Bai had also been working tirelessly all day at the company. Wang Ziki and Xiao Shatzi, there was no need to elaborate. They were still exploding in popularity online, especially Wang Ziki, whose momentum showed no signs of slowing. Every new video she posted was an instant hit. Then there were the Western-style thick-thighed Xiao Momo and dance student Zhang Yusin. Though not quite on the same level, their popularity was steadily rising. As for arranging for Aunt Qin Yu to provide commentary on esports events for GameStorm, that had also been settled. Initially, the organizers hadn't been impressed. Her high-energy streaming style was deemed too jarring for live commentary. But the operations director Ye Bai had poached really had some tricks up his sleeve. He flew overnight to GameStorm headquarters and treated the mid-to-senior executives to a full night of massages, foot baths, and karaoke. With that full-service experience, the deal was sealed. It was already late, far past dinner time, by the time Ye Bai finally made it home. But the moment he opened the door, he froze in shock. A masterpiece of a scene unfolded before him. Aunt Qin Yu and Aunt Qin Yu were each on their own yoga mats, deep in their yoga routines. Qin Yu sat with her back to the door, her round, plump rear, like a little millstone, threatening to swallow the yoga mat whole. Qin Yu faced sideways, performing a cat stretch. Her Victoria's Secret model-esque figure was accentuated by the tight yoga pants, her long legs dazzling under the light. Ye Bai stood there, stunned. Was there any sight more perfect in the world? The two aunties turned their heads simultaneously at the sound of the door opening. Upon seeing Ye Bai, their beautiful eyes lit up with joy. Xiao Bai is back. Nephew, you're off work already? They spoke at the same time, though their words differed. Qin Yu, hearing Xian Yu's remark, immediately raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Off work? What work? Did Xiao Bai take on a part-time job? Only then did Xian Yu realize she had slipped up. She quickly shot Ye Bai a silent look, asking whether she should reveal that he had started his own company. Ye Bai didn't quite catch her lip movements. After all, he wasn't yet familiar with the shape of her lips, but he understood her meaning. He signaled that it didn't matter, then headed to the kitchen to heat up his meal. Ye Bai didn't have the kind of twisted amusement some people did, pretending to be a loser despite being rich and powerful, playing the fool to later humiliate others. As the saying went, returning home wealthy but hiding it was like wearing fine clothes at night, pointless. In life, one should be low-key when necessary, but there were times to stand tall. In his past life, he'd read some idiotic web novels where the authors clearly had screws loose. The protagonist would become the richest man alive, yet still dress in rags and ride a rusty bicycle, pretending to be a broke loser. Then, after being mocked by classmates or relatives, he'd suddenly drop the act. Surprise! I'm actually a billionaire, and slapped them in the face with his wealth. Ye Bai opened the food warmer, took out the dishes the aunties had left for him, and put them in the microwave. Tonight's meal was stir-fried dishes with rice, a few home-style sides, along with stir-fried clams and oysters steamed with vermicelli and minced garlic. No explanation was needed. These were all firepower-boosting ingredients. The aunties were really eager for him to perform. Aunt Qin Yu began explaining. Xiao Bai started his own company. He's the chairman now, just like those domineering CEOs in novels. Wait, seriously? Qin Yu blinked, thinking she was joking. Not long ago, Xiao Bai had been in his rebellious phase, getting into fights at school and even being expelled. After returning to school, he had changed a lot, becoming a good kid who knew how to care for his aunties, but suddenly turning into some domineering CEO? Where would he even get the money to start a company? Li Shiyan slowly lifted her head, her delicate brows furrowing. Just as she suspected, Ye Bai had joined the underworld, becoming some gangster's lackey. Company chairman? More like a front man set up by the real boss to take the fall when things went south. Aunt Qin Yu continued, It's true, and his company is the recently trending Bay Media. Wang Ziki and Xiao Shotzi, those popular influencers, they were both launched by Xiao Bai. Qin Yu and Li Shiyan froze. Auntie Yu, you're not joking, are you? Li Shiyan frowned deeply. Aunt Qin Yu looked serious. Why would I joke about this? Try flipping Bay around, it's Ye Bai. I only found out he was the chairman after joining the company. Even my career path was planned by him. Ye Bai chimed in with a smile. Auntie Aunt Qin Yu, everything's settled with GameStorm. You'll be flying to Shanghai tomorrow for the Dota 2 Summer Championship quarterfinals. They want you as a guest commentator. If you do well, you could become a regular. This is your debut. Better prepare well. Aunt Qin Yu nodded firmly, switching to a formal tone. Don't worry, Chairman Yi. I won't let you down. She would seize this opportunity. You and Xiao Bai aren't pulling some prank on me, are you? Is today April Fool's? Qin Yu still couldn't believe it. A delinquent transforming into the chairman of a promising internet company within a month? It was too surreal. Seeing their skepticism, Aunt Qin Yu didn't waste words. She pulled out her phone and showed them photos. There was a selfie of her and Ye Bai at the company, cheeks pressed together, looking intimate. Behind them, the Bay logo was clearly visible. Other photos showed Ye Bai in meetings, guiding employees, or coaching Zhang Yusin and Xiao Momo. She didn't have any of him filming with Sui Sha, though. Whenever Ye Bai was alone with her, someone always dragged Aunt Qin Yu away. Finally, Qin Yu and Li Shiyan were convinced. Qin Yu was ecstatic, happy for her man, happy for her friend. In her excitement, she suddenly pulled Ye Bai into a hug, planting kisses all over his face. You little rascal. You've finally made something of yourself. So proud of you, Auntie's really proud. Mid-celebration, her face suddenly flushed. She quickly pulled away, glancing back to make sure Aunt Qin Yu and Shiyan hadn't noticed, then let out a relieved sigh. You little devil. She shot Ye Bai a playful glare, her eyes shimmering with unshed emotion. Then, leaning in, she whispered in his ear. Now that you've made it, Auntie's so happy. Tonight, I'll reward you properly. Ye Bai perked up instantly. Auntie, does that mean we can finally? He'd been waiting for this day forever. Dream on, you little rogue. Qin Yu narrowed her eyes, murmuring. The final line cannot be crossed. That way, there's still room to salvage our relationship. Once you find a girlfriend and don't need Auntie anymore, we can still go back to normal. Ye Bai smirked. Sure, Auntie, cling to that line. Just wait till your best friend overtakes you. Then you'll be crying. Qin Yu didn't catch his expression. As she spoke, the thought of Ye Bai eventually dating, marrying, and leaving her made her chest tighten inexplicably. But there was no future for them. Even if they weren't blood-related, she was still his mother's friend, a generation older. And by the time he truly matured, she'd already be past her prime. Like Shiyan said, he'd eventually dislike her wrinkles, her sagging figure. Wait, actually, would he? Qin Yu realized Ye Bai had some kind of magic. Ever since he started washing her face, she'd grown younger by the day. Her skin firmer, her figure tighter, even the faint crow's feet vanishing entirely. Her complexion and body felt like they'd rewound to her teenage years. A sudden thought struck her. Even if they could never be official, maybe keeping this secret bond wouldn't be so bad. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. If I did that, wouldn't I just be the other woman? That would be too selfish and immoral. It wouldn't be fair to Ye Bai's partner either. If Ye Bai knew what Qin Yu was thinking, he'd probably laugh at her overthinking. In this reincarnated life, fate had granted him a body that grew stronger by the day. Sooner or later, he'd become a superhuman capable of tanking a nuclear blast with his bare flesh. So no matter who he married, eventually, they'd be unable to keep up and beg him to find a few sisters to share the burden. Li Shiyan studied Ye Bai up and down, as if seeing him for the first time. Bai was a rising internet company in Taojiang City. As a computer science major, Li Shiyan had naturally researched the firm, and what she learned left her in awe of the chairman's ruthless brilliance. She had assumed such a mastermind would be a refined, middle-aged gentleman or a seasoned fashionista. Yet here he was, Ye Bai. Just a month ago, he'd been a good-for-nothing punk, a dumb mutt dancing on Shin Mengyao's strings. She couldn't fathom what had changed him so drastically. Did getting expelled from school flip some switch in his brain? After her shock subsided, Li Shiyan headed to the communal shower. Qin Yu also retreated to her room to wash up. She wanted to freshen up and properly reward Xiao Bai later. With both women gone, Qin Yu sidled up to Ye Bai, pressing half her body against him. She leaned in, her lips brushing his ear as her warm breath carried a floral scent. Little anti-fan, to thank you for everything you've done for me, I've prepared a small gift. This was the first time Qin Yu had ever given a fan that kind of present. Flustered, she fled to her room after speaking. Ye Bai sat frozen on the sofa, baffled. What did I even do? What's she implying? After showering, he flopped onto his bed, and immediately sensed something amiss. He yanked the covers back. A lacy pair of panties lay there, innocently sprawled on the sheets. Ye Bai was speechless. Seriously? This is Auntie Qin Yu's small gift? Well, these two aunties really are besties. Not only do their names sound alike, they even pull the same stunts. Ding! His phone chimed. A message from Qin Yu. Do you like my present, little anti-fan? I wore those all day today. Shy emoji.
Ye Bai replied.
Not satisfied. You're lacking sincerity, Xiao Yuyu. Billy's thirst trap streamers reward fans with direct flights and landings. After a long pause, Qin Yu responded. You brat. You do have designs on me. Admit it. Did you target Xiao Yu because she's my stand-in? Is that why you stole her clothes? Woman, thy name is Delusion. Last explanation. I didn't steal anything. It was a misunderstanding.
La. Not listening.
Little anti-fan steals panties. Hides in room.
Ye Bai ignored her.
Minutes later, another message. Brat, are you mad? So petty? Fine, Auntie won't tease you anymore. Don't be angry. Really ignoring me? Keep this up and I'll get mad. Rage emoji. When silence persisted, Qin Yu caved. Ugh, you win. Sorry. Tell you what, if I actually blow up from this, I'll give you a real reward. The tangible kind. Ye Bai perked up. Promise. Humph. You little pervert. Answer the question. Yes. Shy emoji. Qin Yu followed up with a photo. A selfie of her legs sheathed in sheer black stockings. Those legs were lethal. If she knew how to weaponize her assets, she could have been a top-tier tease streamer on looks alone. Another message. Use the photo with your gift. Wink. Rest early, little anti-fan. Good night. Creak. The door opened. Auntie Qin Yu glided in, her elegant face flushed. She wore the stepmom-style dress Ye Bai loved most, hugging every curve.
Ye Bai grinned.
Auntie, look at the wall behind you. What's that? You little devil, not this again. She pouted but obediently turned, arching slightly. See what I'm wearing now? Happy? Extremely. Ye Bai hastily kicked Qin Yu's gift under the bed and advanced. You naughty boy. The next morning, Bay Media. And Xian was interviewing a new batch of streamers when the front desk admin rushed in, whispering urgently in his ear. His beady eyes narrowed. Apologies. Something requires my attention. He stood, instructing the operations lead to handle the first round before following the admin to the lobby. A group of 7 or 8 thugs loitered there, tattoos snaking across their arms, kicking furniture and pawing at decor. Several female employees froze mid-step, too intimidated to pass. Their leader eyed an Xian and hawked a glob of spit onto the polished floor. You the boss here? And Xian clenched his jaw. I'm the general manager. How can I help you? The man lit a cigarette. Your company's got no manners. This is Tianzhao's turf. Open shop here without paying respects. Ah, protection racket. A suspicion flickered. Was this retribution from Dawn Tech? In the past, an Xian would have grabbed a machete. But as the face of the company, he couldn't brawl like a hoodlum. Plus, with Sister Yu away, if Sister Sha got hurt in a scuffle, how would he explain it to Bai? He forced a smile. My oversight. Where might I find Brother Tianzhao? I'll prepare gifts and visit. Slap. The thug's palm cracked across an Xian's face. Who the hell are you to meet Tianzhao? An Xian clutched his swollen cheek, veins throbbing on his forehead. He was barely holding himself back. He wanted to fight back, but he reminded himself. They were inside the company, and he was alone. If things escalated, he wouldn't stand a chance. Worse, Shasa might get hurt. Forcing down his rage, an Xian swallowed his anger and forced a smile. Big brother, let me prepare a gift for you to take back to Tianzhaoji. How about that? The thug smirked, satisfied. That's more like it. Smart move.
Nisuan nodded.
Big brother, how much do you think would be appropriate for Tianzhaoji? The man's expression turned wary. What are you implying? You think we're some gangsters here to extort you? Did we ask you for money? Huh? Planning to accuse us of blackmail later? And Xian was stunned. Since when were local gangsters this sharp? He had been considering that exact tactic. But the other guy had seen right through it. Then, big brother, what do you suggest? The thug snapped his fingers, and one of his underlings immediately stepped forward, placing a briefcase on the front desk. When opened, it revealed stacks of crisp red bills. We're not here to take your money, the man said, blowing a smoke ring before grinning, flashing yellowed teeth. We're here to give you money. He continued, I checked. Bay Media's registered capital is just 1 million. Tianzhaoji's offer is simple. We'll invest another $1 million to buy 60% of your shares. We won't interfere with operations, just collect dividends. The company stays under your management. Fair deal, right? $1 million for shares worth 600,000. Yeah, we're taking a loss, but consider it a gesture of friendship. From now on, we're family. Tianzhaoji's got your back. Any trouble you can't handle? He'll sort it out. And Xian almost laughed in disbelief. Bay Media was thriving. Between the revenue from their influencers' videos and the staggering profits from Wang Wenjing and Sui Sha's live streams, the company was already turning a massive profit. Not long ago, an internet firm had offered 50 million for Bay, and Baiji rejected it outright. And now this Tianzhaoji thought he could just waltz in and snatch it up for a measly $1 million? Clearly, they saw Bay as an easy target. When an Xian stayed silent, the thug went on. You might not realize this, but Center Square's a shady area. Without Tianzhaoji's protection, troublemakers could start showing up at your office, graffiti, vandalism, maybe even break-ins. Hell, who knows? Some thugs might take a fancy to your influencers, try to assault them. But with Tianzhaoji around, none of that happens. Simple. The threat was blatant. But the guy was smart, seasoned, calculated, leaving no legal leverage.
Nisuan feigned gesetaschen.
I can't decide this alone. I'll call the chairman. He can come negotiate with you. The thug smirked. Go ahead. As an Xian turned to leave for his office, the man grabbed his arm. Nah, right here. Call him now. put it on speaker. And Xian had no choice. He dialed Ye Bai and tapped the speakerphone icon. Chairman Yi? There's someone here at Tianxiaoji from Center Square. They're offering $1 million for 60% of Bai. Can you come discuss? On the other end, Ye Bai almost laughed out loud. What kind of idiot? Then it hit him. And Xian never called him Chairman Yi in private. Always Bai Ji. If he was using formalities now, he wasn't speaking freely. Meaning An Xian was under duress, this call was being monitored. Ye Bai forced calm into his voice. $1 million's low, but I have been considering selling some equity. Tell them to wait. I'll be right over to negotiate. Hanging up, he immediately called Song Dongfeng. Round up the crew, Ye Bai ordered. Now. The hell is this Tianxiaoyi? Some nobody I've never even heard of. Thinks he can just muscle in on Bai. Ye Bai pulled up the office surveillance feed. Just as he'd suspected, An Xian was cornered. Watching the moment An Xian got slapped, a cold fury ignited in Ye Bai's chest. That slap wasn't just for An Xian, it was a direct insult to him. Employees had noticed something was wrong, but most were just office workers, no fighters. A few had secretly called the police, but the thugs seemed unconcerned. Probably had connections, someone higher up pulling strings. Not to mention odds were Tianxiaoji was just a front. The real power lay elsewhere. This shadow figure likely had serious influence, connections in both the underworld and official circles. Too much success draws vultures. Ye Bai mused darkly. Bai was prey now, everyone wanted a bite. Did these fools really think he was defenseless? In Taijiang City, when it came to connections, who dared stand above him? He had the backing of the city's top authority. Ye Bai snatched his phone and dialed his trump card. Of course, this petty mess wasn't worth Chen Jingbin's involvement. The man owed him 3 favors, wasting one on street thugs? Unthinkable. Cinny? Free for dinner tonight. Yep, just you. Got any afternoon classes? I'll pick you up now. Hanging up, Ye Bai stormed downstairs. Song Dongfeng was already waiting, hyped up from rallying their crew. The man lived for this crap. 10 women couldn't excite him like one good brawl.
Bai Yi.
Finally, someone dumb enough to pick a fight. My fists are burning for action. Song clenched his hands, knuckles cracking. Ye Bai jerked his chin toward the car. We're swinging by the university first. Grab Sunny. Song's face fell. What? But by the time we get there, the fight'll be over. Then the meaning sank in. His eyes widened, then shimmered. Holy shit. Bai Ji's finally giving Sunny Saw some attention. When they reached the university gates, Chun Sunny stood waiting. White sundress, delicate purse in hand. Her face was angelic, pure, soft, like a fragile white flower. But her body, anything but. Her curves were shocking, unbelievably full atop a tiny waist. Slender branches bearing heavy fruit. The phrase fit her perfectly. Chun Sunny, the approachable with ease queen. A lethal fusion of angel and devil. What woman wouldn't envy that? At Taijiang University, she was the untouchable goddess, the unattainable dream of countless men. A pianist since childhood, she carried an added air of elegance. Even just standing there, nobody could look away. The Mercedes S600 pulled over by the roadside. Ye Bai stepped out, his devastatingly handsome face breaking into a smile as he waved at Chun Sunny. Chun Sunny was surprised but quickened her pace toward him. With each step, a certain part of her swayed seductively. The visual impact was downright lethal. This woman was undeniably loaded. After all, she owned 2 Mercedes G-Wagons. Ye Bai, is this a rental? You really didn't have to go to such lengths. I'm not the kind of girl who cares about appearances. I'd be happy even if you took me out on a bicycle, Chun Sunny said earnestly, never one to mince words. That was just how she was, unafraid to speak her mind. Once she developed feelings for Ye Bai, she didn't hide them but expressed them openly. Actually, I bought this car. Get in and I'll explain everything, Ye Bai said, opening the door for her. Countless male onlookers felt their hearts shatter. Recently, a rumor had been spreading around campus that Ye Bai, the school's notorious troublemaker, had stopped simping for Li Mengyao and was now dating the campus belle, Chun Sini. Most people didn't believe it, convinced that someone like Chun Sini would never be interested in Ye Bai. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, they felt as though their youth had officially ended. You didn't take out a loan with your prize money to buy this, did you? Chun Sini frowned. Coming from a wealthy family, she recognized this as a multi-million-dollar Mercedes. If Ye Bai had really splurged on a car with borrowed money, she'd be deeply disappointed. Her ideal partner didn't need to be rich or exceptionally accomplished, just someone reliable and down-to-earth. After all, she was already exceptional herself. Her father was the top official in Taojiang City, and her grandfather was a prominent business tycoon in the provincial capital. She despised guys who pretended to be something they weren't, flaunting wealth they didn't have. They were vain and immature, so she didn't want the man she liked to be like that. No. Ye Bai shook his head slowly, turning to meet her gaze. It's a long story. Sini, the truth is, I've liked you for a long time. Chun Sini cut him off. Then why were you chasing Shin Mengyao all this time? Let me finish. I knew I wasn't good enough for you, but Shin Mengyao reminded me of you in some ways, so I treated her as a substitute. Later, I saw her for who she really was and realized comparing her to you was an insult. She's not even fit to touch a strand of your hair. That day, I finally mustered the courage to confess to you, but then that accident happened. At the police station, when I found out who your father was, I felt even more hopeless. I thought there was no way someone like me could ever be with you. I was ready to give up, but then you said those words to me, promising to be my girlfriend after graduation. My family is poor. My parents are farmers. There's no way your family would ever approve of us. So I started working hard to make money. First, I used the 580,000 yuan to trade antiques in the antique market and turned it into several million. Then I invested in 3 buildings and later started a company. Have you heard of Bay Media? That's mine. Chun Sini's eyes widened. The Bay Media that Wang Ziki and Ili Zayashazi are signed to. Exactly.
Ye Bai nodded.
Now that the company's doing well, I feel like I might finally be somewhat worthy of you. Today, I wanted to take you there, to show you what I've built for our future. Ye Bai's expression was sincere, his eyes filled with earnestness. As he spoke, he took Chun Sini's soft, delicate hand in his. A Scoundrel's Guide to Self-Improvement. 1. Master the art of smooth-talking, spin lies with a straight face. 2. Play the devoted lover, convince her everything you do is for her. Ye Bai's words were a mix of truth and deception. A high-class beauty like Chun Sini. What man wouldn't fantasize about her? Sure, Ye Bai had been Shin Mengyao's lapdog, but who said a simp could only simp for one woman? In his past life, Chun Sini had been so far out of his league that his inferiority complex kept him at a distance. Otherwise, Shin Mengyao would have never stood a chance. Hearing his words, Chun Sini was moved and deeply relieved. Her fondness for Ye Bai skyrocketed. What girl wouldn't fall for a guy who was both devoted and driven? But Chun Sini was still an innocent young woman. Blushing, she pulled her hand away. After a brief silence, she looked at Ye Bai seriously. Thank you for doing all this for me, Ye Bai. When I get home, I'll talk to my family. I'll make sure they allow me to date during college. When that happens, I'll be your girlfriend. Even if your parents don't agree, it's okay. I'll prove myself to them. Ye Bai took her hand again. This time, she only resisted half-heartedly before letting him hold it. Despite her impressive assets, Chun Sini was still an inexperienced little rabbit when it came to love. Against a seasoned playboy like Ye Bai, she didn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, at Bay Media, 7 or 8 thugs covered in tattoos lounged arrogantly on the reception sofas, while an Xian stood stiffly nearby. Several employees had already called the police. Given that there was a police station less than a kilometer away in Central Square, officers should have arrived long ago, yet half an hour had passed without a single cop in sight. One of the men, sprawled lazily on the couch, suddenly smirked and stubbed out his cigarette. He beckoned to an Xian. Hey you, since we've got nothing better to do, Go get Ili Zayashazi out here. Let's see her shake that ass for us. The underlings nearby immediately sat up straight upon hearing this, their eyes gleaming as they eagerly chimed in. Damn right, that little Shah's ass. Just looking at it makes my dick itch. Quick, call her out. Let us get a good look. Longu, later. Have her sit in your lap and wiggle around. Gonna feel like heaven. Perfect. I'll film it and post it online. Let's make Longu famous. Try out this whole influencer thing. And that food vlogger, what's her name, Momo Never Full? Get her out here too. That fat ass is insane. I love these top-tier tanks. Driving one's a real thrill. Listening to their vulgar remarks. And Xian clenched his fists. Sorry, Sister Sha and Momo are on a business trip. They're not here. You say they're not here and we're just supposed to believe that? Think you can fool us? The leader glared and waved at his men. Go search the place. If this little runt's lying, I'll teach him a lesson. The underlings immediately barged into the office area, scouring every corner. They had no idea that the entire 18th floor now belonged to Bai Yi. Xiao Momo was indeed out for a food review, but Sui Sha was in her private dance studio on the other side, practicing. After a fruitless search, the men returned, shaking their heads in disappointment. The leader, nicknamed Longu, clicked his tongue in frustration. Just then, the door to dance studio number 3 at the far end of the hallway swung open, and Sui Sha stepped out, glistening with sweat. Unaware of the chaos in the office, she headed back to her own space for water and a break. But as she entered, she froze at the sight of the group gathered at the reception. Holy shit, little Sha. Longu jumped to his feet, his eyes raking over Sui Sha's body with undisguised hunger. Damn, the real thing's even better than the videos. Come here, let me slap that ass. See if it's as bouncy as it looks. He beckoned, but when Sui Sha remained rooted in place, he started toward her. Suddenly, an ashtray came flying through the air, smashing into Long Ji's skull with a brutal crack. You motherfucker! I could stomach you slapping me, but you dare lay a finger on my boss's woman? You got a death wish or what? Longu? Long my ass. And Xian's eyes burned crimson as he swung the ashtray with all his might, hammering it into Long Ji's head again and again. At the same time, he roared at the stunned Sui Sha. Boss's wife, run. Get downstairs. Bai's almost here. The underlings snapped out of their shock and lunged at him. Despite his short stature, barely 1.7 meters, and Xian was freakishly strong. He smashed 2 of the charging men with the ashtray, sending them sprawling. Blood splattered everywhere. But Xian was still at a disadvantage. Outnumbered and overpowered, he was quickly pinned to the ground. Longu staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his face with his shirt. His fully tattooed back was now streaked with crimson, making him look even more menacing. You little shit. You actually dared to hit me? Fury twisted his face as he picked up the bloodied ashtray. Striding over to where Xian was pinned, he raised the ashtray high, then brought it crashing down toward his skull. Thud! A dull impact echoed. Then came a deafening crash, followed by the sound of objects toppling over. Somehow, Longu had been sent flying, slamming into the wall with enough force to leave a bloody smear on the BY logo before collapsing into the gap between the reception desk and the wall. The underlings slowly turned, tilting their heads back. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, loomed behind them like an unshakable monolith. He lowered his gaze, exuding the terrifying pressure of a beast from the wild. Who gave you the balls? To touch my brother? 10 minutes ago, the Mercedes S600 sped down the road. Ye Bai held Chun Sini's small hand, revealing part of his future plans to her. Chun Sini listened, her dewy peach blossom eyes sparkling like little stars. In Ye Bai's words, the reason he had transformed from a good-for-nothing delinquent into a business elite worth tens of millions, or even over 100 million, was all because of Chun Sini. It was to get closer to her, to one day earn her parents' approval. Though Chun Sini was intelligent and emotionally mature, she was still just a young girl at heart. How could she resist Ye Bai's smooth talk? Moreover, Everything he said was logical and well-supported, making it highly convincing. Her heart swelled with sweetness, and she resolved to plead with her parents as soon as she got home, to let her date during college so she could be with Ye Bai. Suddenly, Song Dongfeng's phone rang. Since he was driving, he couldn't answer it directly, so he connected via the car's Bluetooth. Immediately, Zhang Lingnan's frantic voice echoed through the cabin. "Dongzi, is Bai Ji with you? I can't reach him." "Yeah, he's here. What's wrong? What happened?" Song Dongfeng feigned confusion. "The company's in trouble. A bunch of gangsters showed up, took control of an Aishian, and are trying to force a sale. They want to buy a majority stake for just $1 million. What? Those bastards have no shame. Just the other day, an internet company offered $50 million to buy Bai, and Bai Ji turned them down. And now these thugs think they can take it for $1 million? Song Dongfeng gritted his teeth, deliberately emphasizing the 50 million part. From the rearview mirror, his furious expression was unmistakable. This wasn't an act, he was genuinely angry. Zhang Lingnan said, "I'm heading to the company with the guys right now. Hurry up and get Bai Ji there. If we're too late, Xuanzi might get hurt." The call ended. Ye Bai remained composed, pulling up the security feed on his phone. The screen showed 7 or 8 tattooed gangsters lounging on the reception area's sofa, with an Aishian standing nearby, forcing a smile. Chun Sini leaned in to look, her innocent face twisting with anger. These gangsters are going too far. This was the company Ye Bai had worked so hard to build. For her, a symbol of their pure, untainted love. And now, just as the business was taking off, these thugs were swooping in to steal the fruits of his labor. "I'll call my dad," Chun Sini huffed, pulling out her phone. "No," Ye Bai stopped her. "I can handle this myself. No need to trouble your father. I don't want him thinking I'm incompetent." Chun Sini nodded and put her phone away, assuming this was about Ye Bai's pride. But what she didn't know was that today, Ye Bai had planned to use her influence all along. With her around, he didn't have to worry about the gangsters' legal tactics. After all, in Taohua City, her face was practically a golden pass. Who in the system would dare offend the daughter of the city's top official? Of course, Zhang Lingnan's call had been arranged by Ye Bai, with Song Dongfeng playing along to make it seem like an emergency rather than a calculated move to involve Chun Sini. Watching Chun Sini puff up like an angry kitten, Ye Bai felt a pang of guilt. "I'm really the worst. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Sini. In the future, I'll make it up to you. I'll cherish and love you twice as much." Soon, they arrived at Central Plaza, the Mercedes pulling up directly in front of Longting Tower. The moment they stepped out, Zhang Lingnan and 7 or 8 others came running over, panting. "Bai Ji, let's go upstairs now." As the group entered the elevator, Ye Bai frowned. "Why so few of you? Where are the others?" Zhang Lingnan wiped his sweat. "We took a cab. The rest couldn't get one, so they're squeezing onto buses." Ye Bai's mind conjured an image. Nearly 100 young men in black suits and white shirts, weapons tucked at their waists, crammed into a bus, cursing and vowing to cut someone down later. He could only hope the driver wouldn't panic and drive straight to the police station. "Didn't I tell you all to get driver's licenses?" Zhang Lingnan hurriedly explained. "We all signed up. We've already started lessons. We came straight from driving school." Ye Bai nodded, making a mental note to buy a few vans or commercial vehicles once they got their licenses. Relying on public transport for mobilizing the crew was just too embarrassing. Ding! The 18th floor. As the elevator doors opened, they saw an Aishin pinned to the ground by a group of thugs. Su Yisha tried to intervene but was shoved down. A man with a full-back dragon tattoo, his face and body smeared with blood, staggered toward an Aishin, raising a glass ashtray, clearly aiming for his head. Before Ye Bai could even give the order, Song Dongfeng lunged forward. The thug's arm was still mid-swing when Song Dongfeng's bull-like charge sent him flying. Though Ye Bai knew Song Dongfeng was strong, he was still stunned. Now he was certain. Back in their past life, when they'd sparred, Song Dongfeng had never gone all out. He'd just been playing around. Faking a loss would have been too obvious, so instead, he'd acted like he was giving his all, barely edging out Ye Bai. But in real fights with rival gangs, Song Dongfeng had always taken down opponents with a single punch. No one truly knew just how terrifying his real strength was. Who gave you the balls to lay a hand on my brother? Is this all you've got? Daring to cause trouble for us? What a bunch of trash. Song Dongfeng's voice was muffled, as if speaking through a jar. Then, in a flash, he struck. 2 swift punches, and the 2 thugs opposing him collapsed stiffly, instantly sinking into a baby-like slumber. By the time Zhang Lingnan and his crew charged over, none of the 8 troublemakers were left standing. Song Dongfeng smacked his lips, almost disappointed. Too easy. Baiji, you're finally here. And Xian struggled up from the ground, using his shirt to wipe the blood from his face. Are you badly hurt? Ye Bai asked, concern in his voice. I'm fine, and Xian replied with a grin. But the sight of him drenched in blood sent Ye Bai's mind spiraling back to that moment in his past life when Xian had taken a blade for him. Back then, it had been the same. Xian, covered in blood, his right hand severed at the wrist, had grinned and said, It's nothing. As long as you're okay, Baiji. Ye Bai's expression remained calm, but fury seethed beneath the surface. A violent rage surged from the depths of his chest. Have I been too low-key? Does every nobody think they can step on me now? Today they beat my brother like this. Tomorrow, will they just kill him next time? Since his rebirth, Ye Bai had sworn not to repeat the past, not to walk that dead-end path of gang life again. He'd become cautious, weighing every move carefully. Even when dealing with Fat Cat and Black Kid, he'd only struck first because they'd planned to move against him. But is this caution? Or is it fear? Why are they pushing me like this? His eyes darkened, twin flames igniting within them. Fine, if that's how it is. No more holding back. Let every underworld figure in Taojiang City learn the name Ye Bai. Let them understand. I'm no weakling. I'm the dragon they can't afford to provoke. Suisha tried to get up from the floor, but her arm was badly scraped from being shoved down moments ago, leaving her with no strength to push herself up. Chun Sini was about to step forward to help when Ye Bai reached down and pulled Suisha to her feet. Are you okay? Suisha's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her heart filled with fear and frustration. Earlier, Xian had told her to run, but remembering how kind Ye Bai and Xian had always been to her, how could she just abandon Xian and leave? So she had rushed in to help. But despite her curvy figure, she was still just a frail girl, easily knocked down with a single slap. Now, seeing the concern in Ye Bai's eyes, Suisha felt like crying. She desperately wanted to throw herself into his arms, sob a little, and act spoiled. But then she noticed Chun Sini standing behind him and swallowed her impulse. This girl is so pretty, and her chest is so big enough to make even me jealous. And her aura is flawless. Definitely a rich young lady. She must be President Ye's girlfriend, right? Only someone that beautiful would be worthy of him. And me, I'm just some ordinary girl he helped become popular. I'm fine, Suisha said weakly, shaking her head and gently pushing Ye Bai's hand away before taking a small step back. She suddenly felt inferior. How delusional I've been lately. Actually fantasizing about dating President Yi. With such an amazing girl by his side, how could he ever look at someone like me? Sini, there's a first aid kit in the company. Help her clean and dress the wound, Ye Bai instructed. Chun Sini nodded, supporting Suisha as they went to retrieve the kit and headed to the office. Ye Bai then turned to Xian, whose face was covered in blood. You should disinfect those cuts too. Bro, come on, don't underestimate me. I'm not hurt. This is all their blood from when I smashed him with the ashtray. And Xian said smugly, grinning like an idiot. Seeing that he really was unharmed, Ye Bai relaxed slightly. By then, the rest of the brothers had arrived, nearly 100 of them flooding the corridor outside. Bro Yi, we're not too late, right? Xian, you good? The hell happened? Why are you covered in blood? Pfft, this is their blood, idiot. You think these losers could hurt me? You don't know how good I am in a fight? Come here. I'll spar with you real quick. The other employees, realizing the danger had passed, cautiously peeked out, only to grow even more terrified seeing the scene. The two girls who needed to use the restroom were practically pissing themselves, too scared to move. Is President Yi some kind of gangster? He's got so many underlings. One employee whispered, trembling. I think I want to quit. Smack. Someone immediately slapped him upside the head. You ungrateful little shit, the man snapped. Who cares if he's a gangster? We're on his side. You forgetting how good he's been to us? Our benefits here are better than the top tech companies in Shanghai. The slapped man forced a nervous laugh. All right, President Yi has always been fair to us. Super chill, too. Hearing this, the two frightened girls relaxed somewhat. Yeah, so what if he's a gangster? We're his people. No reason to be scared. Holding hands, they shuffled to the doorway, staring at their feet as they meekly addressed Ye Bai. President Yi. We need to use the restroom. Before Ye Bai could respond, the brothers swiftly parted like a tide, clearing a path while forcing friendly smiles. Go ahead, ladies. Don't be scared. We're all just Bro Ye's classmates from Taojiang University. Ye Bai watched them scurry to the bathroom, then turned to an Xian. Register a security company. Enroll all the brothers' salaries, 5 insurances, pension. Use part of the 18th floor as the headquarters. From now on, they'll work in shifts, providing protection for Bai employees. Bai would groom even more influencers in the future, so security couldn't be overlooked. With a group stationed here permanently, they'd never have to worry about another incident like this. Turn off the cameras. Take them to Dance Studio 3 and find out who sent them. Once Ye Bai gave the order, Zhang Lingnan switched off the surveillance system while the brothers dragged the 8 half-conscious thugs into the studio. An Xian hauled over a basin of cold water and dumped it on the dragon brother, jolting him awake. The man instinctively tried to fight back, only to freeze when he saw the sea of hostile faces surrounding him. Who sent you? Who's this Tianshao guy you mentioned?
Nishuan demanded.
You'd better let us go, Dragon Brother sneered, still oozing arrogance despite the situation. The people backing me? You don't want to mess with them. This low-tier thug wasn't worth Ye Bai's time, so he simply gestured for Zhang Lingnan to take over. Hold him down. At Zhang Lingnan's command, several brothers seized Dragon Brother, who struggled violently until a sharp pain tore through his chest. Only now did he realize he'd been thrown against the wall earlier, breaking several ribs. Zhang Lingnan pried open the man's mouth and pressed a still-burning cigarette onto his tongue. With a sizzle, the ember extinguished against wet flesh. Still playing tough? You really don't understand your situation. Zhang Lingnan smirked, signaling for a lackey to fetch a box of toothpicks. He plucked one out, yanked up Dragon Brother's finger, and while the man watched in horror, slowly pushed the toothpick under his fingernail. Ah! Brother Long let out a howl of pain, veins bulging across his darkened face. Are you going to talk? Zhang Lingnan asked coldly. Brother Long clenched his teeth shut, breathing heavily. Such tough bones. I wonder if your underlings are as stubborn as you. Zhang Lingnan's icy gaze shifted to one of the subordinates who had just regained consciousness. The man trembled violently, before the toothpicks could even pierce his skin. He wet himself in terror and let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. I'll talk. I'll talk. A short while later, Ye Bai narrowed his eyes. So, it's him. What a coincidence, old Xiao. You really have the worst luck. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but your underlings just won't let it happen. The mastermind behind all this was indeed a man called Tianshao, full name Lu Tianshao. His father, originally named Lu Hu, went by the alias Lu Three Fingers. Lu Three Fingers was one of Xiao Hongyu's 4 great guardians. Lu Tianshao had also started a media company, but with no real talent, the business had failed and was on the verge of collapse. After all, what could a spoiled rich kid turned gangster, obsessed with female streamers, possibly achieve? So, he shifted his focus to the thriving White Knight media, and sent Brother Long as his pawn. The reason the police hadn't shown up sooner was also because Lu Tianxiao had already pulled some strings. All right then, Tianxiao. Consider yourself the first sacrifice. Let everyone in Taojiang's underworld learn the name Ye Bai. When Ye Bai returned to his office, he saw Chun Sini had already bandaged Su Isha's wounds. Sini, stay here at the company for now. I'll take these guys to the police station. Chun Sini frowned. Don't lie to me. You're planning to go settle the score, aren't you? No. Aren't women supposed to be all curves and no brains? Chun Sini had that going for her. How was she still this sharp? Ye Bai expected her to lecture him about staying composed, but her next words left him stunned. Take me with you. Ha! These people went too far, trying to take over our company through shady means. Chun Sini seethed with anger, pointing at Aunt Qin, whose face was splattered with blood. And they hurt one of our employees like this. Aunt Qin opened his mouth, wanting to explain that the blood on his face was from when he'd beaten someone else, and that he was actually fine. But under Chun Sini's furious glare, he wisely stayed silent. Take me along. Even if things escalate, I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. For a fleeting moment, Ye Bai thought he saw an aura of dominance radiating from Chun Sini. He realized he might have underestimated her. She wasn't some delicate, naive flower at all. Su Isha stared at Chun Sini, dumbfounded, a hint of fear creeping into her heart. Was this what they called the aura of a dominant wife? While Ye Bai was talking to Chun Sini in the office, Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng waited outside the door. The two exchanged a glance, faint excitement flickering in their eyes. Though Baiji had maintained an expressionless face all day, they knew their boss too well. They could tell he was furious. And when Baiji got angry, the consequences were always severe. Today, they'd finally get to stretch their limbs properly. Both men were ruthless and dangerous by nature. Song Dongfeng was brawny and brutal, his fighting style relying on pure strength to overpower any technique. Zhang Lingnan, on the other hand, was lean and wiry, a sneaky, underhanded type, specializing in ambushes and dirty tricks. Internally, the group called him Lao Lu, the backstabber. In their previous organization, Zhang Lingnan had been primarily responsible for interrogations. The guy had been obsessed with grotesque films like the 10 Extreme Punishments of the Qing dynasty since childhood and had mastered countless methods of torture. That was exactly why Ye Bai had sent him to question Brother Long earlier. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and 4 or 5 cops stepped out. Seeing the hallway packed with young men in black suits and white shirts, they froze for a split second before instantly tensing up, hands hovering near their holsters. Zhang Lingnan immediately raised his voice. Officers, don't misunderstand. We're all students from Taojiang University. At his cue, several of the brothers pulled out their student IDs, chattering in unison to explain. Say what you will about Ye Bai's crew, but their acting skills were top-notch. One moment, they looked like bloodthirsty gangsters straight out of Peaky Blinders. The next, with the cops around, they reverted to harmless college kids, blinking with the trademark look of naive stupidity. After spot-checking a few IDs, the officers relaxed slightly. The lead cop frowned. It's a weekday. Why aren't you in class? Why are so many of you gathered here? Zhang Lingnan flashed an innocent smile. We're starting a security company and came here to scout a location for registration. He'd overheard Baiji's earlier instructions to Xiao Xian. From now on, they were just entrepreneurial college students in public. A gang? Them? Never. They were law-abiding businessmen. Wait, why are you carrying axes? Zhang Lingnan grinned. Cosplay. We're imitating the Axe Gang from Kung Fu Hustle. After all, if they were already dressed in matching suits, why not coordinate their weapons too? Axes were versatile. Slice someone open when needed, or flip it around for blunt force trauma if you didn't want blood. And if the cops ever questioned them? Oh, we're just cosplaying. The cop nodded skeptically, until one eagle-eyed officer noticed what looked like the grip of a Glock peeking out from under a brother's jacket. Freeze! He barked, drawing his gun, while motioning for his partner to confiscate the weapon. But the moment the cop touched it, he frowned. The gun was suspiciously light, almost like a toy. "Relax, officer. It's just a lighter," the brother said earnestly. "Try pulling the trigger." The cop hesitated, then aimed the gun upward and squeezed. Click! A tiny flame flickered to life. It was, in fact, a lighter. The cop sighed. These kids were ridiculous. "We received reports of a disturbance here." "Exactly. But we already took care of the troublemakers," Zhang Lingnan chimed in smoothly. "This media company belongs to our classmate. We were scouting locations for our security startup when we ran into some thugs trying to extort, vandalize, and even assault a woman." He listed off a string of crimes before adding innocently, "Officer, doesn't that count as vigilante justice? Do we get a commendation? Maybe a bonus?" "Xiao Wang, go bring out those criminals for the officers." Zhang Lingnan nudged a nearby brother. The cop blinked. Why did he say, "bring out," like they were hauling corpses? Then, 8 battered figures, Brother Long and his men, were dragged into view like lifeless sacks of meat. The lead cop's eyes locked onto Brother Long for a fleeting moment, something unreadable passing between them. His expression darkened. "You beat them to this state? Everyone involved? Hands up! You're all coming to the station." Zhang Lingnan exhaled dramatically, stretching out his wrists. "I did it. Just arrest me." He'd already made up his mind. He wasn't particularly useful to the company, and he felt undeserving of the shares Baiji had given him. So from now on, he'd take the fall for everything Baiji did. Even if Baiji murdered someone, he'd happily confess to the crime. Noticing the cop's skeptical stare, Zhang Lingnan huffed. "What? Don't judge by my size. I'm an inheritor of ancient Chinese martial arts. My master was the legendary Devil Muscles himself, champion of Southeast Asia's first free fighting tournament in 1974. Beating up a few lowlifes was child's play for me." The cop's eye twitched. This brat was mocking him. Since when did college kids have the guts to mess with the police? Without another word, he snapped handcuffs onto Zhang Ling and snarled, "Take him away!" He had made up his mind. Once back at the station, he'd teach this punk a lesson. Forget the kid's smug, mocking attitude for a moment. Lu Tianxiao had paid him handsomely. After all, you take the money, you do the job. "Wait!" The officer turned at the voice and saw an exceptionally handsome young man step out from the crowd. Dressed simply in a white shirt, black slacks, and polished leather shoes, the outfit looked both stylish and professional on him. He carried himself like nobility, reminiscent of Louis Koo, but taller and even more striking. "Officer, this student acted bravely by subduing the gangsters who came to my company to cause trouble. Treating him like a criminal seems rather inappropriate, don't you think?" As Ye Bai finished speaking, his friends immediately closed in, some even blocking the elevator to prevent the officers from leaving. "What are you doing? Accusing others of being gangsters? You're the ones acting like a mob," the officer barked. "Officer, don't make baseless claims. I'm a college entrepreneur, a lawful businessman. These are my classmates and employees. We're just a tight-knit group. How does that make us gangsters?" Ye Bai pulled an eye-shin forward, pointing at the blood streaking his face. "These thugs stormed in and beat my employee like this. Shouldn't you be arresting them instead of framing innocent people? Who's innocent and who's guilty will be determined after our investigation, not by your one-sided account. You're the company owner? You're coming with us too." As the lead officer motioned for his men to seize them, a crisp, melodious voice cut through the tension. "I'd like to see who dares lay a hand on my boyfriend." The officer turned to see a girl with an angelically pure face but a bombshell figure step forward. Her expression was icy, her gaze sharp, radiating an untouchable aura of nobility, underlined by a faint but unmistakable dominance. The officer found the girl somewhat familiar, and her aura was anything but ordinary. Frowning, he asked, "And who are you?" "Chun Sinny, sophomore in the political science department at Taojiang University." Chun Sinny lifted her fair chin proudly. The officer felt her name was also familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere. Suddenly, his partner's eyes widened, and he quickly leaned in to whisper, "Captain Huang, She's the girl who was almost killed by the fugitive Zhou Kachang not long ago. I was on the team that responded to the incident. Captain Huang sucked in a sharp breath, his expression shocked. You mean, this Chan Sini is Secretary Chen's daughter? His partner nodded firmly. Captain Huang fell silent for a moment before the icy sternness on his face instantly melted away, replaced by an ingratiating smile. He turned to Ye Bai with newfound warmth. You made a valid point, young man. And these thugs, covered in tattoos and looking like trouble, obviously aren't good people. From what I gather, these criminals barged in and were subdued by you students, right? Ye Bai nodded with an inward scoff. Why the sudden change in attitude? Zhang Lingnan chimed in. Uncle, don't force that smile. I preferred you when you were all arrogant earlier. Captain Huang's grin stiffened, but he brushed it off and stepped forward to remove Zhang Lingnan's handcuffs. With a wave, he signaled his men to cuff Dragon Bro and his gang instead. Smiling, Huang said to Zhang Lingnan, Young man, please come with us to the station. Once we confirm this was a righteous act of self-defense, I'll recommend you for a commendation. Ye Bai spoke up. I'm the owner of White Knight Media and a party involved in this case. I'll accompany you as well. Besides, I have evidence of these gangsters' crimes. I'll go with you, Chen Sini said. Linking her arm with Ye Bai's, Captain Huang's eyelid twitched violently. Things had just gotten complicated. Who could have guessed that the owner of White Knight Media was Secretary Chen's daughter's boyfriend? Damn Lu Tianxiao. Getting him to cross Secretary Chen's future son-in-law. If only he'd refused that favor at Imperial City KTV yesterday. After you, students? Captain Huang beamed. Waiting as Ye Bai, Chan Sini, and the others entered the elevator before gesturing for his men to haul Dragon Bro's gang in. Right before the doors closed, Ye Bai exchanged a glance with Song Dongfeng and nodded slightly. Watching the elevator descend, Song Dongfeng clenched his fists, adrenaline surging as he remembered Ye Bai's earlier instructions. Big bro Tianxiao, huh? Motherfucker. Today your brother Dongfeng will show you why the roses are so red. Brothers, let's roll. Ye Bai drove his Mercedes-Benz S600 behind the police car. Chan Sini quietly seated beside him. Nobility lies in people, not professions. Chun Sini had noticed that Captain Huang and his men seemed too cozy with those thugs. Her biggest concern was evidence tampering once they reached the station. She considered calling her father, Chan Zhengbin, to intervene, but recalling Ye Bai's pride, she opted instead for another number. Uncle Chui, it's Sini. There's been trouble. Some criminals stormed my boyfriend's company, trying to seize shares and assault people. Before she could finish, the voice on the other end cut in. Boyfriend? Since when? How old is he? What does his family do? Glancing at Ye Bai, Chun Sini blushed slightly. You've met him, Uncle Chui. He's the classmate who saved me last time. Ye Bai? That kid. Quietly swept our Sini off her feet. Huh. A hearty laugh followed. Does your dad know? I recall him insisting you shouldn't date in college. Not yet. Uncle Chui, please keep this secret. I'll talk to my parents first. Fine, fine. Now, back to what happened. After hanging up, Ye Bai asked, Do I know this Uncle Chui? Chun Sini nodded. He's the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. You saw him the day you saved me. Ye Bai acknowledged this with a hum, steering one-handed while taking her delicate fingers in his grasp. Weren't you supposed to consult your parents first? He teased. Yet here you are, my girlfriend already. Humph, lucky you. She pouted. The whole, I'll wait until after college, and I need parental approval spiel had just been an excuse. She liked Ye Bai, just not girlfriend level yet. But today proved he ticked every box for her ideal partner. The seedling planted when he rescued her had not only taken root but bloomed in record time. And her parents' opinion? Who cares? Once Chun Sini made up her mind, not even 8 oxen could drag her back. Police car, meanwhile, Dragon Bro glared in frustration. Huangji, those little shits broke my ribs and stabbed toothpicks under my nails. You gotta help me. Shut up. Who's your brother? Watch your mouth, Captain Huang snapped. Seeing Dragon Bro's stunned face, Huang added coldly, prepare for jail. Not even your big bro Tianxiao can bail you out now. You pissed off someone even Lu Sanji wouldn't dare cross. Dragon Bro's face drained of color. What's that pretty boy's real background? Soon, they arrived at the police station. Team leader Huang politely escorted Ye Bai and the others inside, taking them to the interview room for statements while dragging Longu and his crew into separate interrogation rooms. Ye Bai, could you show me the evidence you have? Team leader Huang asked. Let's wait a bit. Ye Bai refused. Team leader Huang nodded and didn't press further. The group waited quietly. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in, holding a thermos cup. Behind him followed several stern and upright officers. Team leader Huang stiffened, immediately standing at attention and saluting. Chief Kui. Chief Chui gave him a brief glance and a slight nod before turning to Ye Bai and Chun Sini with a warm smile. Kid, you've got some nerve. I knew you weren't ordinary the first time we met, but I didn't expect you to be this impressive. He patted Ye Bai's shoulder with an amused grin. Chun Sini, of course, understood the implication and protested. Uncle Chui! Ha ha ha! Look at you, all grown up now. Chief Chui chuckled before turning serious. Give me the full rundown of what happened. Ye Bai nodded, summarizing the events and then showing him the edited surveillance footage from his phone. Cut precisely to the moment Longu lifted the ashtray and smashed it into an Aishian's head. As the recording played, Long Ji's threats and the crude, degrading remarks he and his lackeys made toward Xiao Momo and Sui Sha filled the room. Chief Chui's expression darkened. These scum are the dregs of society, a blight on our nation. Team leader Huang's heart sank. He knew it was over, Longu was finished. Let's just hope he's smart enough not to drag Lu Tianxiao into this. Or me. Longu was smart. During interrogation, he took full responsibility, claiming he'd grown greedy seeing Bay Media's success and had used his boss Lu Tianxiao's name to strong-arm a deal. Ye Bai had expected this. If Longu hadn't been smart, Lu Tianxiao would have made sure his family taught him what smart meant. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Supreme Emperor KTV. Not only was this one of Taijiang City's high-end entertainment venues, but it was also owned by Lu Tianxiao, son of the infamous Three-Fingered Lu. Many of the streamers from Lu's media company were scouted here. A taxi pulled up to the entrance, and Song Dongfeng stepped out with two underlings. He glanced at the neon sign and smirked before striding inside. Then more taxis arrived. Young men in black suits and white shirts poured out, and even a distant bus emptied as a crowd headed straight for the KTV. The promoters in the lobby grinned ear to ear. What the hell? Business is booming today. Where did all these wild VIPs come from? The commission's gonna be insane. We're making bank. Supreme Dynasty KTV, top floor, chairman's office. Lu Tianxiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. In his hand was a half-empty glass of brandy, his face expressionless, like a stern monarch surveying his domain. A bunny girl waited beside him. Lu Tianxiao was not yet 30. Though his features were unremarkable, his 6-foot frame gave him the air of a spoiled young heir from one of those chaebol dramas from Korean films. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's all my fault. The trashy ringtone shattered his unearned gravitas in an instant, knocking him down several pegs, from chaebol scion to tacky nouveau riche. The call connected. Captain Huang's voice crackled through the speaker. Xiaolong's mission failed. He kicked the wrong hornet's nest. He's looking at years behind bars. Cut ties with him. Don't drag yourself down and don't drag me down with you. Lu Tianxiao's eyebrows shot up. That bad? Can't you pull some strings to get him out? I can't even save my own skin right now. White Knight Media's backing is rock solid. We don't want to mess with them. How solid? Chun Jingbin's son-in-law. That's solid. Lu Tianxiao froze. It took him several seconds before he managed to croak. Well, yeah, that's fucking solid. He slammed his phone onto the floor with a curse, then yanked the bunny girl's hair. College had been wasted on Lu Tianxiao. He never studied, preferring street brawls and gang alliances. After graduation, his father Lu Sanji handed him a high-end nightclub and even pulled strings within the group to secure premium entertainment sector resources. The club should have been a cash cow. But Lu Tianxiao was a born spendthrift with a fetish for entrepreneurship and a knack for bankrupting companies. Eventually, Lu Sanji gave up on this disappointment of an heir, found himself a new wife, and started over fresh. The conglomerate's inner workings were kept from Lu Tianxiao, so he only knew Ye Bai as a college entrepreneur, the chairman of White Knight Media. He had no idea that Ye Bai was Chen Jingbin's white glove, nor that Xiao Hongyu had marked him for death multiple times. 3 minutes later, the bunny girl checked the time and whispered timidly, "Brother Tianxiao, my live stream's about to start. Fine. Go." Lu Tianxiao waved her off. Bang! The door exploded open behind him. Lu Tianxiao spun around, fury rising, only to see 2 of his underlings writhing on the floor in agony. As the dust settled, a towering figure loomed in the doorway. His skin was dark, one eye hidden behind a slanted fringe. He stood nearly 7 feet tall, his muscles packed beneath dense fat like a colossal silverback gorilla, or maybe a savage black bear. It was Song Dongfeng. He cracked his neck and grinned, flashing a row of pristine white teeth. "So you're the famous Tianxiao?" Lu Tianxiao paused, then lunged for the corner cabinet, where a silver revolver sat. But before his fingers could graze the metal, something whistled through the air. The next thing he knew, he was airborne. Crash! His body smacked into the wall like a bug on a windshield, hung for a second, then crumpled to the floor. Blood seeped from his lips as he struggled to breathe. Felt like he'd been hit by a freight train. Definitely a few broken ribs. Clang! Clang! A dozen men stomped in, axes in hand. The leader clutched a Glock pistol. "Brother Dong, all the cameras are smashed. The bouncers are dealt with. Most customers are busy in the VIP rooms, but a few noticed the commotion and bolted. We didn't touch him like you ordered. But won't they call the cops?" Song Dongfeng shrugged. "We'll find a sacrificial lamb if we have to. We're just lawful businessmen seeking justice, not gangsters. Civilians stay off limits." After a beat, he added, "And remind the boys, this has nothing to do with Brother Yi. We're just righteous citizens standing up for Nishan." The underling nodded, eyes blazing with excitement. This was insane. Brother Dong was unstoppable, a goddamn juggernaut. Less than 10 minutes in, and Supreme Dynasty was already his. Not a single soul could take his punch. Most dropped in one hit, their newfound narcolepsy curing all sleep disorders instantly. Song Dongfeng grabbed Lu Tianxiao by the collar and hoisted him up like a rag doll. Lu Tianxiao dangled, legs kicking uselessly. His head still rang like tinnitus, but he didn't dare struggle. He forced a smile. "Big bro, must be some misunderstanding? I don't even know you." "Brother Tianxiao," Song Dongfeng purred. "I heard you wanted shares of White Knight?" Lu Tianxiao's stomach plunged. Fuck, it was that student Ye Bai, here for payback. These men were all dressed in black suits, white shirts, axes gleaming. They looked more like triad enforcers than actual triad enforcers, straight out of some damn axe gang flick. Wait, Ye Bai was Chen Jingbin's son-in-law, a legit businessman. How the hell did he have monsters like this on payroll? Song Dongfeng grinned. "They say it's rude not to return a favor. If you wanted to buy White Knight for a measly $1,000,000, then me buying Supreme Dynasty for the same can't be unfair, right? Like hell it isn't. What kind of joke was this? White Knight might be hot now, but it was still just some startup with registered capital of $1,000,000. Supreme Dynasty? The whole goddamn building was his. $1,000,000 for this? Was this guy smoking crack?" But Lu Tianxiao kept his mouth shut. He didn't fancy another flight. Song Dongfeng clapped his hands. An underling stepped forward, placing a silver briefcase on the floor. When it cracked open, stacks of crimson cash stared back. Lu Tianxiao squinted. That case looked familiar, especially when he spotted the broken zipper. "Son of a bitch, that's the case I gave Xiao Long." Swallowing hard, he croaked, Big bro, isn't this my money? I mean, Forget whether Supreme Dynasty's worth 20 times that. Since when do you buy people stuff with their own cash? Song Dongfeng glowered. Who said it's yours? Got your name on it. He shoved Lu Tianxiao onto the couch, then slapped down 2 documents. Property deed transfer. A business ownership contract. Sign. Lu Tianxiao didn't move. He'd been mid-session with the streamer. Pants long discarded. His bare ass stuck to the leather. Song Dongfeng glanced down and barked, Liangzi, looks like Brother Tianxiao's got some foreskin issues. Grab scissors. Let's give him a circumcision. On it, boss. A henchman rummaged through the desk, unearthing a pair of gardening shears. Snip, snip. Liangzi licked his lips, grinning like a madman as he advanced. Get some guys to hold Brother Tianxiao steady. Upon hearing the order, several lackeys immediately pinned Lu Tianxiao down like a slaughtered pig, spreading his legs apart. Tianxiao Ji, I'm a little heavy-handed, so bear with it, Liangzi said, gripping him with his left hand while holding scissors in his right. Tianxiao Ji, if I accidentally snip a little too much, say, cutting you down from 6 centimeters to 3, don't blame me. My eyesight's bad, and I'm nearsighted. Seeing Lu Tianxiao press his lips tightly shut without a word, Liangzi stopped threatening him. Truth be told, this was his first time doing something like this, and his hands trembled slightly from nerves. But with Dong Ji watching him from the side, he knew this was his chance to prove himself. If he missed it, who knew when the next opportunity would come?
No merci, no foothold.
A flash of ruthlessness crossed Liangzi's eyes as he steeled himself and prepared to tighten his grip. Wait, wait, wait. Lu Tianxiao had been watching Liangzi's eyes closely and knew the kid was dead serious. He'd been that age once himself. Hot-headed, reckless, and obsessed with brotherhood. These greenhorns were the most dangerous. They wouldn't hesitate to perform an impromptu circumcision if ordered, let alone stab him to death should Dongji command it. I'll sign. Lu Tianxiao's legs shook as he swallowed hard, nearly pissing himself in fear. He'd always felt inadequate down there, plagued by insecurity. If they really cut him, he'd spend the rest of his life as a damn outlet. Compared to his precious junk, what was the Supreme Dynasty? And if he swallowed his pride and signed now, so what? The Supreme Dynasty wasn't going anywhere. Did these punks even dare to take it? Better yet, could they? If Boss Xiao found out about this, Lu Tianxiao wouldn't even need to lift a finger. He'd have these ignorant brats chopped to pieces. When Lu Tianxiao finally signed, Song Dongfeng grinned. Tianxiao Ji, you always did know what's what. Priorities, right? All right, boys. Let's move out. With that command, the gang retreated like a receding tide. Only then did the cowering female streamer in the corner dare to approach, attempting to help Lu Tianxiao up. Tianxiao Ji, are you okay? Fuck off, Lu Tianxiao roared, kicking her away. As he reached for his pants, he suddenly froze. Something felt off. After a pause, he snapped at the bunny girl. Come here. Much later, Lu Tianxiao slumped onto the couch, face ashen. It's over. No reaction. That scare broke the damn thing. Yongla District Police Station. The precinct chief hovered nervously beside Director Cui Fan. The stark difference in treatment compared to Long Ji in the interrogation room undeniable. Even Captain Huang had been reduced to a glorified attendant, fetching tea and even washing cherries for Chun Sini. Buzz, buzz. Director Chui's phone vibrated. He stepped aside discreetly to check the message, and his previously lazy gaze sharpened like a blade. But the intensity vanished just as quickly. Standing, he announced, Sini, Ye Bai, something urgent just came up. I'll have to excuse myself. Then, with a detached tone, he instructed the precinct chief. As law enforcement, we must never wrong the innocent, nor let the guilty escape. Remember the badge we wear and the duty it represents. Yes, sir. You have my word. Soon, the statements were finalized, and the case was closed. Lu Halong's small-time gang of thugs had attempted to strong-arm their way into Bay Media's shares. Zhang Lingnan, a student from Taojiang University, had heroically intervened and subdued them, Captain Huang clapped Zhang Lingnan's shoulder with exaggerated praise. Young man, you've done well. I'll personally inform your university. Such bravery deserves recognition. Wah? Zhang Lingnan's head spun before the words finally registered. He shot Chun Sini a look of pure awe. Big sis-in-law is on another level. Goddamn legendary. Once upon a time, Zhang Lingnan had idolized Chun Sini as his untouchable crush. Now, he wanted to slap his past self for such audacity. A goddess like her? Only Baiji deserved her. Sini, my regards to Secretary Chun. Captain Huang fawned with an ingratiating smile. Chun Sini responded with a non-committal nod. As the group exited the station, Ye Bai's phone buzzed twice. A message from Song Dongfeng. Baiji, the boar's trapped. Ye Bai contemplated the situation. Now that they'd seized Supreme Dynasty, the conflict with Xiao Hongyu's faction had escalated. That old creep would lose his mind upon hearing the news, probably mobilize personally. Then we'll exterminate the root. Send all of Xiao Hongyu's inner circle to reunite with Old Cat. Should we propel Luo Yang to the top? Let him absorb the whole operation? Decision made, Ye Bai searched for an excuse to send Chun Sini home. I'm such a scumbag. Use her and toss her aside like this. I deserve hell. Glancing at Chun Sini's ample assets, he mentally corrected himself. Big Sini, tonight's business is unavoidable. But in the future, I'll make it up to you properly. Just as Ye Bai opened his mouth, Chun Sini spoke first with an apologetic look. Ye Bai, I can't join you for dinner tonight. Why? Sweet. My dad must already know about this by now, and he definitely knows you're my boyfriend. But since he hasn't called me, it means he's really angry. I need to go home first and talk to my mom. Make sure she's on my side. Chun Sini said this and then, surprisingly, hugged Ye Bai. Her soft, plush figure practically enveloped him like an oversized teddy bear. Under the influence of his aunt's secret teachings, Ye Bai instinctively had another thought cross his mind. This top-tier Mercedes G-Class would be perfect for me. Damn it, Auntie's corrupting even an upright gentleman like me. Chun Sini stared into Ye Bai's eyes with a serious expression. I'll make it up to you properly someday, boyfriend. All right then, Ye Bai replied with exaggerated regret. Hopefully Uncle Chin approves of me. Remember to put in a good word for me. Yeah. Ye Bai drove Chun Sini home first, then sped off toward Peach River Mansion. Once back, he activated his X-ray vision, only to find Unit 2701 completely empty. Not only was Xiao Hongyu missing, even Yukiko was gone. He checked his phone surveillance. Both Xiao Hongyu's study and the conference room at Lux Mountain Villa were deserted. Ye Bai sent a message to Luo Yang using a burner SIM card. Feel like hot pot.
Luo Yang quickly replied.
Just slipped into the bathroom. Safe to talk. Where's Xiao Hongyu? Someone from the provincial capital visited today, probably sent by Hongyu's backer. They talked privately, then left. After that, Hongyu called Lu San and Oxhead to the hotel rooftop for a meeting. I'm technically on the same level as them now, but he still doesn't fully trust me. If Xiao Hongyu was being this cautious, holding a meeting on the rooftop, whatever that powerful figure discussed must be major. There was a chance they were planning something earth-shattering. Hell, they might even make a direct move against Chun Zhengbin. Have you seen Yukiko Ishihara? That Japanese swindler? She's at the casino. Ye Bai didn't respond further. Instead, he drove to Mount Xioping, parked his car halfway up the mountainside, then slipped into the woods. Activating his invisibility, he sprinted toward the Lux Mountain Villa Hotel at the summit. If all the higher-ups in Xiao Hongyu's crew were gathered there, it saved him the trouble of tracking them down one by one. Perfect for taking them all out in one go. Kill them quietly. Stash the bodies in his spatial storage. No traces, no evidence. Even if Detective Conan showed up, he wouldn't crack the case. Drip, drip. A light rain began to fall. A cold, wet night, carrying a blade, but no umbrella. Ye Bai sprinted all the way to the summit of Xioping Mountain, about to enter the Jushio Mountain Villa Hotel, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Hidden in the roadside bushes was a Santana sedan, packed with 5 men who were intently watching the hotel. Though dressed in plain clothes, each wore an earpiece, and the aura they exuded was all too familiar to Ye Bai. They were undercover police officers. Activating his X-ray vision and super eagle eyes, Ye Bai scanned the area and realized the entire villa was surrounded. Similar cars were parked in every direction, each filled with officers. Among them was Inspector Chui, Uncle Chui, as Chun Sini called him. Seated beside him was a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, his handsome features radiating authority. This was none other than Chun Sini's father, Chun Zhengbin, the top official of Taojiang City. Chun Zhengbin is making his move against Xiao Hongyu? Ye Bai was stunned. No wonder Inspector Chui's expression shifted when he checked his phone at Yongla Precinct. He must have received the arrest order then. Meanwhile, Chun Sini had assumed her father's silence meant he was furious about her relationship with Ye Bai. Ye Bai had thought the same. After all, what father-in-law wouldn't despise a notorious school bully dating his daughter? But it turned out Chun Zhengbin had far bigger concerns. No time to meddle in his daughter's love life. Xiao Hongyu, you lucky bastard. I was about to send you to the afterlife, but now you'll face the law instead. Since Chun Zhengbin had already mobilized his forces, sealing every escape route, Xiao Hongyu's fate was sealed. Either a life behind bars or a bullet to the head. Ye Bai saw no need to intervene. He'd let his future father-in-law claim the credit for ridding society of this scourge. Chun Zhengbin's gaze remained fixed on the villa's entrance, calm yet unyielding. Ever since the mysterious informant had revealed Xiao Hongyu's ties to a powerful figure in the provincial capital, and his involvement in the near-fatal attack on Chun Sini, Xiao Hongyu had been a dead man walking in Chun Zhengbin's eyes. Armed with the informant's evidence, Chun Zhengbin had meticulously planned this decisive strike. Today, the criminal syndicate would fall. To prevent leaks, only Inspector Chui and his most trusted officers had been briefed. The rest of the task force had been discreetly borrowed from Jiangbei City, where Chun Zhengbin had spent 2 decades climbing from grassroots to leadership. These were men he could trust. Move in. Chun Zhengbin's order was ice cold. In an instant, officers swarmed into action. The trap snapped shut. Inside the villa, Xiao Hongyu had just concluded a rooftop meeting. He led Lu San and Yo Tu to his study, uncorking a bottle of 1982 Lafite and pouring 3 glasses. Clink. The glasses met. Xiao Hongyu's voice was grave. Once we complete our patron's task, unimaginable wealth will be ours. Remember, only the 2 of you handle this. No underlings. Lu San and Yo Tu exchanged glances, nodded fiercely, and downed their wine. Adrenaline surged through them, reigniting the fire of their early days following Xiao Hongyu's rise. So what if he's the city's top official? Strip away the title and he was just a man. Eliminate him, earn their patron's favor, and their empire would expand into the provincial capital. Mountains of gold awaited. Then, chaos erupted outside. A gunshot shattered the night. The trio's faces paled. Ring. Xiao Hongyu's phone blared. The panicked voice on the other end gasped, "Boss! Cops everywhere. Run!" Another voice cut in, "Freeze! Who are you calling?" Click. The line went dead. "It's Chun Zhengbin. He struck first." Xiao Hongyu snarled. "Our patron warned he'd deployed officers to the provincial capital. We thought he was targeting them. But he fooled us all. We were his real prey. Boss, what now?" Lu San's eyes gleamed with violence. "Should we fight? I'll have the boys break out the arsenal." "No!" Xiao Hongyu snapped. "If we kill cops, there's no turning back. Escape through the casino's tunnel." He strode to the doorway and sat defiantly in a chair. "What about you, boss? Come with us." Nyo Tu urged. "I'm staying. Let Chun Zhengbin arrest me." Xiao Hongyu smirked. "He must have traced Zhou Kachang to me. This is revenge for his daughter. But so what? The moment I'm in custody, our patron will pull strings to free me. My safety depends on you 2 escaping. As long as I hold leverage over our patron, he won't dare silence me. Understand? We'll survive this, now go." Lu San and Yo Tu shared a look, then nodded. "Stay alive, boss." They bolted from the study, stopping at a corner where a mural concealed a ship's will embedded in the wall. A twist and a hidden door yawned open. As the two slipped inside, the small door slowly closed behind them. Outside the Jushio villa, on the lawn, an invisible figure watched the movements within. Huh? Lu-san and Oxhead actually escaped through the secret passage? Why hasn't Xiao Hongyu run? The distance was too great, and too many walls stood in the way. Even Ye Bai's super hearing couldn't pick up anything. Too bad. I can't read lips, so I can't tell what they're saying. Ye Bai's vision was like having X-ray vision and auto-aim as he tracked Oxhead and Lu-san. The two made their way through the tunnel to the underground casino's lower level, which used to be the B2 parking garage. Once there, they split up, running in opposite directions. Lu-san fled toward Chun Zhengbing's side. Ye Bai had already spotted the tunnel exit, right behind Chun Zhengbing, concealed in a flower bed. After a moment's thought, he sent an anonymous text to Chun Zhengbing using a burner phone, then turned to chase Oxhead in the opposite direction. Soon, Oxhead reached the tunnel exit, hidden inside a fake rock formation. He cautiously pushed aside the disguised stone slab, slinking out while nervously glancing around. Seeing no signs of danger, he dashed into the woods, running wildly. Just you wait, Chun Zhengbing, Oxhead sneered, planning to regroup with Lu-san first before carrying out their plan to eliminate Chun Zhengbing immediately. True to his name, Oxhead was as burly as a bull, charging through the trees like a raging beast. A 3-meter-wide stream appeared ahead. Oxhead sped up for momentum, leaping over it, then his entire body vanished mid-air, disappearing from this world. The next instant, he reappeared in a blinding white void. Time in this space seemed frozen. After the bullhead entered, it turned into a motionless statue. By the stream, Ye Bai, invisible, observed the bullhead from within his portable space. With a mere thought, the next moment, the bullhead appeared out of thin air. Still carrying the momentum of his jump, Bullhead traced an arc through the air before smashing violently into a large tree. He crawled up from the ground, his face streaked with blood, his expression horrified, as if he had run into some supernatural barrier. He distinctly remembered leaping across the stream, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had crashed into a tree. Before Bullhead could even process what had happened, he disappeared again. This was the first time Ye Bai had taken a living creature into his portable space. After experimenting a few more times, he deduced its functionalities. Time inside was indeed perpetually frozen. Not only could it store living beings, but it also preserved the kinetic energy of anything placed inside. So, if someone close to me is on the verge of death, I can just store them inside, find a way to save them, and then release them. And since things retain kinetic energy, imagine tossing steel beams from the rooftop, then storing them at ground level. If I release them at enemies, they'd be skewered like pincushions. I can even catch bullets. Ye Bai's imagination ran wild. The potential applications of this portable space were endless. Paired with invisibility and time stop, it truly made him invincible. If not for his inherently kind nature, Ye Bai might have already turned into a Homelander type, crushing anyone who opposed him. Meanwhile, Chun Zhengbin lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on Jushio Villa. Gunshots rang out from inside again. He turned to the two officers beside him and said, "You two go assist." "Sir, Director Chui ordered us to protect you." One officer protested nervously. Chun Zhengbin cut him off. "It's fine. I was a cop too. I don't need protection. Besides, we've got the whole villa surrounded. Do you really think Xiao Hong you can dig a tunnel and escape like a rat?" Unable to disobey their superior, the officers drew their weapons and joined the operation. Ding ding. Chun Jingbin's phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "This is Red Quilt. Lu-san has escaped. The tunnel exit is behind you, in the flower bed within the grove." Chun Jingbin spun around, his sharp eyes locking onto the grove. It's that mysterious informant. No one else knew about the Red Quilt reference. "Xiao Chui, send 2 men to the grove behind my car." Lu-san escaped through a tunnel, he ordered immediately via his earpiece. After scanning the area, He snatched up a dry wooden branch and ventured cautiously into the grove. As he reached the flower bed, the sound of a metal door creaking open echoed before a wiry man emerged. It was Lu San. Their eyes met. Lu San scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing Chan Jingbin alone, his lips twisted into a disdainful, vicious grin. Secretary Chun, how did you find this exit? Heaven's path you ignore, yet hell's gate you seek out. Did you really come alone to stop me? Before Chan Jingbin could react, Lu San lunged. Chan Jingbin swung the branch at Lu San's head, but mid-motion, Lu San twisted his body at an unnatural angle, dodging effortlessly. A flick of his wrist, a glint of steel flashed. The two separated. A thin red line appeared on Chan Jingbin's forearm, blood quickly seeping out. Quite nimble, Lu San smirked. That was meant for your throat. Between his index and ring fingers, a razor blade gleamed. Seeing Chan Jingbin's shocked expression, Lu San chuckled darkly. Didn't you know, Secretary Chin? The legendary thief Lengzi was my master. He attacked again. Chan Jingbin retaliated with the branch, but Lu San danced out of reach effortlessly. Despite his police background, years of cushy bureaucratic life had dulled his reflexes. He was no match for a seasoned criminal like Lu San. Within moments, Lu San overpowered him, pinning him down. The blade inched toward Chan Jingbin's throat. At the last second, Chan Jingbin blocked with sheer instinct. The two struggled, the blade hovering closer. Whoosh! Time froze. Elsewhere, Ye Bai, who had been watching from a distance, dropped his invisibility and sprinted toward them. Initially, he planned to save Chan Jingbin anonymously and leave unnoticed, but then he reconsidered. Why waste such a huge favor? He pulled a face mask from his portable space, intending to intervene as the mysterious informant. Wait, why hide like a rat? I haven't committed any crimes. If he rescued Chan Jingbin openly, he'd secure the Chan family's eternal gratitude. With that kind of influence, he could practically stroll sideways through Taijiang City. First, I save his daughter, now him. Would asking to marry her be too much? Besides, Yukiko had been arrested in the casino raid. Even if he used his powers to break her out, she'd remain a fugitive. To truly save her, he'd need to clear her name, and that required an official, mysterious benefactor. In an instant, Ye Bai made his decision. He put away his mask, knocked the blade out of Lu San's hand, then pulled out a baseball bat from his hidden inventory. Swish! The world snapped back to normal. Lu San was still wrestling with Chan Jingbin, oblivious to the fact that his blade had already been disarmed. Thwack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Without uttering a word, Lu San tipped over and crashed to the ground, instantly slipping into a deep, infant-like slumber. Chan Jingbin looked up in shock, only to see Ye Bai grinning at him, teeth gleaming white. Uncle Chen, are you okay? Ye Bai, why are you here? Chan Jingbin barely finished his question when realization struck him. Wait! That mysterious person who gave me the evidence. Was that you? Yes, Uncle Chun. Ye Bai admitted openly. He had already stepped out of his mental deadlock. Why should he hide anything? He hadn't broken any laws, on the contrary, he had helped Chan Jingbin eliminate a public menace. Chan Jingbin's gaze darkened as he voiced his suspicions. Why did you do all this? Ye Bai hesitated before asking, Uncle Chun, do you know about me and Cindy? Chan Jingbin nodded expressionlessly. I knew I wasn't good enough for her, so I used the prize money to start a business. First, I made a fortune dealing in antiques. Then I bought 3 buildings near Rainbow Bridge. But who knew? Those buildings had already been targeted by Yu. After I snatched them out from under him, he sent people to kill me. Luckily, Yu had an employee named Shiroyuki Ishihara. Not just my neighbor, but practically my godsister. She couldn't bear to see me harmed, so she helped me bug Yu's home and hotels. Thanks to those recordings, I not only uncovered his plot to hurt Cindy, but also gathered all the evidence. Once Ye Bai finished explaining, Chan Jingbin stared at him deeply. Impossible to tell how much of it he believed. Ye Bai didn't care either way. He had done everything to uphold justice, broken no laws, and even saved Chun Zhengbin and his daughter. Surely the man wouldn't repay kindness with cruelty? Just then, several tense-looking policemen rushed over. "Cuff Lu San," Chun Zhengbin ordered, then turned to lead Ye Bai out of the woods. As they stepped out, Ye Bai spotted Ishihara, wrists bound in handcuffs, being escorted out of the hotel by a policewoman. Panicked, Ye Bai quickly explained, "Uncle Chun, that's Ishihara Shiroyuki. She worked at Xiao Hongyu's casino, but she turned over a new leaf and played a huge role in bringing him down." Chun Zhengbin narrowed his eyes. "From what I saw, she was Xiao Hongyu's woman. Why would she help you?" Without hesitation, Ye Bai pulled out his phone and tapped open a saved surveillance clip. In the video, Xiao Hongyu lounged on a bed between two scantily clad women, one of whom was a heavily tattooed foreigner. Chun Zhengbin's eye twitched violently. Even for someone as worldly as him, the footage was eye-searing. Shiroyuki was just a front for Xiao Hongyu. She despised him for all his crimes. "That's why she helped me." Chun Zhengbin stayed silent for a long moment before contacting Chief Chui via earpiece. "Bring Shiroyuki over." Ye Bai exhaled in relief. She was finally cleared. Underground gambling dens were illegal, after all. As the casino's head dealer, she technically broke the law. If they didn't whitewash her actions, she'd at least be deported back to Japan. When Ishihara was brought over, her delicate face remained expressionless, her eyes unfocused, until they landed on Ye Bai. Instantly, they shimmered with joy, but she was still a detainee. Afraid of implicating him, she dared not acknowledge him outright. Chun Zhengbin pointed at Ye Bai. "Do you know him?" Ishihara stayed silent. "Shiroyuki, Uncle Chen's an ally. Just speak frankly, it's fine." After locking eyes with Ye Bai, she finally gave a slow nod. "What did you do together?" Chun Zhengbin pressed. Ishihara's mind flashed back to the intimate techniques she had practiced on Ye Bai after learning from certain films. But obviously that wasn't the answer he wanted. After a pause, she coldly uttered, "Surveillance. Release her. She's our undercover operative." With a wave, Chun Zhengbin signaled the policewoman to remove the cuffs. Pausing, he led the two aside and spoke gravely. "This isn't over yet. Xiao Hongyu's syndicate isn't fully dismantled, and the waters here run deeper than you can handle. Take her and leave." "Thank you, Uncle Chin. Let's go, Shiroyuki." Ye Bai deliberately kept his distance from her. Chun Zhengbin was his future father-in-law, after all. Best keep him believing Shiroyuki was merely his god-sister, not the sister he had, well. As Ye Bai and Ishihara walked away, Chun Zhengbin stared after them, his expression unreadable. At the mountainside, Ye Bai ushered Ishihara into his Mercedes. An odd feeling nagged at him, something forgotten, but whatever it was, it must not have been important. Screw it. When he turned, Ishihara was gazing at him with blazing intensity. "Mr. Yi, you really did it." Like a swallow returning to its nest, she flung herself into his arms. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, damp and overflowing, as if all the love she had suppressed for so long had finally erupted like a volcano, or a dam bursting its banks. "Mr. Yi, let's be together. I want to be your woman, to be truly yours, to be ruined by you." With such a beauty melting into him, how could Ye Bai resist? He bent down, sealing her lips with his, while his hands wandered freely. Meanwhile, the person Ye Bai had forgotten, Luo Yang, was being frog-marched out by the police. Yiji's a fucking legend. Absolute greatest of all time. 1 second interrogating Xiao Hongyu's location. The next, deploying an entire police force to take him down. To serve under a boss who straddled both sides of the law? Luo Yang considered himself blessed. "Ow ow. Easy, officer. We're on the same side. Same side my ass. Get in the damn van." "Boss, I'm undercover. Ask Chief Chun." Luo Yang yelled in desperation. "Oh yeah? What's your badge number then?" Luo Yang choked. With a kick to his rear, the cop shoved him into the squad car. "Undercover? Might as well say you're the damn president of the United States." "Officer, I never had a choice before, but now, I'm a good man. Shut it. Save it for the judge. Inside the Jushio Mountain Villa Hotel, Xiao Hongyu sat imposingly on the sofa, a faint smile playing on his lips. Several armed police officers stormed in, their movements cautious, prepared for a potential shootout. After all, their target was a ruthless crime boss, someone who undoubtedly had firearms stashed away and might fight back desperately. But to their surprise, Xiao Hongyu didn't resist. Instead, he exuded an air of confidence, leisurely lighting a cigar and crossing his legs, every bit the untouchable kingpin. Smack! A young, handsome officer slapped the cigar out of his hand and barked, "Hands on your head! Get down!" Xiao Hongyu shot the officer a deep, lingering glare, memorizing his face. Once this storm passes, I'll make sure he suffers. But for now, under the barrel of a gun, even a crime boss had to comply. He obediently clasped his hands behind his head and crouched down. Footsteps approached. Police Chief Chui entered the study alongside Chen Zhengbin. A detective captain immediately stepped forward to report. Chief Chui, Secretary Chen, all key members of Xiao Hongyu's criminal organization have been apprehended, except for one, Nyo Lu, alias Oxhead. Hearing this, a glint of triumph flashed in Xiao Hongyu's eyes. Perfect. As long as Oxhead remained free, his powerful backer, the one who feared the secrets Xiao held, wouldn't dare silence him. Instead, they'd do everything to get him out. Chen Zhengbin cast an indifferent glance at Xiao Hongyu before walking to the bookshelf. He pulled out a yellow-covered book from the third row, The Young Wife, Sister Bai, and with a soft click, the shelf, which was electrified, slid open to reveal a hidden safe embedded in the wall. Xiao Hongyu shot to his feet. "Don't move!" The young officer, tense from his first major case, slammed the butt of his gun into Xiao Hongyu's head. Blood trickled down his forehead, but Xiao Hongyu barely registered the pain. His eyes were locked on Chen Zhengbin in sheer disbelief. How does he know about the safe? Then again, even if Chen found it, it didn't matter. Only Xiao knew the combination, and this safe was custom-made. Any forced entry would trigger its self-destruct mechanism. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Chen Zhengbin began inputting the code. A few seconds later, beep, the door swung open.
Impossible.
Xiao Hongyu collapsed onto the sofa, his face ashen. It's over. Completely over. If he had held onto the contents of that safe, his powerful backer would have pulled strings to free him. But now that Chen Zhengbin had it, the damage to his patron would be immense. Forget rescue, they'd send someone to silence him. Watching Chen methodically sort through the safe's contents, Xiao Hongyu's composure shattered. He screamed hysterically, "Chen Zhengbin, how did you know about the safe? Who told you the code?" Chen Zhengbin barely spared him a glance, waving a dismissive hand. "Take him away." "Yes, sir." Two officers immediately cuffed Xiao Hongyu and dragged him out. Chief Chui stepped forward. "Sir, I've already issued a warrant for Oxhead's arrest. He won't escape." Chen Zhengbin's gaze darkened. Did Oxhead really escape? Ye Bai had texted him Lu San's escape route, so he must know where Oxhead fled. And in the time between that message and Ye Bai saving him, well, the answer was obvious. Oxhead hadn't gotten away. But if Ye Bai wasn't revealing his whereabouts, there were only two possibilities. 1. Oxhead had something Ye Bai wanted and he was interrogating him. 2. Ye Bai had already killed Oxhead during the pursuit. Either way, Oxhead wasn't coming back. This college student, Ye Bai, he's anything but ordinary. On the surface, he seemed harmless. Yet, single-handedly, he had dismantled Xiao Hongyu's entire criminal empire. Fortunately, he was on the side of justice, an ally. Chen Zhengbin had no intention of exposing what he knew. Though he was a cop at heart, driven by a strong sense of justice, he wasn't a rigid traditionalist. As long as Ye Bai fought for good, the details didn't matter. Besides, Ye Bai didn't just save Cindy's life, this time he saved mine. So what if he has secrets? So what if he's dangerous? As long as he's on our side, standing with us, that's enough. A man like Ye Bai was a weapon, a blade that could pierce the enemy's heart. Dangerous, yes, but devastatingly effective. Chun Zhengbin had the magnanimity to wield such a weapon. He was confident he could control it. And let's not forget, this kid has also charmed my precious daughter. Who knows? He might really become my son-in-law someday. In an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, 6 men huddled together. Their leader, a man with a scar across his face, was Xiao Hongyu's childhood friend, his most trusted confidant. He was the one who had installed surveillance in Cat Sister's room 888. These 6 were Xiao Hongyu's inner circle. They'd been out running an errand for him when they got word of the police raid on Jusho Mountain Villa. After a quick call with Xiao, Scarface led them to hide in the outskirts. "Brother Dao, what now?" one of them asked. Scarface's voice was steady. "We wait. The boss said his powerful backer in the provincial capital will step in to save him. And if they don't? If they don't?" Scarface's gaze hardened. "Then we save him ourselves." His eyes swept over the group, his tone resolute. "Worst case, we ambush the prison transport. We'll break him out and flee to Myanmar together. But Dao Ji, we don't even have money for the trip. Smuggling into Myanmar costs 30,000 per person," one man whined. The police had moved too fast. They hadn't grabbed any cash, and their bank accounts were already frozen. Clearly, the authorities had been preparing for this. Scarface scoffed. "Stop panicking. The boss's vault isn't just stacked with cash. There are gold bars, guns, even submachine guns." The men brightened. "Then let's grab the guns now. If things go south, we'll need firepower to rescue the boss." Scarface shook his head. "Only the boss knows the vault's location. But trust me, there's enough in there for 10 lifetimes. If his backer abandons him, we'll break him out, take the money, and start fresh in Myanmar." Reassured, the men's eyes burned with renewed determination. Behind them, on a table, lay 6 pistols and a scattering of bullets. One bullet stood upright, its tip glinting coldly in the dim light. Taojiang Public Security Bureau. Tonight, the place was as lively as New Year's Eve. Hundreds of suspects had been brought in, packing the bureau to its limits. Director Chui's trusted team and all the officers temporarily assigned by Chun Zhengbin were busy at their posts, each handling their duties. Chun Zhengbin had issued a strict order. With ample evidence, they had to finalize the case overnight, ensuring it made the headlines of tomorrow's Taojiang morning news. Knock, knock. The door to Chun Zhengbin's temporary office was rapped sharply. Director Chui stepped in to report, "Sir, we indeed found numerous hidden spy cameras in Xiao Hongyu's residence and Jusho Villa. We've also retrieved Ye Bai's records." Chun Zhengbin took the file from Director Chui and examined it closely. The background was clean. Ye Bai came from 3 generations of farmers with no criminal history. Just over a month ago, he had been an ordinary college student. His so-called reputation as a campus bully barely qualified him as a small-time troublemaker. But from the moment he was expelled and later reinstated, everything changed dramatically. Ye Bai's account mostly aligned with the facts. After claiming the bounty for arresting Zhou Kachang, he made a fortune dealing in antiques, seized 3 buildings from Xiao Hongyu, and was now the CEO of a media company. This White Knight Media is actually valued at over 100 million? Chun Zhengbin asked, surprised. Yes, even I was shocked. But this is the professional's assessment. They say White Knight Media's momentum is unstoppable, and its real worth far exceeds that. Director Chui clicked his tongue. This kid, it's like he's cheating at life. No wonder Cindy's taken with him. Chun Zhengbin, Director Chui continued. In any case, he's extraordinary, insanely capable with absurdly high charisma. In just 2 years of college, he managed to gather nearly 100 loyal followers. I was honestly worried they'd turn to organized crime. Oh, one more thing. Director Chui suddenly remembered and pulled out another file. This is one of Ye Bai's subordinates, Song Dongfeng. We received a report that he went to Imperial Dynasty KTV and bought the entire place from Lu Tianxiao for $1 million, using Lu Tianxiao's own money. He bought Lu Tianxiao's KTV with Lu Tianxiao's money? Chun Zhengbin was baffled. Exactly. Lu Tianxiao had sent Lu Helong and others to forcibly seize shares from White Knight Media. So Ye Bai retaliated by sending Song Dongfeng. Chun Zhengbin rubbed his temples in exasperation. This kid really isn't one to sit idle. Forget it. Let's treat this as Ye Bai's reward. He played a crucial role in uprooting Xiao Hongyu's entire operation.
Director Qi nodded.
That was his sentiment too. Ye Bai was actually quite likable, handsome, capable, and a good match for Cine. As for taking over Imperial Dynasty, a trivial matter. Lu Tianxiao brought it upon himself by provoking Ye Bai in the first place. Your father and even your boss's boss got taken down by him. What made you think you could mess with his company? This outcome? Well deserved. No. Taking over wasn't the right term. When dealing with criminal enterprises, it wasn't theft. It was simply claiming what was rightfully theirs. Director Cui walked into the main office, where an old detective intercepted him, face solemn. Chief Cui, my gut tells me Fat Cat and Black Kid's deaths are shady. 2 dying in the same room within such a short time. That's no coincidence. Director Cui froze, recalling the details from Ye Bai's background check. Fat Cat had clashed with Ye Bai, then overdosed and died. Black Kid had also fought with Ye Bai, first surviving a car crash on Rainbow Bridge, though his lackey, Lao Air, died. Then, within an hour, he was electrocuted in his bathtub from a faulty hairdryer. If there wasn't something suspicious here, Cui Fan would eat his badge.
Considering Ye Bai's demonstrated abilities.
Cui Fan had a hunch. No evidence, but his instincts were never wrong. Putting on a stern expression, Director Cui snapped. Did the surveillance footage show anything? No, but what? If there's no issue, drop it. Are you so free? Our priority now is cracking down on crime. Not wasting time on whether these thugs died by accident. And even if they were murdered, so what? Scum like them deserved it. Having seen too much darkness, Cui Fan knew justice and evil weren't black and white matters to be judged by cold procedure. While he couldn't say it aloud, he truly believed these 2 were better off dead. The atrocities they'd committed? 100 executions wouldn't be enough. They could kill others, but couldn't be killed? What kind of logic was that? Director Cui roared, Lao Li, if you keep obsessing over this crap, get lost. Fat Cat and Black Kid were already cremated. Their families aren't complaining, so why the hell are you? With a final glare, Cui Fan stormed off. The old detective's face twisted with frustration, but eventually, he shelved the case files and joined the interrogation teams handling Xiao Hongyu's lackeys. Taojiang Mansion, 27th floor. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Ye Bai and Yukiko stumbled out, locked in a fervent kiss. Finally breaking apart, Yukiko panted softly, her large, alluring eyes shimmering with desire. Ye Bai murmured, Your place or mine? Yukiko glanced at the doorplate, 2701, an imperceptible flicker of disgust in her gaze. This is not a home. It's a cage for Yukiko.
Ye Bai kisset her forehat genti.
Sorry, love. My mistake. In a couple of days, let's buy a new place together. Somewhere that'll truly be ours. Yukiko nodded, pressing closer into his embrace. She had never felt such happiness before. Since coming to China, she had drifted like rootless grass. But now, she had found her anchor. Ye Bai swept her into his arms, kicked the door shut behind them, and carried her straight to the bedroom. As he laid her snow-soft body onto the bed, a rush of heat surged through him. Though he had already known Yukiko's body intimately in his past life, perhaps even better than she did, there was something different about holding her younger self, watching the shyness flutter in her eyes. Yukiko? Mr. Yi, please. Don't go easy on Yukiko. Just as Ye Bai and Yukiko achieved the ultimate harmony of life. Yuan Garden, apartment 502. In the living room, a gorgeous woman lay asleep on the sofa. She seemed to be having a sweet dream, smacking her lips unconsciously as if savoring something delicious. After a long while, Qin Yu slowly woke from her dream. Ah, how did I accidentally fall asleep? Her captivating eyes were watery as she blinked. Originally, she had been sitting on the sofa waiting for Xiao Bai to come home, but somehow she had dozed off. Checking the time on her phone, Qin Yu gasped. It's so late already. Xiao Bai still isn't back? Given that rascal's perverted tendencies, if he came home and saw her sprawled on the sofa like this, he'd definitely try to pull something naughty. Qin Yu walked into Ye Bai's room and turned on the light. Sure enough, the room was empty. Somehow, an overwhelming sense of loneliness and solitude welled up inside her. She already missed Ye Bai. Before, loneliness had been bearable. But now that she had experienced Ye Bai's affection, how could she suppress her heart any longer? Did that brat actually get angry with me? She thought back to yesterday when she had refused Ye Bai's outrageous request. That little devil insisted that doing that wouldn't cross any lines, claiming it was normal for foreigners. Frightened, Qin Yu had pinched him, bitten his shoulder, and then retreated in a fluster. That little jerk. So petty. But Auntie really can't take that step with you. She was terrified that once they crossed that line, there'd be no turning back, that beyond it lay an abyss. Unbeknownst to her, while she was still wrestling with her emotions, her home had already been invaded by an enchanting woman from an island nation. I need to find a way to make it up to Xiao Bai. She opened a shopping app on her phone and searched for QQ lingerie, browsing through the options. She decided that next time, she'd wear something more serious. Of course it was serious. There were police uniforms and teacher outfits. How could those not be serious? Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Supreme Dynasty KTV, inside the chairman's office, Lu Tianxiao lay on the sofa, seething with rage as he recalled how Ye Bai had strong-armed him into selling the entire building, using his own $1 million to do it. Glancing at the time, he called the bunny girl streamer who usually served him. Done streaming yet? I've got a lot of pent-up frustration right now. Come to my office. Before long, the bunny girl arrived. Still boiling with anger, Lu Tianxiao made up his mind. Once his father, Lu Sanji, returned, he would embellish the whole incident. He'd claim he had been happily eating hot pot and singing in his office when Ye Bai, that piece of trash, sent hundreds of thugs to wreck the place and forced him to sign the transfer agreement. Then, together with his father, they'd go to their supreme boss, Xiao Hongyu, and beg him to take revenge on that bastard. What did a signed contract matter? With Boss Zhao's backing, did Ye Bai really think he could take the Supreme Dynasty? Brawling. The phone rang. Lu Tianxiao answered, then immediately turned pale. What kind of sick joke is this? What cop has a death wish, daring to arrest Boss Xiao? Wait, my dad got arrested too? He's in the hospital. Brain damage? Might become a permanent vegetable? Are you freaking kidding me? Is it April Fool's Day or something? Hanging up, Lu Tianxiao's expression was a mix of disbelief, dazed confusion, fury, and fear. I don't have a dad anymore? In the past, such news would have thrilled him. Finally, no one to control him. But now, not only had he lost his father, but his biggest backer was gone too. The entire Xiao Hongyu syndicate had collapsed. A terrifying realization hit him. With no one left to help, the Supreme Dynasty was lost for good. Ye Bai and his gang had no reason to hold back now. They could take over any time. No, I need to get out of here. It's too dangerous. A desolate feeling washed over him. He was now a stray dog with no home. Just as he was about to call his crew to escape together, the door was kicked open. A towering, muscular figure strode in. It was Ye Bai's merciless henchman again. Lu Tianxiao, now as jumpy as a frightened bird, immediately shoved the bunny girl hostess away. Big bro, I'm leaving right now. Don't hit me. But Song Dongfeng ignored him, excitedly yelling outside instead. Officers, Lu Sanji's son, Lu Tianxiao, is right here. Several policemen entered. The middle-aged detective in charge scowled at the debauchery by the floor-to-ceiling window. Take him away. Lu Tianxiao actually felt relieved. It was the police. Wonderful. At least he wouldn't be brutalized by this King Kong look-alike, or risk being disposed of. As the officers hauled him away, Lu Tianxiao even smirked at Song Dongfeng, mocking, taunting, as if daring him to take a swing. Only after stepping outside did Lu Tianxiao realize something was wrong. Officers, wait, I'm not wearing pants. Let me put some pants on first. Shut it. What's the difference? No one can even see anything unless they really look. The cop scoffed impatiently. After stuffing Lu Tianxiao and his crew into the police vans, the convoy slowly drove off. A group emerged from the darkness, gathering at the entrance, staring up at the luxurious golden lobby of the Supreme Dynasty. Song Dongfeng grinned wildly. Brothers, this KTV is ours now. Bai Ji said half of all future profits go to our group, distributed fairly based on each member's contributions to the Vitiligo squad. See? Following Bai Ji means feasting like kings. I'm sticking with Bai Ji for life. Freaking legendary. Collaborating with the cops to wipe out Xiao Hongyu's entire gang. How many gangsters in history could pull that off? Whack. The guy's head got smacked hard. Who TF said anything about a gang? We're not gangsters. We're lawful businessmen. Vitiligo is just a uni club. Hell, I'll register it officially tomorrow. Yeah, we're just hunky-dory citizens. Definitely not gangsters. Thud. An axe slipped out from someone's pant leg. The guy calmly picked it up and tucked it back into his waistband. Spotting a curious customer gaping at him, he grinned sheepishly. Don't panic. I'm a barber. Totally normal to carry a shaving axe. Right? Morning. Teohuajiang Mansion, Unit 2702. Ye Bai and Yukiko lay entwined on the living room sofa. Naturally, the two were already intimately familiar with each other. So much so that not a single stitch of clothing remained between them. Yukiko sat nestled in Ye Bai's lap, her back pressed against his chest, her snow-white hips resting against him. Ye Bai rested his chin on her shoulder, right above the blue dragon tattoo, as he watched the morning news broadcast from Teohuajiang City. The footage showed last night's police operation at Juxiu Villa, where Xiao Hongyu and his associates had been arrested, captured by body cameras. Under the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government, and after meticulous investigation by the City Public Security Bureau, members of the criminal organization led by Xiao Hongyu have been apprehended in a single decisive operation. To Yukiko, everything that had happened since yesterday felt like a dream. Xiao Hongyu's empire had truly collapsed. When she was arrested yesterday, Yukiko had been certain she would end up in prison. After all, she was Xiao Hongyu's publicly acknowledged woman, and the head dealer at his underground casino. Yet, with just a few words from Mr. Yi, she had been completely exonerated, transformed into an undercover informant. Mr. Yi is amazing in every way. Mr. Yi, you truly are the hero sent by Amaterasu to save me, Yukiko murmured before pressing another tender kiss to his lips. What the hell is this Amaterasu nonsense? But of course, Ye Bai couldn't say that to a Japanese woman. He simply chuckled, tightening his arms around Yukiko's soft, smooth body as his hands began to wander. Much later, Yukiko's brows furrowed slightly as she struggled to maintain her usual composed expression. She quickly covered her mouth, biting back any sound that threatened to escape. Ye Bai couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Just like in my past life, she's still the same. After a long while, Yukiko slipped away to the bathroom. Ye Bai sprawled lazily on the sofa, not moving an inch. When she returned, he pulled her close and asked, Yukiko, that move you used during our first meeting at the underground casino, the one in the final round, what was it called? Yukiko blinked in surprise. Mr. Yi, you noticed? Of course, Ye Bai replied. It was impressive, but it seemed like you made a mistake that time. Yes, the odds of an error were 1 in 10,000. But it just happened to occur on the day we met. Yukiko's eyes softened with affection. Mr. Yi, it was fate that brought me to you. Ye Bai smiled. He couldn't tell her the truth, that there had been no mistake. He had simply paused time and adjusted the dice himself. Reincarnation and supernatural abilities were his greatest secrets, ones he would never share with anyone. That move is a secret technique of the Ishihara family, Yukiko explained. She picked up a glass of water from the table. Watch closely, Mr. Yi. Her hand remained perfectly still, yet the water inside the glass suddenly trembled, swirling rapidly into a vortex. Incredible! Ye Bai praised. Then, placing his hand on Yukiko's body, he smirked. Actually, after that night, I studied it carefully and managed to grasp the basics. I even developed some alternative applications. Yukiko looked puzzled until Ye Bai demonstrated. Her pupils dilated in shock, her eyes instantly welling with moisture, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Mr. Yi, why you're a genius, she stammered, completely overwhelmed. Not bad, right? I'm pretty good at adapting techniques, Ye Bai said smugly. In both his past and present life, this move had never failed him. No woman could resist it, they always ended up utterly infatuated. In fact, he had even earned a nickname, Kato II. But Ye Bai wasn't entirely pleased with the title. He'd seen Kato's work, and in his opinion, he was far superior. If anything, he should be Kato's mentor. Mr. Yi, you've given me a lot of inspiration, Yukiko murmured, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Then, with a sudden push, she pinned Ye Bai back onto the sofa. To thank you for everything. Let me repay you with the Ishihara family's secret technique. Jishin Yayuan Residential Complex. Unit 401. Dinner time had arrived. A mother and daughter, who could easily be mistaken for sisters, sat at the dining table. But instead of a warm, harmonious scene, the air was thick with suffocating tension. Chan Sini, her delicate face icy, silently picked at the plate of greens in front of her. Her mother, Gong Lifang, radiated frosty displeasure. Midway through the meal, she slammed her chopsticks down, her chest heaving dramatically. Sini was the spitting image of her mother. Both women were blessed with 4 Mercedes G-Wagons worth of assets. But while Sini exuded youthful purity, Gong Lifang, though in her 40s with faint crow's feet, possessed the mature allure of a seasoned beauty. Even if he saved you, must you throw yourself at him? Couldn't you just give him money? You were so obedient as a child. What happened to you? You're going to be the death of me. Tears like pearls rolled down Gong Lifang's cheeks. Your tears won't work on me. I'm not Chan Jingbin, Sini retorted flatly, her pretty face expressionless. The tears stopped instantly. Gong Lifang glared. I'm only thinking of your future. That Ye Bai is always getting into fights. He even stormed into a classroom to beat up a classmate recently. How is a thug like him a suitable match? Sini had no rebuttal. She really couldn't defend Ye Bai on that one. About this matter, even she felt a pang of jealousy. She claimed she had always loved herself, treating Shin Mengyao as a mere substitute. Yet he fought with other boys for her sake. Still, when Chun Sini thought about how Ye Bai had worked so hard for her, she huffed inwardly and forgave him. If a girl is beautiful, many boys might fight over her. But those willing to change themselves for her? Few and far between. Mom, Ye Bai has changed now. He's outstanding, a college entrepreneur, the chairman of his own company. Have you heard of Bay Media? No? Well, you've seen Wang Ziqi's videos, right? She's one of his employees. Some small company. Do I care about his pocket change? Gong Lifang scoffed. The Gong family was among the most prominent in the entire province. The dividends she received yearly from the family exceeded the annual profits of many listed companies. Chan Sini knew her mother's temperament all too well and understood exactly what she was thinking. With a serious expression, she retorted, Mom, you were just lucky to be born into a powerful family. Ye Bai's parents are farmers, yet he built his future from nothing. He's far more impressive than you. This time, Gong Lifang was genuinely hurt. Tears welled up as she sobbed. I'm only thinking about your future. Your upbringings are worlds apart. How can you avoid conflicts later? Fine, I admit he's decent among his peers, but with his background? If he became my son-in-law, I'd be too ashamed to face my family. My sisters would laugh at me. Chun Sini shook her head. What era are you living in, still obsessed with status? The Gong family may be rich, but most of them don't deserve their privilege. Their character is worse than ordinary people's. Unable to argue, Gong Lifeng turned away in a huff, wiping her tears. Click, the security door opened. Chen Zhengbin had finally returned. He hadn't slept in 2 days, ensuring Xiao Hongyu's group was completely crushed. Exhaustion darkened his eyes. Gong Lifeng immediately rushed to complain. Lao Chun, you're finally back. Your daughter's about to be whisked away by some delinquent. Husband, say something. I know about Cindy's relationship. Chen Zhengbin nodded. And? Talk some sense into her. This stubborn girl is driving me mad. Chun Cindy looked up at her father, resolve etched on her face. She was acutely aware of the gap between her and Ye Bai. Some things couldn't be bridged, not even by a company worth hundreds of millions. But so what? In all her life, Ye Bai was the only boy who had ever made her heart flutter, the only one who'd let her taste the sweetness of love. She was ready to fight for this. Once she made a decision, no one could change her mind. She would be with Ye Bai. No one could stop her. Chen Zhengbin studied his daughter, his expression stern and solemn. Cindy, I don't oppose your relationship with Ye Bai. Dad, I've made up my mind about Ye Bai. Nothing you say will, huh? What did you say? A faint smile broke through Chen Zhengbin's seriousness. Ye Bai's a fine young man. I quite like him. Mother and daughter stared at each other, stunned. Chun Cindy froze. She had already prepared herself for a long battle against her parents. She fully expected her father to stand firmly by her mother's side, opposing her relationship with Ye Bai. But what was she hearing now? Her father had actually agreed and even said he quite liked Ye Bai. She wondered if she was hallucinating. Dad, are we talking about the same Ye Bai? The one I'm dating. The guy who saved me from Zhou Kachang last time. Chen Zhengbin nodded. I know. The surprise came so suddenly that Chun Cindy could hardly believe it. She cautiously pressed further. You really don't object? He used to be the biggest troublemaker at school, constantly getting into fights. He was even expelled for beating up another student. But hasn't he changed? It's good that he acknowledges his mistakes and improves. A prodigal's return is more precious than gold. But his parents are just ordinary farmers. Heroes aren't measured by their origins. Go back 3 generations and who isn't a farmer? Besides, that kid Ye Bai is impressive, starting from nothing and becoming a billionaire in just a month. Chen Zhengbin's words brimmed with admiration for Ye Bai. After a pause, he added, invite him over for dinner sometime. It's time we got to know him properly. Okay. Chun Cindy's eyes sparkled as if her father had never been more wonderful. Gong Lifeng finally couldn't take it anymore. She reached out to touch Chen Zhengbin's forehead. Lao Chun, are you exhausted from work? Or are you running a fever? Chen Zhengbin gently pushed her hand away. After decades of marriage, he knew exactly how his wife was. Born into a wealthy family, spoiled, proud, and stubborn. Lifeng, Ye Bai not only saved our daughter, he also saved my life this time. As he said this, Chen Zhengbin removed his dress jacket, revealing arms and back wrapped tightly in bandages. These were all wounds inflicted by Lu San's blade. If not for Chen Zhengbin's police training, an ordinary person would have been killed in an instant, throat slit on the first strike. If it weren't for Ye Bai, you'd never see me again. Mother and daughter both gasped at the sight of blood seeping through the bandages. They had seen the news, of course, and knew Chen Zhengbin had been away for 2 days dealing with criminals. But they never imagined that behind those brief news snippets lay such a brutal life-and-death struggle. If even the commander was this badly injured, the frontline officers must have suffered even worse. Without another word, Chun Cindy pulled out her phone and dialed Ye Bai. No answer, just the cold, automated voice. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Dad, is Ye Bai okay? She asked anxiously. She feared he might be seriously injured, unaware that not only was Ye Bai unharmed, but he had also left a certain Japanese woman named Yukiko, injured in a different way. Chen Zhengbin, his little cotton-padded jacket had finally sprung a leak. Your own father is covered in bandages, and you don't even react, just worrying about that brat. He's perfectly fine. More than fine, actually, living it up, Chun Zhengbin grumbled. Chun Sinny exhaled in relief, only then seeming to notice her father's injuries. She gasped, "Dad, are you okay?" Chun Zhengbin, "Now you remember me? Don't worry, I won't die." Now he understood why fathers-in-law always disliked their sons-in-law. Though his daughter's neglect stung, at least his wife offered some comfort. Gong Lifeng gently touched Chun Jingbin's bandages, tears welling in her eyes, her face etched with worry. But then, still crying, she turned to her daughter. "Fine, date him if you must, but no physical relationship. If you ignore me now, just wait. You'll regret it. That boy is clearly no good. He'll break your heart sooner or later." Chun Zhengbin wiped her tears away. "Enough. Sinny's grown up. She can make her own decisions. You can't control everything. Besides, wasn't I just a poor boy back then? You still fought tooth and nail to marry me, even when your mother said I was no good." Gong Lifeng lightly smacked his shoulder. "And was she wrong? You are a bad man. Always making me cry." Watching her parents flirt, Chun Sinny felt her eyes burning. Unable to take it, she shook her head and retreated to her room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Chun Zhengbin suddenly scooped Gong Lifeng into his arms. His usually stern, upright face now wore a roguish grin, a startling contrast. "Calling me a bad man? Then let me show you just how bad I can be." "Ah, keep it down. Sinny's still awake." Gong Lifeng's face flushed. Truth be told, she was in the mood too. "But, with all your injuries, can you even?" Chun Zhengbin didn't answer. Actions would speak louder than words. He carried her to their room, tossed her onto the bed, grabbed her plump backside, and, 2.5 minutes later, Chun Zhengbin coughed awkwardly. "Age is catching up to me. 2 sleepless nights, plus the injuries. I'm not as strong as I used to be." Gong Lifeng angrily turned away, presenting her backside to him. "Excuses, excuses. Last time, you blamed the alcohol. The time before, you said you caught a cold. And the time before that, you claimed it had been too long and you were overstimulated." Chun Zhengbin stayed silent. Middle age was a cruel mistress. The Mercedes S600 sped down the road. Ye Bai sat in the passenger seat, lost in vivid memories. Song Dongfeng drove while humming. "The mountain road here has 18 bends. The river here has 9 twists. Ye Bai." Admittedly, the song was fitting, though he should have been the one singing it. "Just as I thought. The Ishihara family's secret technique can be adapted for that kind of use." Yukiko's Ishihara technique allowed her to vibrate the dice cup at imperceptible frequencies, altering the dice's outcome. But after Ye Bai gave her some inspiration, she developed an entirely new application. Brilliant. In Ye Bai's opinion, even the legendary 10 great weapons of folklore paled in comparison. No, Yukiko already had her own secret weapon. Combined with the Ishihara technique, she became a full-fledged fox spirit. The experience was agonizingly pleasurable. He wouldn't trade it for an emperor's throne. If only he could spend every waking hour with her. First, you question King Zhou. Then, you understand King Zhou. Finally, you become King Zhou. The Mercedes S600 came to a stop in front of Supreme Dynasty KTV. Ye Bai opened the car door and stepped out. For security guards stood at the entrance, all dressed in black suits and white shirts, with rubber batons tucked at their waists. As for their axes, naturally, those weren't on them. Those were for brawls, and carrying them while on door duty would be too flashy. The moment they saw Ye Bai get out of the car, they immediately stepped forward and bowed in greeting. "Brother Bai." Their eyes were filled with reverence and fervor. Back when they first followed Brother Bai, it had been for fun and prestige. But now their loyalty was absolute. In such a short time, Brother Bai had led them to conquer such a vast empire. Following a boss like this, the future was bright. Ye Bai asked with concern, "Any brothers hurt this time?" "No, no." The underlings shook their heads like rattledrums. "Brother Bai, you should have seen it. Donggu was like a god of war descended from the heavens. Dealing with Lu Tianxiao's lackeys was easier than a bodybuilder beating up kids. One punch, one knockout. And Dong Ji's fists don't just deal real damage. They come with a stun effect. Anyone who gets hit instantly falls into a baby-like sleep. Ye Bai glanced at Song Dongfeng, who scratched the back of his head and grinned foolishly. Heh! I learned everything from Brother Bai. My skills aren't even half of his. Instantly, the underling's reverence for Ye Bai deepened. Ye Bai. He knew Song Dongfeng was helping him maintain authority. Otherwise, over time, the underlings might idolize Dongfeng's combat prowess and forget who the real boss was. Entering the opulent lobby, a dozen KTV promoters rushed over, calling out, "Hello, Donggu." Though called promoters, they were essentially modern-day pimps. Song Dongfeng announced, "This is my boss, Ye Bai, the new owner of Supreme Dynasty from now on." The promoters immediately bowed and greeted, "Hello, Brother Bai." They were all nervous. Who could have predicted that the deeply entrenched Xiao Hongyu group would collapse overnight, with Lu Tianxiao and his son arrested by the police? By all rights, Supreme Dynasty KTV should have been seized by the authorities. Yet, this man had somehow taken control right under the Public Security Bureau's nose. Not only did the officials raise no objections, but the police had even returned some of the hostesses and staff arrested the day before. The implications were obvious. With the new regime's stance still unclear, some promoters and hostesses had already jumped ship overnight. Only those two deeply tied to Supreme Dynasty remained. Ye Bai saw right through their unease and calmly ordered, "Run things as before, but under my rule, drinking with customers is fine. No sexual transactions between staff and guests. And drugs? Zero tolerance. If you catch anyone using in here, drag them straight to the police." "Yes, sir." "Understood, Brother Bai." The promoters tensed, getting a read on the new boss's style. In short, make money, but stay within legal bounds. They'd lose some regulars, but a cleaner environment might attract a better crowd. Of course, while hostesses were banned from transactions inside the KTV, what they did outside, accepting tuition assistance from customers in private, was their own business. Reaching the top-floor CEO office, Ye Bai stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the bustling street below. Song Dongfeng sidled up, whispered something, then pointed at the window glass and the sofa with a disgusted expression. "Brother Bai, want to renovate this room? No need. Hand it over to Nanzai later. I won't be here often." Ye Bai took a step back, distancing himself from the window. As for the sofa, he had no intention of sitting on it. Knock, knock. The office door opened, and a promoter walked in, all smiles. "Brother Bai, we've prepared a little gift for you." He gestured outside. A parade of hostesses filed in. A mix of alluring figures, from bunnies to teachers, doctors, flight attendants, even a Spider-Man and an Ultraman. "Brother Bai, these are Supreme Dynasty's finest."
Ye Bai frowned.
In his past life, after clawing his way to the top in a ruined world with few options, he might have indulged. But now, the women around him were all uniquely stunning. These biohazards? He'd rather keep his distance. Song Dongfeng, noticing Ye Bai's expression, glared at the promoter. "What kind of man do you take my brother for? Get out." "Why, yes, sir." The promoter bowed apologetically and ushered the women out. "Wait." Ye Bai's voice stopped them. The hostesses froze mid-step, turning back with hopeful eyes. They'd been briefed. This man was 100 times more powerful than Lu Tianxiao. Catching his favor could turn a street sparrow into a phoenix. Expecting some old tycoon, they'd been thrilled to find a young, handsome powerhouse. Yet he hadn't even glanced at them, now called back each hope to be chosen. Ye Bai ordered, "Take them to Bay Media tomorrow. Let an Xian screen them. Any with potential sign as streamers." The marketing team was stunned. Is Bai Ge trying to use public resources for personal gain? These were all the premium resources they'd spent over a decade accumulating. But he didn't dare disobey the new boss's orders. With a bitter expression, he nodded reluctantly. Suburbs of Taojiang City. Inside an abandoned building, The air was thick and stale. 5 men sat huddled together, playing cards. Take-out boxes littered the corners, and the floor was strewn with cigarette butts. Click. The door creaked open, and a scar-faced man walked in. Immediately, they dropped their cards and rushed toward him. "Brother Dao, what's the situation? Is that mysterious big shot from the provincial capital willing to help save Big Bro?" Brother Dao shook his head, his expression grim. "Big Bro's inside man at the police station sent word. That bastard from the provincial capital isn't just refusing to help. He's likely sending someone to silence Big Bro in prison." "What? Brother Dao, what do we do now?" The underlings erupted into chaos. Brother Dao's voice was low and steady. "Big Bro said that guys probably already set things up at the detention center. Once Big Bro's inside, it's over. The police are transferring him tomorrow. We strike then, we hijack the transport and get him out." He slowly scanned the room. "Tomorrow we go to war with the cops. If anyone's scared, back out now. No hard feelings." Some hesitated. Backing out now meant getting caught might only land them a decade or so in prison. But hijacking a prison transport? Exchanging gunfire with the cops? Killing officers? That was a death sentence. Then they thought of Xiao Hongyu's secret vault, stuffed with enough cash and gold bars to last 10 lifetimes. If they rescued him and fled to Myanmar with him, they'd never have to worry about money again. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Let's do it. Brother Dao, you think we're cowards? Tomorrow, we slaughter those damn pigs. The 5 of them erupted into shouts. No one backed out. Brother Dao grinned. Good. We hijack that transport and blow those bastards to hell. After arranging the subsequent development plans for the Supreme Imperial City, the sky had darkened completely. Ye Bai had just settled into his Mercedes S600 and was driving toward Peach River Mansion when he received a call from Aunt Qin. "Xiao Bai, are you coming home tonight?" Her voice carried a hint of anticipation. "No, Auntie. I have something to attend to tonight." "Oh." Qin Yu sounded disappointed but still unwilling to give up. "But Auntie prepared a gift for you. Are you really not coming back?" Hearing this, Ye Bai perked up slightly. "Auntie's gift. So, are you finally willing to break through the last boundary with me?" "And no." "Then, is it something foreign? That kind of gift?" "No, not that either." "Oh? Then I won't be back. I really have something important tonight." Ye Bai sounded like a heartless playboy. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment, as if her peach blossom eyes were about to overflow. Her voice trembled with unshed tears. "Xiao Bai, I'm sorry. Auntie is really scared. I don't dare to take that final step with you. Please don't be mad at me. Okay? Auntie, I'm not mad. Then come home, please. Auntie misses you." Sensing the deep sadness in her voice, Ye Bai felt a pang of tenderness stir in his chest. "All right, Auntie. I'll come home tonight." "Really? Xiao Bai, Auntie will be waiting." Qin Yu sounded on the verge of bursting into joyful tears. As Ye Bai ended the call, he noticed Song Dongfeng's restrained expression in the rearview mirror, his small eyes brimming with unspoken curiosity. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Song Dongfeng asked, "Bai Ji, were you just talking to Qin Yu, Li Shiyan's mom?" As Ye Bai's most loyal brother, Song Dongfeng was well aware that he had been staying at his mother's friend's house. And that woman was none other than the mother of Li Shiyan, the school's beauty queen. "No, it's just an auntie who lives upstairs," Ye Bai denied. If Auntie Qin was so concerned about keeping their relationship under wraps, of course he had to protect her dignity in public. All right, was it just his imagination, or did Song Dongfeng sound disappointed? Ye Bai couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He knew exactly what was going through his friend's mind. In their past lives, Song Dongfeng had always been fiercely loyal, egging Ye Bai on to pursue beautiful women. Whenever Ye Bai succeeded, Song Dongfeng would act even happier than if he himself had gotten married. Naturally, Song Dongfeng had seen Qin Yu before. In his eyes, such a stunning woman was meant only for his boss to enjoy. But since Qin Yu was technically an elder, he had always held his tongue, fearing Ye Bai's wrath. Yet just now, hearing that phone conversation had sent his imagination running wild. Scenes like, "We'll call things however we want. You call me little sister, I'll call you mother-in-law," or "I thought of you as a brother, but you want to be my dad?" played out in his head. Before long, the Mercedes pulled up downstairs at Qin Yu's place. Just as Ye Bai reached the stairwell, Song Dongfeng called out, "Baiji, if you've already gotten yourself a Shanghainese auntie, don't miss out on the gorgeous one right under your nose either." Then, fearing retribution, he floored the gas and sped off. Ye Bai watched the taillights disappear with a mix of exasperation and resignation. Upon entering the apartment, he found the living room pitch black. Aunt Yu had gone to Shanghai to commentate on a Dota 2 tournament, and Li Shiyan had already gone to bed. Creak. The door to Qin Yu's room cracked open. She peeked out, her small face tense with a mix of secrecy and anticipation, and beckoned him inside with urgent, tiny waves. Ye Bai stepped into her room, and she immediately shut the door behind him. "So, Auntie, where's this gift you mentioned?" Qin Yu stood before him in a loose sleep robe. At his question, she slowly let it slip away, revealing that underneath she was wearing. Ye Bai's gaze locked onto her. Under his intense stare, Qin Yu's typically graceful and composed face flushed scarlet. Her eyes shimmered like rippling water, moist with emotion. "Xiao Bai, do you like Auntie's gift?" Ye Bai didn't answer with words, his actions spoke for him. "Turn off the lights." "No, I want to see you clearly." "Fine, as you wish." After a hesitant pause, Qin Yu whispered again, barely audible, "Xiao Bai," apart from the final line. "Tonight, Auntie will let you do anything." "What about the foreign?" Qin Yu panicked, shaking her head frantically. "And no, that's definitely not allowed either." Disappointed but undeterred, an alternative idea struck Ye Bai. Well, as long as they didn't truly cross the line. Leaning down, he murmured into Qin Yu's ear. Her delicate earlobes flushed crimson. "I'll listen to you, but Xiao Bai." She grabbed his wrist, pleading, "Promise, Auntie, you'll keep your word. Okay?" "I'm really afraid." Ye Bai exhaled. He had entertained certain thoughts, but seeing her fearful, vulnerable gaze, his resolve wavered. He couldn't bring himself to deceive or pressure her. She wasn't ready yet. If he pushed too far tonight, she might collapse entirely. "All right, I promise I won't force you into anything." Ye Bai was nothing if not patient. The progress bar for winning over Auntie Qin was practically full. Now, all he needed was the right trigger to shatter the shackles in her heart. Perhaps the key lies with Auntie Aunt Yu? A wicked thought crossed his mind. If Qin Yu accidentally witnessed him fulfilling his agreement with Aunt Yu, the psychological impact might just break her mental barriers once and for all. Hopefully, little Auntie won't cry and say, "But I was here first." Dawn. The wind howled as dark clouds blotted out the sky. The moon and stars were completely obscured, plunging the world into pitch-black darkness. A flash of lightning split the night, followed moments later by a deafening thunderclap. Raindrops began to fall, lightly at first, then quickly intensifying into a torrential downpour. In the suburbs of Taojiang City, inside a half-abandoned building illuminated by the storm's fury, the air was thick and stale. The dim light of a bare-bones room flickered weakly. Creak. The door swung open as Brother Dao stepped inside, carrying a heavy bag. "Time's up. Everyone, wake the hell up." His shout roused the 5 men sprawled across the room. Without a word, Brother Dao unzipped the bag and dumped its contents onto the floor. "Got these through a contact." The men's eyes gleamed at the sight. An Uzi submachine gun, a shotgun, and a handful of bullets. "Azu, you're the best shot, you take the Uzi. I'll handle the shotgun. The rest of you, pistols only." After assigning the weapons, Brother Dao tossed another bag onto the table, spilling out an assortment of masks. Animal masks, not cartoonish but eerily lifelike. Twisted, grotesque faces of pigs, rats, monkeys. At 6 this morning, the cops will transport Big Brother from the city precinct to the detention center up north. We'll set up a roadblock at the sharp bend in Silver Dragon Bay, then ambush them from the woods. When the prison van blows a tire and the cops stop to fix it, madman, you'll play the Good Samaritan. Drive up like you're offering help, distract them. The rest of us will move in. Once the pigs are in chaos, you strike from the inside. We hit them hard, inside and out, and get Big Brother out in one go. Brother Dao scanned the room, his gaze burning with intensity. Brothers, the life we live from here on out depends on today. The men's blood ran hot. Ambush the prison van. Waste the pigs. Save Big Brother. Brother Dao, I can't wait. When do we move? After this, we'll be front page news nationwide, right? One of them, eyes glinting with bloodlust, added, Brother Dao, since we're already risking our necks, why stop at just saving Big Brother? After we get him out, let's take care of that bastard Chan Jinbin too. Brother Dao nodded. My thoughts exactly. If it weren't for Chan Jinbin, the syndicate wouldn't have fallen. I won't rest easy until he's dead. But first things first, we get Big Brother out. The rest can wait for his orders. The group murmured in agreement, though one hesitated. Brother Dao, I heard Chen Jingbin let sister-in-law go. You think she sold Big Brother out? Your intel's solid. Our mole in the precinct confirmed it. She wasn't even arrested. Chen Jingbin released her right at the villa. Some pretty boy picked her up. Brother Dao's eyes narrowed. As Xiao Hongyu's most trusted brother, he knew the truth about the man's preferences. That Japanese woman, Ishihara Yukiko, was just a cover. Her betrayal was no surprise. After all, what loyalty could you expect from a damn islander? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. She won't last long. Big Brother won't let her off easy. Chen Jingbin dies, but that bitch goes down too. Speaking of Chen Jingbin, what about his daughter? Chen something E? I've seen her photos. Damn. Those tits. After we off the old man, let's grab her. Have some fun before we finish her. Hell yeah. That girl's got that innocent look. But you know she's a freak underneath. I love that kind of fanchagan. Pure on the outside, filthy inside. Amid the rowdy chatter, the group filed downstairs. Moments later, a Jeep Wrangler roared to life, vanishing into the storm as it sped toward the northern district. Morning. Ye Bai opened his eyes, refreshed despite the late night. In contrast, Qin Yu, curled up against him, still slept like a lazy kitten. Yes, he had finally spent the night in his aunt's room. They had stayed up late playing games, leaving Qin Yu both satisfied and utterly exhausted. She had tried to send him back to his own room, but he'd wheedled his way into staying. Too drowsy to argue, she'd relented, and they'd fallen asleep in each other's arms. Now, with her warm, soft body pressed against him, Ye Bai couldn't resist stirring up trouble. Qin Yu let out a soft moan as she woke. He was about to suggest some morning exercise, but one glance at the time made her panic. Xiao Bai, get out. Shurian's about to wake up. She swatted away his wandering hands, scrambling to dress. Ye Bai took his time admiring the view, only rising lazily after her repeated urging. Qin Yu cracked the door open, scanning the hallway like a thief. Confirming the coast was clear, she shoved him out. Feels like we're having an affair. The thought reminded him of his past life, a stunning headmistress from a prestigious school in the provincial capital. Once, mid-session, her husband had stumbled home drunk. She'd bent over the couch to tend to him while Ye Bai, shoes in hand, had been about to sneak out until the sight proved too tempting to resist. Breakfast. As he ate, Ye Bai's phone rang. It was an Xian. Bai Ji. Sister Yu's debut livestream in Shanghai last night was a huge hit. I sent you the clips. Check 'em out. Hanging up, Ye Bai opened the files. Livestream highlights. This match had 4 commentators. Aside from 2 professional male commentators, there were also 2 female commentators. One was naturally Xinyu, and the other was Zhou Shui, who had already gained some fame. Both belonged to the same category, the kind who were great until they opened their mouths. But in terms of figure, looks, and presence, Xinyu completely outshined Zhou Shui. Her Victoria's Secret model-like physique was no joke. far beyond what the plain and unremarkable little Zhou could compare to. When standing side by side, Qin Yu's long, dazzling legs made Zhou Shuyi look like a tiny potato in comparison. Not only that, but Qin Yu also crushed the vocational school-educated girl in terms of intellect. She had clearly prepared thoroughly, delivering witty remarks and memorable one-liners during the commentary. In contrast, Zhou Shuyi's commentary was shallow and devoid of substance, filled with nothing but loud, empty chatter. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yu moved closer to Ye Bai to watch and exclaimed, "Wow! Yu is so gorgeous. Absolutely radiant. Those long legs. I love them too. When she gets back, I'm definitely giving them a good feel." Ye Bai nodded. "When she gets back, we'll both feel them." Li Shiyan also wanted to take a look, but given her strained relationship with Ye Bai, she forcefully suppressed the urge. And Xian sent another message. "Baiji, Sister Yu was absolutely on fire last night. She went all out. The hashtags about her are already trending on Weibo." He attached a screenshot. The 9th trending topic was Dota 2's long-legged female commentator. "Wow, Yu is amazing." Qin Yu was thrilled for her best friend, but then she suddenly realized something was off. She whipped her head around, suspicion written all over her face. "Wait a minute. What the hell is Sister Yu supposed to mean? It must be a typo." At the company, everyone calls Qin Yu Sister Yu. Ye Bai replied calmly. "Really?" Qin Yu's big eyes darted around, still doubtful. But with her daughter present, she couldn't press further. "I must be overthinking it. There's no way Yu could have anything going on with Xiao Bai. They're a whole generation apart." She conveniently forgot that she, too, was Ye Bai's auntie. And just last night, their relationship had nearly crossed a line. What exactly happened could be summed up with the legend of Yu the Great. Ye Bai instructed an Xian. "Edit the highlights from the livestream recording and have the marketing team push it. Use it to drive traffic to Qin Yu's video account. Pay off some well-known gaming streamers to help share the video." Soon breakfast was over. Ye Bai headed downstairs, planning to return to campus today. It was time to make progress with his academic advisor, Chun Yujia. He intended to save her from the thugs who wanted to assault her on her birthday, altering her fate. He would make her his woman, then test whether the same method that restored his aunt's youth could also heal her leg injury. But before that day arrived, he still needed to maintain his presence, so he had to visit the campus occasionally. As he walked downstairs, he saw Song Dongfeng standing by the Mercedes, staring intently at his phone, so absorbed that he didn't even notice Ye Bai approaching. "What are you looking at?" Song Dongfeng raised his head, his expression grim. "Baiji, something huge happened. Xiao Hongyu escaped." Ye Bai was stunned. What kind of joke is this? He was already arrested by the Public Security Bureau. How could he escape? Are they all just a bunch of useless idiots? Xiao Hongyu was rescued by his remaining followers while being transported to the detention center. Song Dongfeng handed his phone to Ye Bai, showing him the latest announcement from Taojiang News. It stated that Xiao Hongyu, the leader of a criminal syndicate, had been abducted by a group of people wearing animal masks at Yinlong Bay. The public was urged to remain vigilant and report any leads to the police immediately. And this? A surveillance video that started circulating online this morning. Song Dongfeng pulled up the footage. The scene showed a sharp turn at Yinlong Bay. A convoy of police vehicles approached from a distance, but several cars suffered sudden tire blowouts as they rounded the bend, forcing the entire convoy to pull over. A Jeep Wrangler drove past and stopped. A man in a work uniform stepped out, the logo on his back reading Yuanhang Auto Repair. He waved at the officers from a distance, said something, then retrieved a toolbox from the trunk and began inspecting the damaged tires. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Several officers fell to the ground. The remaining officers immediately took cover behind the police cars, scanning for the attackers and returning fire. But the assailants were cunning. Gunfire also came from the opposite side of the road, dropping more officers. The survivors were pinned down, unable to even raise their heads. Trapped between two fronts, the officers were outgunned. The few armed with heavy weapons had been taken out first, leaving only those with handguns, no match for the enemy's firepower. A standoff ensued. Then, the auto repairman, who had been cowering on the ground moments earlier, pulled out a pistol from his toolbox and shot several officers in the back. 5 masked figures charged from both sides of the road. On the left, a man wearing a pig mask wielded an Uzi submachine gun, while on the right, a man in a cat mask carried a shotgun. A single blast sent an officer flying 5 or 6 meters. They then broke open the prison transport vehicle, freed Xiao Yu, and fled in the Jeep Wrangler. The scene was brutal. Ye Bai frowned after watching. What were the police casualties? 1 officer hit by the shotgun died on the spot. 3 others are in critical condition and suffered minor injuries. Song Dongfeng's face darkened with fury. Those bastards deserve to die. Ye Bai remained silent. Song Dongfeng continued. The public is panicking. Many are too scared to leave their homes. Schools across the city have suspended classes. The police have blocked all exits, but I think it's too late. Xiao Yu might already be out of the province. No, he won't run. Ye Bai shook his head. As Xiao Yu's longtime adversary, Ye Bai knew him better than anyone. Petty, vindictive, and unable to let go of grudges. His vast empire had collapsed overnight, turning him from a billionaire into a fugitive. Xiao Yu would never accept that. Before fleeing, he would seek revenge. Chun Zhengbin was the primary target. Next would likely be Yukiko. During the raid on Jusho Villa, everyone from the syndicate present had been arrested except her. The fact that the masked men had ambushed the convoy at Inlong Bay meant they knew the exact route and timing of Xiao Yu's transfer. There was a mole in the Public Security Bureau, which meant Xiao Yu might already know Yukiko had been let go. Xiao Yu probably won't come after me. He doesn't know I was the one who orchestrated his downfall. To him, I'm just some nobody who snatched 3 buildings from him. With a nationwide manhunt underway, he wouldn't waste time coming after me, right? Given the circumstances, Xiao Yu would prioritize his most hated targets. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Ye Bai immediately called Qin Yu. Auntie, did you see the morning news? Yes. Those gangsters are terrifying. Qin Yu sounded frightened. Ye Bai instructed, stay home with Shirin. Don't open the door for anyone you don't know. Understand? Auntie will listen to Xiao Bai. I won't make you worry. But you should come home soon too. It's dangerous out there. All right. After hanging up, Ye Bai turned to Song Dongfeng. Gather some of your men and have them guard the building downstairs. Screen everyone who tries to enter, no exceptions. Song Dongfeng nodded solemnly and immediately called his subordinates. But Ye Bai still didn't feel secure. Song Dongfeng could handle ordinary people with ease, but Xiao Yu's men were armed and ruthless. No matter how skilled Song Dongfeng was, bullets were bullets. After a moment's thought, Ye Bai dialed Chun Zhengbin. Uncle Chun, it's Ye Bai. I suspect Xiao Yu will come after you. Until he's recaptured, don't let Cindy go to school. It'd be best if the Public Security Bureau sets up a defensive perimeter around your home. I've already taken care of that. My place is a fortress now. I just hope Xiao Hongzhu dares to show his face. Chan Zhengbin paused, then added, there's a mole in the bureau. Even if Xiao Yu doesn't know your role in this, that woman Shi Yuan Yukiko is in danger. He probably knows she was the informant. Thanks for the warning, Uncle Chin. Ye Bai then asked slowly, Uncle Chun, are your 3 promises still valid? Always. Then I'd like to cash in the first one. I want police protection for Yukiko and my family. I can arrange that, but it won't count toward the 3 promises. Thank you. Ye Bai smiled. It seemed his future father-in-law wasn't as rigid as he appeared. He had a human side after all. By the way, Uncle Chin, does the police have any leads they can share? I might be able to help. Ye Bai, I know you're capable, but stay out of this. Xiao Yu's group is armed with heavy weaponry. They're extremely dangerous. Even fully equipped SWAT teams could die facing them, let alone you. Chun Zhengbin shut him down firmly. He knew Ye Bai had unusual skills. After all, He'd somehow orchestrated the deaths of Fat Cat and Black Boy without leaving a trace, not even in surveillance footage. But against overwhelming firepower, nothing else mattered. If Ye Bai confronted Xiao Hongyu directly, the outcome would be grim. Hanging up the phone, Ye Bai shook his head helplessly. Chen Zhengbin thought like a normal person. How could he possibly understand that supernatural abilities existed in this world? It didn't matter if Xiao Hongyu had a gun. Even if he had a nuclear bomb, he'd still be helpless against time suspension. You old bastard, where the hell are you? Until the day you die, I won't have peace of mind. Ye Bai was starting to regret it. If he had known, he wouldn't have left the task of eliminating Xiao Hongyu to his father-in-law back at Jusho Villa. Who would have thought that Xiao Hongyu could still escape? Ye Bai began to reflect. From now on, when facing such enemies, he would strike first, eliminate them outright, and nip all threats in the bud. As long as there's no evidence, even if everyone suspects me, it wasn't me. Was I too hesitant because I was reborn after being silenced by Umbrella in my past life? From now on, I won't hold back. Some paths were inevitable. There was no point in avoiding them anymore. Ye Bai pushed aside his thoughts and called Yukiko, telling her to stay home and not go outside. After hanging up, he still felt uneasy. Even though Chen Zhengbin had promised to have officers protect Yukiko and Auntie, Ye Bai wasn't entirely reassured. If those masked men could rescue Xiao Hongyu from the police, what was stopping them from breaking through their defenses again to harm Yukiko or Auntie? Then another thought struck him. If the police department had already been corrupted by Xiao Hongyu, was it really safe to rely on them for protection? After some consideration, Ye Bai decided to go to Unit 2702, take Yukiko to Auntie's place, and personally protect his 2 women and daughter. As for how Yukiko and Auntie would get along, whether they'd become rivals, it didn't matter right now. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Besides, Yukiko might even act as a catalyst, speeding up his plan to win over Auntie. She could help break the last barrier in Auntie's heart, pushing her to take the final step with him. Ye Bai called Chen Zhengbin again to cancel his earlier request. After a brief silence, Chen Zhengbin said, "Ye Bai, I understand your concerns. I won't send officers to your family's place. Xiao Hongyu doesn't know what you've done, so they should be safe. But Ishihara Yukiko is in danger. Are you sure you want to withdraw her protection?" "I'm sure." Ye Bai only trusted himself now. "Fine. I respect your decision. I hope you don't regret it." After hanging up, Ye Bai felt slightly relieved when he saw that over a dozen of his men had already arrived, summoned by Song Dongfeng. He instructed them to hold their positions while he drove to pick up Yukiko. Soon, he arrived at Taojiang residence. As he approached the building, he noticed a police perimeter set up around it. Plainclothes officers were disguised as ordinary people. Some walking dogs, others posing as gardeners trimming trees, and even a few dressed as sanitation workers cleaning the streets. Several unmarked cars were parked nearby, filled with officers. This was likely the police's doing. Since Xiao Hongyu's home was here, they were lying in wait, hoping he'd return and walk right into their trap. Ye Bai parked his car, swiped his access card, and entered. Before he could even step into the elevator, 2 officers emerged from the shadows and questioned him. Only after verifying that he was a student at Taojiang University and a resident of the building did they let him pass. "It's best if you don't go out lately. You know your neighbor Xiao Hongyu is a wanted man now, right? If you have any leads, report them to us immediately," one officer warned. Ye Bai nodded and took the elevator upstairs. The moment he opened the door, a sweet fragrance rushed toward him as Yukiko threw herself into his arms, pressing tightly against his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. She didn't say a word, her delicate face expressionless. But Ye Bai could see the fear in her heart. "Don't worry, Yukiko. I'll protect you." He gently stroked her back, comforting her in a soft voice. "This place isn't safe. Pack your things, we're leaving." The day after their passionate encounter, Yukiko had already moved all her belongings from Unit 2701 to 2702, so there was no need to return to Xiao Hongyu's apartment. Using his X-ray vision, Ye Bai spotted several officers lying in ambush inside 2701. Yukiko lifted her face and said something that shocked him. Mr. Yi, I think I know where Xiao Hongyu might be. Ye Bai immediately pressed for details. Where? Shopping Mountain. She opened her phone's map and zoomed in on the area near Jushio Villa. The mountain right next to it is called Longsho Mountain. There's a road behind Jushio Villa that leads straight into it. Xiao Hongyu often had me drive him to the end of that road, where he'd go into the mountains alone with a backpack. Is there something suspicious about it? Yukiko nodded slowly. Once, I overheard Xiao Hongyu talking to one of his trusted men, someone called Brother Dao. That's when I found out he has a secret vault, filled with cash, gold bars, and even firearms. If Xiao Hongyu is on the run, he'll definitely go there to retrieve those things. Ye Bai narrowed his eyes. You think his vault is hidden in Longsho Mountain? Yes, Yukiko continued, but I'm hesitant about reporting this to the police. If I'm wrong and they waste their resources searching Longsho Mountain, it might give Xiao Hongyu a chance to escape. Yukiko couldn't be sure if her guess was correct, but Ye Bai was certain. Xiao Hongyu's secret base was definitely in Longsho Mountain. A memory surfaced in his mind. A few years after Xiao Hongyu's departure in his past life, Teowajiang City was hit by a once-in-a-century superstorm. Longsho Mountain and Shopping Mountain not only suffered landslides, but were also ravaged by flash floods. Months later, someone discovered gold worth millions at the foot of Longsho Mountain. At the time, Ye Bai hadn't thought much of it. But now, after hearing Yukiko's words, everything clicked into place. Yukiko, you really are my lucky charm. Excited, Ye Bai picked Yukiko up and spun her around. Yukiko blinked in confusion, not understanding why he'd say that. With Xiao Hongyu's whereabouts now clear, the weight pressing on Ye Bai's heart lifted, and his mind cleared instantly. If I want to protect the women I care about, is there any place safer than my personal pocket dimension? Ye Bai had already tested the pocket dimension's functions using the Oxhead experiment. Living beings stored inside would enter a state of suspended time. So, if he placed Yukiko and Auntie inside, he could simply release them after dealing with Xiao Hongyu for good. Yukiko, do you trust me? MHM. She nodded vigorously. Before, she had been like drifting duckweed with no roots. But in Ye Bai, she had found her anchor. In this world, he was the only one she trusted unconditionally. In fact, a thought lingered in her heart. For Ye Bai, she wouldn't hesitate to die. Ye Bai pulled her close and kissed her cherry-red lips. The next second, Yukiko's figure vanished. Ye Bai turned his gaze toward Shopping Mountain and smirked coldly. Old bastard. This time, not even Jesus can save you. I said what I said. A few hours earlier. Suburbs of Taojiang City. Abandoned building. A plain van pulled up and parked at the base of the building. 6 men wearing animal masks jumped out. The leader, wearing a cat mask, carried a shotgun. After scanning the area cautiously and confirming it was safe, he helped a middle-aged man in handcuffs and leg irons out of the vehicle. This man was none other than Xiao Hongyu, now a Class A wanted criminal. The cat-masked man removed his disguise, revealing a face marred by a vicious scar. His voice trembled with emotion. Big bro, Dao, you've worked hard.
Sia Hongi patet Dao yes hulder.
Noticing the handcuffs, a pig-masked man pulled a key from his pocket. Big bro, I took this off that dead cop. Things were too chaotic earlier. Didn't have time to give it to you. I understand. You've all done well. Xiao Hongyu nodded. Dao Gu had planned meticulously. After escaping the cops, they'd switched vehicles 7 or 8 times, starting in a Jeep Wrangler and ending up in a Wuling Hongguang. Once freed from the restraints, Xiao Hongyu asked, Is this place safe?
Dong Ye nodded.
Don't worry. It's deserted. No surveillance. And this building's been abandoned for over a decade. No one comes here. The group headed upstairs, where Dao Gu had prepared braised meats and beer for a welcome feast. After eating, Xiao Hongyu smashed his ceramic bowl on the ground. God damn it. That bastard Chun Jingbin. I should have slaughtered his whole family sooner. His eyes burned red with fury. Dao's probably filled you in. My plan is to smuggle everyone to Myanmar. The cash and gold bars in the secret vault are enough for us to start over. But before we leave, Chen Zhengbin has to die. Otherwise, I'll never get this rage out of my chest. The underlings erupted in agreement, swearing loyalty. If not for Chen, they'd still be living large, feasting, drinking, and bedding new women every night. Big bro, our inside source says Chen's turned his neighborhood into a fortress. With just 7 of us, we can't even breach the perimeter. Dao Ji's expression darkened. I suggest letting Chen enjoy his freedom a little longer. We'll settle the score later. Right now, there are 2 other traitors who need dealing with first. Who? Xiao Hongyu growled. Your wife, Shi Yuan Shuezi. Xiao Hongyu's pupils contracted. Dao Ge continued. When the cops raided the villa, everyone was arrested, except her. Chun let her go on the spot. Some pretty boy even picked her up. She's definitely the rat. Xiao Hongyu's teeth ground together. That bitch. No wonder Chun knew the safe was behind the bookshelf and the combination. She must have planted hidden cameras in my office. Our source also confirmed she moved into Unit 2702, right across from your old place. Song Dongfeng? She's with him now. Xiao Hongyu stiffened. Song, that gorgeous man, was someone he had his eye on. He'd even told Shuezi to get close to him. And now that slut had taken him to bed. Who's Song Dongfeng?
Dong Ye Frovnid.
Our intel says the owner of 2702 is Ye Bai, a student at Taojiang University. Big bro. Wasn't Ye Bai the name of the guy who snatched those 3 buildings from Old Cat? Xiao Hongyu froze as if struck by lightning. The pieces fell into place. So he's Ye Bai. No wonder the photo in the file had looked familiar. The guy had been a guest in his damn home. Bastard. The school ID photo was years old. He looks completely different now. And right under my nose. I didn't even recognize him. Regret seethed in Xiao Hongyu's chest. If he'd known then, he'd have tortured Ye Bai before killing him. No long game nonsense. Qin Jingbin's had his eye on us for a while. First, he sent Ye Bai to steal the Rainbow Bridge properties. Then, he had him seduce that whore Shuezi into betraying us. Dao Gu added, there's more. Sanji Gu built a KTV called Imperial Palace for his son. On the same day Chun made his move, Ye Bai took over the entire building.
Ye Bai.
Xiao Hongyu's fury burned hotter. Kill him and Shuezi first.
Dong Ye Nudid.
Our source dug into Ye Bai. He has 2 residences, Taojiang Mansion and Yuan Gardens. Since high school, he's lived with a woman named Qin Yu, a friend of his mother's. Even after buying a luxury flat in Taojiang Mansion, he still stays at Yuan Gardens almost every night. Good. After a moment's thought, Xiao Hongyu laid out the plan. 3 teams. Azu takes Taojiang Mansion, kill Shuezi. Feng Zi handles Yuan Gardens, eliminate the mother and daughter. Dao, you're with me. We'll hit the vault first, grab cash and guns for the brothers. After we deal with Chun, we'll empty the vault before leaving for Myanmar. He paused, then added coldly, if any team runs into Ye Bai, cripple him, but don't kill him. I want to do it myself. Of course, he'd have some fun first. But the underlings didn't need to know that. Dao Gu spread out recent surveillance photos. Shuezi, Ye Bai, Qin Yu, and Li Shiyan. Earlier, before Ye Bai met Shuezi. After Ye Bai entered the elevator, 2 officers exchanged a nod. One slipped into the shadows and sent a text. Ye Bai returned to 2702. Operation is a go. Minutes later, the mission commander received an urgent call. A civilian reported spotting Xiao Hongyu's gang 3 kilometers away. The commander immediately mobilized all undercover units to assist. Soon after their departure, a van labeled Red Squirrel Moving pulled into the complex. It stopped at Building 5. 3 movers in caps stepped out, swiped an access card, and took the elevator to the 27th floor. Ding! The doors opened. The men stepped out, brushing past an unusually handsome man. Ye Bai stepped into the elevator and was about to press the button for the first floor when he suddenly sensed something was off. Only 2 households lived on this floor. It couldn't be Xiao Hongyu, who had already fled, calling a moving company to move his belongings for him. Could it? Whoosh! Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand abruptly shot between them, blocking them open. Shit, wrong floor, we meant to go to the 28th, not the 27th. A man's voice rang out as the doors slid back open, revealing a moving worker in a baseball cap who flashed an apologetic, somewhat foolish grin at Ye Bai. Hey man, sorry about that. Could you wait a minute? Don't head down just yet. Let us go up to the 28th first. Ye Bai replied coldly, You can take the stairs. The man blinked, then nodded. All right, no problem. Sorry again. He turned to walk toward the stairwell, but in the next instant, he spun back around, drew a gun, and aimed it at Ye Bai with a sharp snarl. Get the hell out! Ye Bai didn't speak. An invisible spatial rift opened before him. He could freely retrieve items from his personal storage space, so he had already moved Shuezi to a corner, unconcerned about harming her. Don't shoot! I'm coming out! Ye Bai feigned terror, his face contorting in fear as he slowly stepped out of the elevator. Whoosh! The doors closed behind him. The elevator's lone camera had already been blocked. There were no surveillance cameras in the hallway. Ye Bai no longer needed to hold back. The gunman, whom his companion had called a zoo, kept his weapon trained on Ye Bai and barked an order. Monkey, tie him up and stuff him in that sack. Boss said we need him alive. The other two movers also drew their guns. One of them holstered his pistol and pulled out a roll of duct tape to approach. But the moment he got close, Ye Bai lashed out with a lightning-fast kick. The man flew backward like a soccer ball, slamming into the power distribution room door with a thunderous crash before crumpling inside. My explosive strength has gotten this strong? His physical abilities had been improving every day. Ye Bai didn't even know how far he had evolved at this point. But he was sure of one thing. His barehanded combat skills now surpassed even Song Dongfeng's. Luckily, his everyday strength remained the same as before. Brutal force only surged forth when he willed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare play games with his aunt or Shuezi. Who knew what might happen if he lost control of his power even for an instant? Son of a bitch, he fought back. And that strength. Since when are humans this strong?
Zu Froze in Schock, momentarily forgetting Xiao Hongyu's orders.
Instinct took over, he squeezed the trigger and fired. Bang!
Bang!
2 shots rang out, but Ye Bai remained standing, utterly unharmed. The bullets had vanished. Had he missed? Impossible. Azu had been a crack shot in his military days, the best marksman in his company. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! He fired another 3 rounds. Yet before they could reach Ye Bai, the bullets disappeared as if swallowed by an unseen void.
Azu's Facepalette.
Keep shooting, he yelled at his last companion. Both emptied their clips, but not a single bullet struck its target. This isn't possible. Human or ghost? Despite being a ruthless killer, Azu still felt primal fear, the instinctive terror of the unknown. Ye Bai said nothing. Whoosh! A bullet, still carrying lethal momentum, shot out from the spatial rift and pierced Azu's forehead, blowing his skull apart. The last man pissed himself in terror, scrambling toward the emergency exit. Whoosh! Another bullet streaked out, drilling straight through his heart. Ye Bai realized that with his spatial rift acting as an extension of his mind, he could fire with pinpoint accuracy. Even the best hand-eye coordination was nothing compared to direct mental control. He walked over to the power distribution room. The man he had kicked earlier lay twitching. His chest caved in, bloody foam flecked with organ fragments bubbling from his lips. He was gasping for air, dying. Ye Bai shook his head and turned to leave. But the dying man's eyes suddenly brightened. His breathing stabilized. A second later, Ye Bai reappeared at the doorway. Finishing off wounded enemies is always a good habit. Whoosh! One final bullet put an end to him. Countless characters in movies died because they never double-tapped. Having resolved to show no mercy, Ye Bai left no survivors. Killing 3 men should have affected him, but he felt nothing. Not out of callousness, but because these were vicious criminals who wouldn't hesitate to slaughter even law officers. Their deaths were 100 times justified. If anything, this was vengeance for the brave officer they had murdered. Wait, what did Azu say earlier? Boss wants him alive. They weren't just after Shuezi, they were targeting him too. Had he been exposed? His heart pounding, Ye Bai rushed downstairs, jumped into his Mercedes, and raced toward his aunt's house. He speed-dialed Song Dongfeng. Dongfeng, everything all right? Bai Ji, where'd you go? No problems here. Don't worry. Me and the boys have your wife and kids safe. Ye Bai exhaled in relief, until a sudden gunshot blasted through the phone. Dongfeng, what happened? Silence. A cold weight settled in his chest. What he feared most had still happened. He deeply regretted it. Why hadn't he just killed Xiao Hongyu outright? Why hadn't he thought of keeping Auntie and Shiryan inside his spatial storage for safety while they were still at home? Baiji, sorry, my hand slipped. I just dropped my phone. Song Dongfeng's voice came through the call.
Ye Bai.
This idiot. Dongzi, listen to me. Get upstairs right now and take Auntie and Li Shiryan to hide in one of the tenants' apartments. Also, tell the brothers to scatter. Those thugs are all armed. They're not people you can handle. Finally, turn on speakerphone and don't hang up. No matter what happens, I need to know immediately. Got it. Song Dongfeng acknowledged, and the sound of him running could be heard as he dashed upstairs while shouting at the others to disperse.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Violent knocking erupted, but no one answered. Ye Bai remembered his instructions to Auntie, to stay put and never open the door for anyone. Damn it! Ye Bai immediately pulled out a backup phone and dialed Qin Yu using a burner SIM card. Beep beep, hello? Who is this? Luckily, Auntie didn't ignore unknown calls. Auntie, open the door. Follow the big guy outside upstairs. He's one of mine.
Xiao Bai?
Okay. What's going on? The door opened. Song Dongfeng's voice came through. Auntie, I'm Baiji's. Li Shiryan cut him off. No time for explanations. Upstairs now. Then came the sound of the door closing and the three of them rushing up the steps.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
More knocking. No response. They went door to door, but no one answered. As seconds ticked by, Ye Bai grew anxious. Xiao Hongyu already knew the role Ye Bai had played in the syndicate's downfall. Given his vindictive nature, revenge was inevitable. Auntie and the others were in serious danger. If only 3 armed men had come to Taojiang residence, the rest were probably already on their way to Auntie's home.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Finally, someone opened the door. Landlady, is something wrong? Inside first. Li Shiryan's voice was cool and composed.
All right.
The door shut. Ye Bai exhaled in relief. That little Li Shiryan. Who knew she'd actually be useful in a crisis? Though she didn't understand why Ye Bai wanted them to hide in a tenant's apartment, she didn't waste time questioning it and just followed orders. Little Shiryan, when I officially become your dad someday, I'll make sure to reward you properly. The Mercedes S600 sped down the road. As Ye Bai drove, he pondered. The deaths of the 3 ruthless criminals at Taojiang Mansion couldn't be hidden. Blood had splattered everywhere. Even if he had stashed the 3 bodies in his personal space at the time, there was no way to fully clean up the crime scene. Neighbors must have heard the gunshots, and the police would arrive soon. Before that, he needed to coordinate with Chen Jingbin. Although Ye Bai had acted in self-defense, and the criminals were wanted fugitives who had killed law enforcement officers, there shouldn't be any issues in principle. But the police force had its share of corrupt individuals. If someone behind Chen Jingbin's back tried to twist the situation, it could spell trouble. After a moment's thought, Ye Bai dialed Chen Jingbin's number. Hello, Uncle Chen. I just ran into the 3 criminals who kidnapped Xiao Hongyu at Building 5, 27th floor of Taojiang Mansion. Chen Jingbin was shocked. What? So Xiao Hongyu really sent people after Ishihara Yukiko? Are you all okay? We're fine, Uncle Chen. What I'm about to say might be hard to believe, but it's the truth. Go ahead. After I left home, I passed by them. They were dressed as movers, so I didn't recognize them. But when I entered the elevator, One of them blocked the door and pointed a gun at me, forcing me to step out. This was all true. The elevator's surveillance footage would have captured the confrontation and the gun threat, so there was no need to lie. With a gun pointed at me, I didn't dare act recklessly, so I carefully stepped out of the elevator. I was terrified at the time. I thought I was done for, but then, for some reason, the three criminals turned on each other. They raised their guns and started shooting. One was instantly shot in the head, another was hit in the heart, and the last one, after being wounded, rushed into the electrical room but still died inside. After hearing Ye Bai's account, Chun Jungbin fell silent for a moment before speaking. "You're sure they all died from each other's gunfire?" Ye Bai continued, "Yes, I can hardly believe it myself, but that's what happened. I hope you can send people to the scene as soon as possible. Their deaths have nothing to do with me, and I don't want to be dragged into any trouble." "Understood. I'll send a team immediately." After working with Ye Bai to dismantle Xiao Hongyu's organization, Chun Jungbin had developed a certain rapport with him. Now, hearing this, he immediately grasped the truth. Ye Bai had taken out all three criminals himself. Chun Jungbin was utterly stunned. He knew Ye Bai was capable, but he never imagined he was this formidable. To emerge unscathed after facing three heavily armed, ruthless criminals, and even eliminate all of them was beyond extraordinary. Since Ye Bai claimed they had killed each other, the real sequence of events wasn't hard to deduce. Ye Bai must have seized a gun when they least expected it, used one of them as a human shield, and engaged the other two in a shootout. In the end, Ye Bai walked away unharmed, while all three criminals lay dead. Such skill, such nerve, even elite special forces operatives would struggle to match this. Chun Jungbin couldn't help but laugh at himself. He had once advised Ye Bai not to meddle in dangerous affairs. Who would have thought Ye Bai would prove his prowess so quickly, slapping him in the face with his competence? "Ye Bai, what's your real background?" "No ordinary rural family could raise someone like you, a true dragon among men." Chun Jungbin suspected Ye Bai's surface-level identity was just a cover. He must be the secretly groomed heir of some powerful family, sent to Taojiang City for real-world experience. Otherwise, how could he have amassed a fortune so quickly while also possessing combat skills rivaling those of elite special forces? Shaking off his thoughts, Chun Jungbin asked, "Ye Bai, are you still at the crime scene?"
Ye Bai replied, "No."
During their shootout, the criminals let slip some information. "I've been exposed. Their targets weren't just Yukiko but me too. I'm worried Xiao Hongyu might send people after my family, so I'm heading home now." "Got it. Stay safe. I'll handle the aftermath at Taojiang Mansion. If anything comes up, contact me immediately. If you need any leads, just call." This time, Chun Jungbin no longer underestimated Ye Bai. In fact, he now held high hopes for him, hoping Ye Bai could help him eliminate Xiao Hongyu once and for all. As long as Xiao Hongyu remained alive, Chun Jungbin would never rest easy. The police couldn't protect him and his family forever. His loved ones had their own lives to live. After hanging up, Ye Bai floored the accelerator. Soon, Yuan Garden came into view. Activating his superhuman vision and X-ray sight, Ye Bai scanned the area and spotted his aunt and the other two safely inside a tenant's apartment upstairs. Relieved, he turned his attention to his own home, and his expression hardened. 10 minutes earlier, Song Dongfeng and Qin Yu's mother and daughter hurried into the home of tenant 602, shutting the door tightly behind them. The tenant, a white-collar professional named Bai Jie, affectionately called Sister Bai by neighbors, was homesick due to her period. After seeing news of criminals breaking a crime boss out of a prison transport, she had decided the outside world was too dangerous and called in sick. Noticing their nervousness, Bai Jie asked, "Landlady, is something wrong?" "Sister Bai, it's nothing serious. Just some troublesome relatives from our hometown came looking for us. We thought we'd hide out here for a bit." Li Shurian hesitated, then added, "Sister Bai, my mom and I have some private matters to discuss. Would you mind giving us some space?" "Oh, of course. I'll go make some tea for you." Sister Bai had a submissive personality. No matter what others did to her, she never knew how to refuse. Hearing this, She went into the kitchen and closed the door. Song Dongfeng, right? Li Shiyan asked. Song Dongfeng nodded shyly, his eyes fixed blankly on the floor, not daring to look at Qin Yu or Li Shiyan for more than a second. In his mind, an extraordinary woman like Aunt Qin Yu would inevitably become his eldest brother's wife sooner or later. After all, Brother Bai was handsome and had such overwhelming charm that even tough guys like them were willing to do anything for him, let alone beautiful women. If Brother Bai ever set his mind on it, no woman could escape. That was a given. So, facing his future sister-in-law and niece, no, wait, possibly two future sisters-in-law. Of course, Song Dongfeng had to maintain the utmost respect. Not only did he have no improper thoughts, but he didn't even dare to look at them for too long. What exactly happened?
Li Shiyan prasa.
Qin Yu also watched Song Dongfeng nervously. I don't know. I was just following Brother Bai's orders. Song Dongfeng's mouth was as tight as a sealed bottle. But Li Shiyan was sharp. Connecting Ye Bai's recent strange behavior with the morning news, she had already pieced together the gist of it. Is it related to Xiao Hongyu? Does Ye Bai have a grudge against him? Now that Xiao Hongyu has escaped, is Ye Bai worried he'll come for revenge and hurt us? Song Dongfeng didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the window and carefully observed the street below. An ordinary-looking van had parked downstairs. Two men in baseball caps stepped out. Just one glance was enough for Song Dongfeng to sense something off. The way they looked around after getting out of the car, they were clearly up to no good. As the two men entered the building, Song Dongfeng tensed up. Thankfully, Brother Bai had anticipated their move and sent him to bring the two sisters-in-law upstairs to hide. Otherwise, stopping them today would have cost several brothers their lives. After all, these were ruthless criminals armed with guns. No matter how confident Song Dongfeng was in his skills, even if he wasn't afraid of knives, he still held a healthy fear of firearms. Once the men started climbing the stairs, Song Dongfeng moved to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any movement outside. What he didn't notice was that, the moment he turned away, a taxi pulled up downstairs. A strikingly beautiful and confident woman stepped out. It was Qin Yu. She was home. Ye Bai raised his head and spotted two armed thugs outside apartment 401. One was keeping watch while the other was picking the lock with a wire. Both had pistols tucked at their waists. Meanwhile, Aunt Qin Yu had returned at some point and was already ascending the stairs, having just rounded the second-floor landing. Ye Bai dialed Qin Yu's number as he stepped out of the car, simultaneously preparing to activate his time-freezing ability at a moment's notice if things took a turn for the worse. Qin Yu pulled out her phone and answered the call, never breaking her stride up the stairs. The shrill ringtone echoed through the stairwell, prompting both thugs to grip their waistbands and glare downward in alarm. Ah, so our dear chairman finally graces me with a call, Qin Yu teased. I did such a stellar job commentating the match today. It even trended on Weibo. Yet someone couldn't be bothered to call me. What? Do you not want me to keep that promise anymore? Humph. Don't go home.
Ye Bai urget.
Keep climbing and knock on apartment 602. No matter what you see at your doorstep, pretend you didn't notice anything. He had already reached the building's entrance but stayed outside, watching intently through the open doorway. What do you mean? Qin Yu faltered, confused. As she turned the corner on the third floor, she froze. Two men in baseball caps stood at her door, their cold eyes fixed on her, hands resting ominously on their waists. A chill shot through Qin Yu, but she instantly grasped Ye Bai's warning. Showing no outward reaction, she kept walking. What's your problem? You think you can just use me and toss me aside? She snapped into the phone, then huffily hung up. As she passed the two thugs, she offered them an apologetic smile and asked with feigned curiosity, looking for the landlord? She's not home right now. Want me to call her for you? No need. One of the men grunted. Suit yourselves. Qin Yu nodded and continued upstairs without pause. The silent thug fingered his pistol, shooting his partner a questioning glance. The other shook his head, don't cause unnecessary trouble. They waited until Qin Yu reached the 6th floor, listening as her door opened and closed. Satisfied, the duo resumed their work, swiftly picking the lock and slipping inside. A quick search confirmed the apartment was empty. What now? We came all this way. We can't leave empty-handed. If we fail this job, how the hell do we face the boss? True. Guess we wait for them to come back. They split up, each hiding in separate rooms to lie in wait. Outside, Ye Bai exhaled in relief and headed straight for apartment 602. Before he could knock, Song Dongfeng, already stationed near the door, spotted him through the peephole and let him in. Inside, the tension was palpable. 2 women and a young girl huddled anxiously together. Qin and Qin Yu, still rattled, instinctively clung to each other for comfort. The moment they saw Ye Bai, both loosened their grip and took an unconscious step toward him, only to halt abruptly, casting suspicious glances at one another. But Qin Yu had no room for overthinking now. Her brow furrowed with worry as she asked, "Xiao Bai, how did you end up crossing someone like Xiao Hongyu?" "I'm sorry for dragging you all into this," Ye Bai said grimly. "It's a long story, but I played a part in dismantling Xiao Hongyu's syndicate. I provided evidence to the police, and now he's out for revenge. But don't worry, this'll be over soon. The authorities have set up an airtight net. They won't escape." As if on cue, distant police sirens wailed. "Did anyone call the cops?" he asked. Everyone shook their heads. Ye Bai tensed. The 2 thugs hiding inside the 4th-floor apartment must have panicked, fleeing at the sound of sirens. "Dongzi, stay here and guard them. Don't let anyone leave until I give the all-clear." "Got it, boss." Song Dongfeng nodded. Ye Bai slipped out and gave chase. Qin Yu bit her lip, her eyes filled with concern. She longed to yell for him to be careful, but feared the thugs might hear. Her lips parted, then sealed shut in hesitation. Then, abruptly, Ye Bai spun back toward them. Qin Yu and Qin Yu lit up with hope, only for all 4 occupants of the room to vanish into thin air the next instant. They reappeared inside a boundless white expanse, their expressions and movements frozen in place. Nearby stood Yukaina, similarly suspended mid-motion, her head tilted as if caught in an interrupted kiss. Farther away, a bloodied, terror-stricken hulk of a man sprawled on the ground. Nyo too, missing for ages. Dozens of bullets hung suspended in the air above them all. Ye Bai retracted his consciousness and bolted downstairs. Of Xiao Hongyu's remaining loyalists, there were 7 in total. Ye Bai had dispatched 3. The 2 downstairs left only Xiao Hongyu and 1 other unaccounted for. In theory, the women should have been safe, but Ye Bai wasn't taking chances. The 7 named remnants were just the known threats. Who could say how many others lurked in the shadows? Until Xiao Hongyu was dead for good, stashing the women in his pocket dimension was the surest safeguard. As for the risk of exposing his abilities, Ye Bai had a plan. A whiff of ether to knock them out before releasing them, then explain it away as an unexplained fainting spell. Meanwhile, the 2 fleeing thugs scrambled into their van, but it was too late. Police cruiser screeched alongside them. Both whipped out their guns, ready for a last stand, only for the patrol car to speed past without stopping. "Now what? Go back and keep waiting for them?" the passenger hissed. The driver hesitated, then a loud clank interrupted them. The rear door swung open. They whirled around, pistols raised, but the back of the van was empty. Outside, no one was there. "What's going on?" The thug in the passenger seat stared uneasily. "Did the wind blow the door open? No way. Or is the car faulty?" The 2 got out and circled the vehicle, even checking underneath. Nothing seemed amiss. Back inside, an unshakable dread settled over them. Should we go back and finish the job? If we can't prove our worth, the boss might toss us aside. One muttered. Fine. Gritting their teeth, they prepared to return to stake out Unit 401, waiting for Qin Yu and her daughter. Just then, the phone rang. Madman, what's your status? Dao Ji's voice crackled through. Dao Gu, no one's home at Qin Yu's place. We're lying low here, don't call for now. I'll mute the phone. Madman lied, omitting the earlier mishap. Abort the mission. Get out of Yuan Garden now. Azu's team failed. Our insider just confirmed they're all dead. That Ye Bai is lethal. Even armed, you're no match. What? Madman paled. We're on our way back. Don't head to the usual spot. Go to Shopping Mountain. The boss and I will meet you near the villa. Understood. Hanging up, Madman floored the gas, speeding away. Neither noticed the faint indentation deepening on the backseat cushion, as if an invisible figure had just taken a seat. Apartment 602, Yuan Gardens. Bai Jie stepped out of the kitchen carrying a pot of tea, only to freeze at the sight of the empty living room. Where is everyone? Just a minute ago, the room had been filled with chatter. How had they all vanished in an instant? Had they left? She circled the apartment, even checking the bathroom and balcony, but found no trace of anyone. The landlady is so rude, leaving without a word. I don't even know why she suddenly came to my place. Pouting, Bai Jie could only grumble inwardly. She was too meek to voice her frustrations aloud. And that handsome guy from the landlady's place, it was his first time visiting. Why did he leave so soon? Her cheeks flushed at the thought. She didn't understand why, but every time she saw that man, a strange urge stirred inside her. Even in her most private dreams, he was always the leading man. But Bai Jie was introverted, secretly intense yet outwardly submissive. She never dared to approach him, instead fantasizing that he would storm into her home, pin her down, and... The van sped through the city streets, twisting and turning, expertly avoiding police checkpoints. When the 6-member gang had rescued Xiao Hongyu from the prison transport, they'd driven a stolen Jeep Wrangler, since abandoned. All wore animal masks to conceal their identities. The police only knew the real identities of the 3 men Ye Bai had killed. The other 3 remained ghosts in the system. Thus, the van encountered no obstacles as it climbed Shopping Mountain before stopping at a distance from the secluded Juxiu villa. The villa had been shut down by authorities. Unsure whether patrol officers were stationed inside, the men kept their distance to avoid trouble. The driver, Fengzi, glanced back and muttered, "Ah Huan, do you feel it too? Like there's a pair of eyes watching us from behind, but when you turn around, nothing. Feels like we're in a damn horror movie."
Yuan shivered.
Hell, I've had the same itch the whole ride. Makes my damn hair stand on end. Could it be that dead cop coming back for revenge? Fengzi muttered. Quit spooking yourself. His 7th-day funeral rite hasn't even passed yet. As they whispered, they dialed Xiao Hongyu's number. Boss, we're at the villa. Xiao Hongyu's voice rasped through the phone. Any tales? Nah, relax. Ah Huan assured him. With Fengzi's counter-surveillance skills, who in Taoyang could follow us unnoticed? Besides, this mountain's a wasteland since the shutdown. We didn't see a soul, hell, not even a damn shadow, on the way up. Good. Circle to the back. There's a path leading to Longsho Mountain. Dao's waiting there. After the order, Xiao Hongyu hung up. Fengzi followed the route, pulling up at the trailhead. The 3 waited in silence. Minutes later, Brother Dao emerged from the trees nearby. Dao was cautious. He'd arrived earlier but had lingered in the woods, watching for any pursuers. Only after confirming it was safe did he reveal himself. Stash the van in the woods, then follow me into the mountain. Fengzi nodded, parked the vehicle, and joined Ah Huan as they trailed Dao uphill. Their leader walked ahead, but soon spun around, his hawk-like eyes scanning the surroundings. What's wrong, Dao? Ah Huan asked. Something's off, Dao said grimly. Feels like we're being watched, like someone's tracking us. Shit, you feel it too? Ah Huan's bravado vanished. The hell? Fengzi and I had the same creep on the ride here. We joked it was that cop's ghost stalking us. His voice trailed off. 1 or 2 sensing it could be paranoia, but 3, no question they were being followed. The trio turned, scrutinizing the path below. But the trail was empty. No one lurked behind them. Thickets of thorns bordered the road. An animal might hide there, but a person?
Impossible.
Without thick fur to shield them, a human would be shredded just attempting to move through the brambles. A drone. Dao and Fengzi blurted in unison, jerking their gazes skyward. Nothing. What the hell? Are we all just jumping at shadows now? Dao wavered. Then, gradually, the sensation of being watched faded. Breathing easier, he resumed leading them up. Meanwhile, hidden behind his cloak of invisibility, Ye Bai frowned and averted his gaze. Human intuition was razor-sharp. Ordinary people could sense being stared at, let alone hardened criminals. If I unfold a spatial door in front of me, would it block their perception of my gaze? The thought barely formed before an intangible spatial barrier materialized. Ye Bai quickened his pace, closing the gap. He stared daggers straight at the backs of their skulls. This time, no reaction. Confirmed. Even though the spatial door is transparent, it disrupts line-of-sight detection. Better still, with the barrier active, even a sudden spray of bullets would pose no threat. Ahead, Dao guided the group upward. Longsho Mountain towered over Shopping, its midpoint offering a commanding view. At the halfway mark, Dao veered onto a hidden trail that snaked deep into the wilderness, far from the main path. Soon, a log cabin emerged, nestled in the trees. Xiao Hongyu sat at a stone table outside, smoking stoically. Fengzi approached, shoulders slumped. "Boss, we failed." "Not your fault." Xiao Hongyu rose, clapping his men's shoulders with a heavy heart. Not long ago, he'd been a kingpin drowning in wealth and men. His bed never cold, his empire unshaken. In the blink of an eye, the organization had collapsed, the tree had fallen, and the monkeys had scattered, leaving only these 3 men before him. There were surely still former underlings who hadn't been caught by the cops, but none dared show their faces now. Every last one of them had gone dark, either hiding or fleeing, utterly unreliable. All of this was the fault of those 3 damned bastards. Chun Zhengbin, Ye Bai, and that Japanese bitch Ishihara Yukiko. Xiao Hongyu wished he could slice them into 1,000 pieces. Originally, he had sent out 2 teams, confident he could exact vengeance. First killing Yukiko, then brutally toying with Ye Bai after his men captured him before ending his life in the most savage way. But who could have predicted that Azu's team would be completely wiped out? If Fengzi and Ahuan had been even a second slower, they might have ended up dead too. "Fengzi, Ahuan, it's really not your fault." Brother Dao finally spoke up. "That Ye Bai is extremely dangerous. According to our inside source, Azu and the others had him under control, but then they suddenly turned on each other for no reason and shot one another dead. But how the hell does that make sense? They were brothers in hardship, and once we made it to Myanmar, we'd still be living like kings. There's no reason for them to turn on each other." "Brother Dao, have the ballistic results come back yet?" Fengzi asked. He suspected Ye Bai had ambushed and killed Azu's team. Then Chun Zhengbin helped him stage the scene. Every gun's rifling and firing pin marks on shell casings were unique, like fingerprints. By comparing the rifling, bullet trajectories, and shell markings, forensics could pinpoint exactly which gun fired each bullet. "Not yet, but our inside man suspects Chun Zhengbin tampered with the evidence. They're speeding up the analysis to gather proof and nail him." Brother Dao shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. After reading the message, his expression darkened. "The ballistic report is in. Azu and the other 2 were indeed killed by each other's guns. The police concluded it was infighting over uneven loot distribution." Xiao Hongyu's face was grim. No need to doubt it anymore. That son of a bitch Ye Bai definitely disarmed them, killed Azu's team, and faked the scene. I misjudged him. Never expected a young punk like Ye Bai to have such terrifying skill and nerve. Even Azu, a former soldier with perfect aim, was no match for him. Strangely, learning this didn't deepen Xiao Hongyu's hatred for Ye Bai. After all, the dead were just his underlings. If anything, he felt a twisted admiration for Ye Bai, and that urge to have him break him then kill him grew even stronger. Of course, the old pervert's equipment wasn't up to the task. At best, he could only serve as a socket. Xiao Hongyu unzipped the backpack on the stone table. Instantly, 6 gleaming gold bars were revealed. Fengzi and Ahuan's breathing grew ragged, their eyes glued to the gold with undisguised greed. Brother Dao subtly tightened his grip on his pistol, ready to shoot if either made a move. Xiao Hongyu waved dismissively. I, Xiao Hongyu, have ruled Taohua City for nearly 20 years. I've amassed quite a fortune, hundreds of these gold bars. These 6 were meant to be pocket money for the brothers after they completed the mission and returned safely. Hu Nue Zhu and the others would never come back. He paused. Fengzi, Ahuan, take 1 each. Thank you, boss. The 2 eagerly stepped forward, each snatching a gold bar with glee. Each bar weighed 1 kilogram. At current gold prices, one was worth over 200,000 yuan. Adao, take 1 too. Convert the rest into cash and issue a bounty. Whoever kills Ye Bai gets the money, Xiao Hongyu ordered. Adao didn't move. He shook his head. Boss, what use is money to me now? Add my share to the bounty for Ye Bai's head. Hearing this, Fengzi and Ahuan exchanged glances. It made sense. Even if the police hadn't yet tied them to the prison van attack and the dead cops, that could change. And as Xiao Hongyu's most trusted enforcers, they'd done enough dirty work to land them decades in prison if caught. Money wouldn't buy them freedom here. Only by avenging their boss, killing Chun Jingbin, Ye Bai, and Ishihara Yukiko, then fleeing with him to Myanmar could they live like kings. After a silent exchange, they placed their gold bars back on the table. Boss, add mine to the bounty too. That bastard Ye Bai has to die. Yeah. I won't rest until that piece of trash is dead. Xiao Hongyu smiled approvingly. Good. You're truly my brothers. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. In that case, I'll add more gold to make it 10 million. 5 million for Ye Bai's head. And 10 million if he's brought to me alive. His desire to plow the field hadn't faded. Just then, an unfamiliar voice cut through the air. No need for the trouble. The living Ye Bai is already here. A breathtakingly handsome man, 185 centimeters of sheer perfection, stepped gracefully from the trees. Ye Bai! How could they forget that face? Xiao Hongyu had seen it once and could never erase it from his mind. The others had stared at his photo countless times, fantasizing about slicing him to pieces. Swish! 3 pitch-black gun barrels were aimed at Ye Bai. Ye Bai stood calmly in place, his expression unchanged. With the space gate at his disposal, even blinking would mean he had lost. After tailing Brother Dao and his 2 men to this location, Ye Bai didn't reveal himself immediately. Instead, he activated his X-ray vision and super eagle eye, scanning the area in search of Xiao Hongyu's secret vault. Finally, he found it. A hidden underground chamber more than 20 meters beneath the wooden cabin, filled to the brim with gold bars. If not for this vault, Ye Bai would have killed Xiao Hongyu the moment he laid eyes on him. Old Xiao, the 10 million you mentioned earlier still stands, right? Now that I'm here, hand it over. Damn you, Ye Bai. I knew something felt off. Like we were being watched. So it was you trailing us. You had every chance to walk away, yet you chose to walk straight into hell. Brother Dao's face twisted in fury as he prepared to pull the trigger. Xiao Hongyu quickly interjected, Don't kill him, and don't shoot his face. Brother Dao's lips twitched, but he couldn't disobey his boss. Instead, he aimed at Ye Bai's foot and fired. Everyone knew how dangerous Ye Bai was. There was no way Brother Dao would be foolish enough to threaten him with a gun and then send his men to restrain him. Shoot first, cripple his limbs, then deal with him. But after 2 loud bangs, Ye Bai remained standing, completely unharmed. Did I miss? Brother Dao began doubting his own marksmanship. He fired several more shots. Still nothing? He wasn't a sharpshooter, but at this range, he should have hit at least 9 out of 10 shots. Something's wrong. Open fire. All of you. At his command, all 3 men unloaded their magazines at Ye Bai. Yet even after their guns clicked empty, Ye Bai stood untouched, as if an invisible black hole had swallowed every bullet. Had enough fun? Ye Bai's voice was calm. In the next instant, a bullet shot out from the space gate, straight through Brother Dao's skull. Boom! Like a watermelon exploding, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Whoosh! 2 more bullets followed, instantly blowing apart Ahuan and Madman's heads. With his hands behind his back, Ye Bai stood with an air of unshakable composure, like an immovable mountain. Xiao Hongyu's eyes widened in terror, as if he had just seen a ghost. Witnessing the scene before him, Xiao Hongyu was utterly horrified. Only then did Old Glass understand why the bullets they had just fired at Ye Bai failed to even graze his clothes, disappearing as if sunk into the sea. He had somehow intercepted every single bullet, and then deflected them back, killing Adao and the other two. What the hell is Ye Bai? Human or ghost? What kind of godly skill is this? Is this some mythical immortal technique? Or those superpowers from American movies? Maybe Ye Bai is like the legendary martial arts master from Demigods and Semi-Devils, using Murong Fu's signature move, turning stars and moving the moon, to return the enemy's attack with their own force? But no matter what it was, Xiao Hongyu knew one thing. He had gravely underestimated Ye Bai. This superhuman existence was simply beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him. At the same time, Xiao Hongyu finally understood how Zhu and the other two had died, and why the police had concluded their deaths as mutual killing in internal conflict. Thud. Xiao Hongyu's knees gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Ye Bai. Bai Gu. I was blind. Please, spare me. You're a magnanimous man. Just let me go. I have a secret vault. Tens of millions in gold bars. I swear, if you spare me, I'll tell you the location. You won't ever hear from me again. I swear. No revenge. No rumors about your abilities. No, you don't even have to let me go. Please, take me in. From now on, I'll be your fucking dog. Faced with such an overwhelming power, Xiao Hongyu's defiance evaporated instantly. His hardened demeanor crumbled into pitiful groveling. His former underworld pride nowhere to be seen. But Ye Bai said nothing. Instead, a bullet shot through the spatial rift, straight through Xiao Hongyu's heart. Why Ye Bai? Damn you. Fuck your ancestors. His curses were cut short. Xiao Hongyu fell backward, eyes wide with regret, though whether he regretted offending Ye Bai or not striking decisively sooner remained unclear. Ye Bai looked down at the four corpses, his heart unmoved. Xiao Hongyu's organization had ruined countless lives. Every single one of his subordinates had innocent blood on their hands. Scum like this deserved execution 100 times over. If anything, Ye Bai had merely carried out heaven's justice. The brave inspector who had sacrificed himself. His soul could now rest in peace. Old Glass, killed by me in both lifetimes. Guess fate just hated you. Oh well, try being a decent person in your next life. Ye Bai walked into the wooden shack, scanning the area with his X-ray vision until he found the mechanism for the hidden tunnel. He moved a wooden barrel in the corner, pried up one of the floor tiles, and uncovered a metal lever. Pulling it, a series of mechanical clicks echoed as the central floorboards slowly parted, revealing a pitch-black entrance. A few seconds later, pale yellow lights flickered to life inside. The tunnel sloped downward, its stairs winding before ending at a thick, massive metal door, secured with a fingerprint lock. Ye Bai inspected it. The door was at least a foot thick. Smashing it open would risk collapsing the entire tunnel. So he returned to the surface, severed Xiao Hongyu's right hand, and carried it back to the door. Testing each finger, he eventually unlocked it using the pinky. Yeah. Figure's Old Glass would use that finger. The mental image of her daintily pressing her pinky to the scanner made Ye Bai cringe in disgust. The vault itself wasn't large, about 200 square feet. Likely an old Cold War-era bomb shelter repurposed by Xiao Hongyu. The southern wall was lined with firearms. Uzis, Desert Eagle revolvers, sniper rifles, pump-action shotguns, grenades. The floor held crates of ammo and bulletproof vests. With a wave, Ye Bai stored everything in his pocket dimension. In the east corner sat a wooden chest stuffed with cash, both RMB and foreign currencies, likely emergency escape funds. Roughly millions in total, plus passports. All of it vanished into his inventory. And then the centerpiece. 5 steel crates piled in the middle, each filled to the brim with gold bars. Ye Bai counted 100 bars per crate, 500 total. Each weighed exactly 1 kilogram. At the current gold price, $60/G, Their total value exceeded 120 million US dollars. Of course, Xiao Hongyu, a criminal overlord who ruled Taohua City for decades, controlled far more than this. But after government seizures, this was all he had left. They weren't wrong, crime does pay. In one move, I've become a fucking billionaire. Ye Bai stored the gold away without hesitation. Returning to the surface, he tossed Xiao Hongyu's severed hand aside. After a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea of disposing of the bodies. Let the police believe what they wanted. Maybe these vicious thugs had turned on each other in some dispute, wiping themselves out. None of it had anything to do with Ye Bai. He had worn gloves the entire time, no fingerprints. Any shoe prints outside would vanish after the next rainfall. And inside, he'd used foot covers, 0 traces left behind. How long until the corpses were discovered? Depended on luck. After the raid on Jusho Manor, no one visited Shopping Mountain anymore, let alone this remote dragon's head peak. Maybe in a few years some dumbass vlogger, another adventurous explorer type, would stumble upon the grisly scene. Since he'd arrived via the invisibility-cloaked van driven by Feng Zi, Ye Bai had to sprint back in stealth mode. Luckily, his enhanced physique made even a marathon trivial. By the time he reached Auntie's home, night had fallen. On the way, he searched online and confirmed. There's no such thing as an instant knockout gas. All those urban legends about kidnappers using chloroform rags? Total bullshit. Which meant drugging Auntie and the others wasn't an option. But Ye Bai had a better idea: divide and conquer. First, he went to the garage, opened the car door, and, still cloaked, mentally forced Song Dongfeng's eyelids shut in his pocket dimension before materializing him unconscious onto the Mercedes' back seat. Song Dongfeng, nearly 6 feet 6 inches tall, lay sprawled with his legs sticking out. Huh? What the? Blinking awake, he scrambled up in confusion. 1 second, he'd been in by Jie's house. The next, he was inside a car, somehow already nighttime. Dongzi! Ye White's voice was grave. Heart-pounding, Song Dongfeng stumbled out. Ye Bai Gu? What's wrong? Ye Bai patted his shoulder solemnly. Go to the hospital tomorrow. Get checked out. You suddenly passed out. Collapsed like a sack of potatoes. Couldn't wake you up no matter what. Song Dongfeng forced a strained smile upon hearing this. Brother Bai, don't scare me like that. I'm in perfect health, eat like a horse. How could I suddenly pass out? Ye Bai shook his head. I'm just as puzzled. With a physique like yours, low blood sugar shouldn't be an issue either. Still, best to get checked out for peace of mind. Look at the time. Just how long have you been unconscious? Glancing at his phone, Song Dongfeng's heart plummeted, his gaze turning dazed. Bro Bai, you don't think I've got some terminal illness, do you? Seeing how close he'd come to terrifying his friend into a stupor, Ye Bai quickly reassured him. Relax, it's probably just stress or mental exhaustion. At your age, it's hardly likely to be anything serious. Yeah, you're probably right. Song Dongfeng mustered a smile uglier than a weeping face. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered Xiao Hongyu and blurted, Bro Bai, are your 3 wives okay? 3 what now? Ye Bai was baffled. Grinning, Song Dongfeng immediately forgot his fears of impending doom. Counting on his fingers, Aunt Qin Yu, Sister Yu, and Aunt Qin Yu's daughter, Li Shiyan. Cut the crap. Ye Bai kicked him. Relax. Xiao Hongyu's been dealt with. He's gone for good. Reading between the lines, Song Dongfeng perked up instantly, grinning so wide it nearly split his face. Bro Bai, you're a legend. Knew my bro could handle anything. Ye Bai waved him off. Enough, head back. Get a checkup tomorrow morning and pick me up in the afternoon. We're going back to campus. Campus? Song Dongfeng blinked. Not the office? Yeah, English class. Song Dongfeng smirked knowingly. Ah, got it. So you've set your sights on the new advisor, Qin Yu. Huh? Planning to turn the class advisor into your personal advisor? God knew who'd taught him this nonsense. The kid was obsessed with inappropriate wisecracks. Yeah. Piss off already. Ye Bai waved dismissively and headed upstairs. Back home, he went straight to Lee Sinyu's room. Originally intending to pull the same stunt on her as he had with Song Dongfeng, Ye Bai reconsidered. Sinyu was sharp, unlike that gullible blockhead Song Dongfeng, who'd only gotten into Taijiang University by copying his way through exams. Without cheating, he wouldn't have even made it into vocational college. Though direct manipulation wouldn't work, he could catch her off guard just long enough to cloud her judgment. Ye Bai hatched a plan. He showered first, then entered Sinyu's room, closed the door and lay on her bed. With a thought, he summoned Sinyu straight from his spatial inventory into his arms. She blinked dazedly at the ceiling, then out the window, before finally staring at Ye Bai's face. Am I dreaming? 1 second I'm hiding at the neighbors upstairs. The next I'm in little Bai's arms. Wakey wakey, Auntie Yu. Ye Bai cooed, hugging her. Sinyu stiffened, her heart pounding as she registered Ye Bai's solid chest against her. Her mind went utterly blank. Sinyu darling, Ye Bai murmured playfully. Time to honor our little agreement, don't you think? Trembling like a helpless kitten, Sinyu gazed at his handsome face and had a thought. If this is a dream, why not go all out with little Bai? Muttering to herself, Ye Bai was stunned. But if she was offering, he wasn't about to reject generosity. What kind of gentleman would he be then? Yet at the pivotal moment, Sinyu stopped him, flustered. Little Bai, I'm not already. Isn't this too fast? Frustrated, she admonished herself. Pathetic. All bark, no bite. Can't even commit in a dream. Ye Bai wasn't giving up now. After coming this far? No way. Auntie Yu, our deal? Once you got famous, you'd give me a substantial reward. I remember, but I've only commentated well once. I'm not actually famous yet. Blushing furiously, she admitted. My rule was 5 million real followers first. She'd never dare say this to his face normally. But in a dream, no holds barred. But Auntie Yu, you see how I am right now. Then maybe I could. Gritting her teeth, Sinyu resolved to go for it. If this was a dream, why not try that? Sure, she couldn't cross that line, but helping him this way, what was the harm? Honestly, the idea excited her. Much later, Ye Bai leaned by the window, lighting a cigarette. Sinyu emerged from the bathroom, bewildered. Something felt off. This dream was grotesquely real. Every sensation indistinguishable from waking life. But if it wasn't a dream, how else could she have teleported from the neighbor's apartment straight into Ye Bai's embrace? Ye Bai snuffed out his cigarette and casually remarked, Oh, right. Auntie Yu? Been overworking lately? You passed out at Sister Bai's place earlier. What? Sinyu froze. Trembling, she stammered. This isn't a dream? Nope. Ye Bai smirked. After what you just did, could a dream compare? Sinyu was speechless. It was her first time doing that. How would she know? Wait, if this wasn't a dream, then she'd just... And at the end, Ye Bai had even ambushed her, making her face burned crimson. Sure, she'd always joked crudely with Ye Bai, even rewarded him with a faceful of cleavage at their first meeting. But that was due to his supernatural allure, compounded by him being her best friend's nephew and her #1 fan. Instant maxed out affection stats. In truth, Sinyu was still untouched. Years of mild gynophobia had kept her guarded. She'd never even held hands with a man before. Yet within days of meeting Ye Bai, they'd already gone this far. I thought this was make-believe. I'm losing my mind. So embarrassing. Will little Bai think I'm some sort of loose woman now? Upon realizing this wasn't a dream, Sinyu was instantly overwhelmed with unbearable shame. She flung herself onto the bed, burying her head ostrich-style into the covers while leaving her body exposed. Ye Bai walked over and patted her back reassuringly. It's okay, Aunt Sinyu. I know you're not that kind of woman. As someone who had lived twice and was an experienced connoisseur, Ye Bai could naturally discern that Sinyu was the type who treasured her purity and reputation. Qin Yu trembled slightly as memories of their recent mutual assistance flooded back, making her even more embarrassed. "Why, you get out," she stammered, her voice breaking. I can't face anyone anymore." All right, calm down first." Before leaving, Ye Bai couldn't resist giving her another pat. Plan progress. February 5th targets completed. Next up would be Qin Yu. Ye Bai entered his aunt's room, preparing to employ the same tactic as before, lying down on her bed. Suddenly, inspiration struck like lightning across his mind. If Qin Yu had mistaken their encounter for a dream, allowing herself to abandon inhibitions and recklessly help him in that supposed dream state, perhaps Aunt Qin Yu might similarly let loose if she believed she was dreaming. Maybe she'd even be willing to cross that final boundary with him? The thought alone excited him. With a flick of his will, two of Aunt Qin Yu's outer garments emerged from his personal space, landing neatly on the nightstand. Xiao Bai swore he had only intended to summon his aunt here telekinetically, but in his inexperience with using supernatural abilities, only her clothes appeared while she remained elsewhere. As for how his bullets always struck enemy vital points with perfect precision during combat, that was Ye Bai controlling things. What did it have to do with Xiao Bai? Another flick of his will, and Qin Yu, soft and fragrant, materialized in his arms. "Auntie, you're awake." Qin Yu lifted her head to gaze at Ye Bai's face at a dramatic 45-degree angle. A thought flashed through her mind. Xiao Bai is so handsome. Even from this unflattering angle, he doesn't have a double chin, just pure perfection. But then again, with his defined waistline and 8-pack abs, where would extra fat even settle? Wait a minute, weren't we just at Sister Bai's place? How did we suddenly end up in bed? And, where are my clothes? Qin Yu was utterly baffled. Ye Bai guided her gently. "Auntie, don't you think this might be a dream?" "A dream?" Qin Yu blinked in confusion. Ye Bai doubled down. "Exactly. Otherwise, how could you suddenly teleport home in the blink of an eye? Is this really a dream?" She frowned skeptically, reaching out to touch his chiseled abs. "Nope. This feels way too real. Same as always." She shook her head vigorously, suddenly alarmed. "Wait, why are we home? Why is it dark outside? Didn't those two criminals break into our house? Did the police catch Xiao Hongyu? Gap Bai, it's dangerous here. We need to leave. Xiao Hongyu could come after us anytime. Where's Yu? Where's Shiyan? And what about your gorilla-like friend?" Ye Bai was speechless. Wait, since when did Auntie have such sharp reasoning skills? She's usually so scatterbrained. Qin Yu always seemed the smarter one between them, playing the protective big sister role and looking out for Aunt Qin Yu all through college. But in crucial moments, somehow Auntie's brain works better than hers? Sighing internally, Ye Bai decided honesty was his best move now. "Auntie, here's the thing. You suddenly fainted at Sister Bai's place. As for Xiao Hongyu and his goons, the police have already handled them. They won't be troubling us ever again." "Really?" Relief washed over Qin Yu's elegant, delicate features. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Ye Bai projected unwavering confidence. "Except just now, when you tried to trick me into thinking this wasn't real." Qin Yu narrowed her eyes and swatted his wandering hands away. "Gap Bai, were you planning to make me think this was a dream, so I'd let my guard down and go all the way with you?" Ye Bai was stumped. When did Auntie become so sharp? This isn't like her at all. Wait, maybe her IQ spikes in dangerous situations? Still, he kept a straight face. "Would I ever do such a thing?" "You totally would, you little rascal." Qin Yu huffed, lightly pinching his arm. Ye Bai leaned in close, whispering in her ear with a playful tone. "Auntie, I really want." "Want what?" "To do what we did last time, just us two." "You little devil." Despite her protests, after clinging to Ye Bai for so long, she too was affected. "Promise me," Qin Yu murmured. "Like last time. Everything except that. You can have anything else. I'll let you. Don't worry, Auntie. I swear. Just like you the Great, I'll never cross the final frontier." Qin Yu's intelligence was once again overtaken by other priorities. It took her a few seconds working through her haze to understand his implication. Brat, little troublemaker, always teasing your aunt. Grinning mischievously, Ye Bai pressed. Well then, auntie, do you like it when I tease you? I do. Qin Yu squirmed slightly, her protests weak as she melted against him. Gap Bai, why do you smell like you use perfume? Huh? Both of you passed out randomly, so I had to carry you one after another. Maybe some of Aunt Qin Yu's scent rubbed off on me? You carried you too. Brat, tell me honestly, did you take advantage? How could I not? And she helped me just like you did. Ah, you little. Don't lie. I'm warning you. Don't get any ideas about Yu, or I'll really be mad. What if she propositions me first? Pfft. Keep dreaming. Yu's terrified, no, disgusted by men. There's no way she'd ever flirt with you. Oh? Well then, auntie, let me prepare you. If Aunt Qin Yu makes a move, I won't say no. And if we cross that line before you and I do, don't come crying to me, saying you liked me first. You incorrigible brat. I'll bite you. To be honest, although Qin Yu and Qin Yu are completely different types, they do share one common trait. They're both very. A long time later, Ye Bai lit a cigarette, his gaze deep as he looked out the window, his expression neither happy nor sad. But soon, he snapped out of his contemplative state. There was no helping it, his physical abilities were just too strong now. He could kick a full-grown adult weighing over 100 pounds like a soccer ball. Ye Bai wasn't even sure just how terrifying his strength had become. Qin Yu poked her head out from under the freshly changed blankets. Seeing Ye Bai stub out his cigarette and prepare to leave, she quickly called out to him, her elegant and pretty face full of anticipation. Xiao Bai, why don't you stay here tonight? You can leave early tomorrow morning before Shiryan and Yu wake up.
No, auntie.
Ye Bai cupped her delicate face and planted a gentle kiss on it. Even though Xiao Hongyu has been dealt with, there are still some loose ends to take care of. I need to head out again soon. Qin Yu tensed up. There won't be any more danger, will there? Don't worry. There won't be. Go to sleep, auntie. Qin Yu nodded obediently. I'll be good and sleep at home. I won't make Xiao Bai worry. Good girl.
Ye Bai similet.
Despite being in her 30s, Qin Yu still had the mindset of a young girl, acting like a doting little wife. Honestly, that contrast was rather captivating. After closing the door behind him, Ye Bai quietly made his way to Li Shiyan's room. Completion of the Divide and Conquer plan, March 5th. Now it was Li Shiyan's turn. With the previous two aunties, Ye Bai had dared to slip under their blankets and pull them into his embrace from his spatial storage. But with Li Shiyan, he wasn't so bold. If he tried that, this girl would probably scream, kick, and punch him while yelling at him to get out. Worse, she might even call the police and accuse him of attempted rape. Ye Bai knew his limits. He was well aware of just how much Li Shiyan despised him. Entering her room, he kept his distance from the bed, arms crossed. With a thought, Li Shiyan materialized from his spatial storage, lying on the bed. She sat up without a word, looking dazed but with sharp, wary eyes. I'll keep it short. At Sister Bai's place, you might have been too tense and suddenly passed out. Xiao Hongyu and his men have been completely taken care of by the police. There won't be any more danger. Li Shiyan remained silent. Since you're awake now, I'll leave. Get some rest. Ye Bai shrugged and turned to go. Wait, Li Shiyan called out. Ye Bai, I don't know how you managed to provoke a gangster like Xiao Hongyu, and I don't care. But I want you to move out. My mom and I are just defenseless women. We can't afford to get dragged into your mess. This time, the danger's over. But what if there's a next time? Don't worry. There won't be a next time. Ye Bai's voice was firm. He didn't turn around. From now on, he would no longer hesitate or show mercy. At the first sign of danger, he would strike decisively and eliminate the threat without hesitation. He wouldn't make the same mistake as before, giving his enemies a chance. After all, would they ever give him a chance? With so many supernatural abilities at his disposal, Ye Bai feared no one in this world. He was confident he could eliminate anyone without leaving a trace. As long as there was no evidence, he would remain a law-abiding, upstanding businessman. If others played by the rules, so would he. But if they didn't, then they would lose the privilege of rules altogether. If you want me to move out, fine. As long as Auntie agrees, I'll leave any time. With that, Ye Bai walked out. Li Shiyan watched his retreating figure, her delicate brows furrowing. Had she really blacked out for no reason? She didn't believe it. There was no sensation of drowsiness. It was as if she had blinked, and suddenly she was transported from Sister Bai's house back home. A single blink and day had turned to night. Something felt very wrong, but she couldn't figure out what had happened. Ye Bai was hiding a big secret. Li Shiyan grabbed her phone and searched for news about Xiao Hongyu. She had a classmate who lived near the highway toll station. She called and asked. The city was still under lockdown, with police conducting thorough inspections of every car trying to leave. The police haven't announced anything about arresting Xiao Hongyu, and the lockdown hasn't been lifted. So why is Ye Bai so sure that Xiao Hongyu won't be a problem anymore? Did Ye Bai deal with Xiao Hongyu himself? Ye Bai, just what are you hiding? If Ye Bai knew what Li Shiyan was thinking, he'd probably give her a thumbs up. This girl really was a sharp, high IQ genius. Like Chun Sinny, Li Shiyan had scored exceptionally well on her college entrance exams. Both ranked in the top 10 of the province, with the qualifications to attend the nation's most prestigious university. But neither wanted to be too far from home, so they chose Taijiang University instead. Though Taijiang University was the best in the city and ranked highly in the province, it still couldn't compare to the top-tier institutions. From what Auntie had told him before, Li Shiyan seemed to be planning to pursue graduate studies at a top university after finishing her bachelor's. Chun Sinny probably had similar plans. Young girls would eventually grow up. The reluctance to leave home would one day turn into a desire to see the world. Completion of the Divide and Conquer plan, April 5th. The final step was dealing with Yukiko. Ye Bai sped toward Taoyang Mansion in his Mercedes S600. After a brief deliberation, he dialed Chun Jingbin's number.
Hello, Ye Bai.
Any updates? Came Chen's voice. Uncle Chun, I've received confirmation. Xiao Hongyu has fled to Myanmar. He'll never return. Are you sure the intel's reliable? Absolutely. Xiao Hongyu will not be coming back. You and Sinny won't have to worry about him anymore. This time, Ye Bai emphasized will not return. 3 deliberate words. A weighted pause lingered on the other end of the line as Chun seemed to grasp the implication. Understood. Thank you for informing me. Ye Bai, I'll lift the city-wide alert shortly, but his arrest warrant remains active. Agreed. One more thing. Though Xiao Hongyu's faction has collapsed, he was merely a pawn thrust into the spotlight. There's a far more powerful figure pulling the strings behind him. For now, I'll do my best to erase your involvement. Lay low. Don't attract their attention. I appreciate the warning. Ye Bai's thoughts flickered to the elusive benefactor Zhao's men had mentioned. After eliminating Xiao Hongyu at Longshou Mountain, Ye Bai had combed through all communication devices, hoping to uncover both the shadowy patron and the mole within the police force.
No luck.
Every trace had been meticulously scrubbed. Undeterred, he stashed the phones in his dimensional storage, planning to periodically check for incoming calls. Though the mastermind's identity remained unknown, one truth was clear. The moment Ye Bai rescued Chun Sinny from Zhou Kachang, he'd become their enemy. There was no retreat. Sooner or later, this so-called benefactor would come for him. His strategy crystallized, propelled Chun Jingbin's career, positioning him for greater influence. Meanwhile, sever every tendril the patron had extended into Taoyang City. And if he unmasked the puppet master? A swift, lethal strike. All threats must be strangled in their cradle, for the sake of my woman and daughter. A glacial glint sharpened in Ye Bai's eyes. The first kill had breached the dam. Hesitation no longer existed. Whoever stands in my way, dies. Ye Bai was about to hang up the phone when Chun Jingbin continued. Ye Bai, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? I should be free. Why, Uncle Chun? Chun Jingbin said. Then come over for dinner tomorrow. I already know about you and Cinny. I don't oppose you two dating, but your aunt isn't too keen. She's been arguing with Cinny lately. Come over tomorrow and make a good impression. Maybe she'll change her mind about you. All right, Uncle Chun. I'll be there on time. It was hard for Ye Bai to refuse an invitation from his future father-in-law, especially since the man had helped clean up more than a few messes for him already. Chun Jongbin added, just a heads up, your aunt comes from a well-established family. She's a bit proud and might say some harsh things. Try not to take them to heart. Don't argue with her. She's just a woman after all. Understood, Uncle Chin. After hanging up, Ye Bai felt like he'd forgotten something, but he just couldn't remember what. Forget it. It probably isn't important. Let's finish the divide and conquer plan first. Arriving at Taojiang residence, he returned to his apartment in Unit 2702. Originally, he planned to go straight to bed and summon Shuezi. But after some thought, he decided to take a shower first. Being clean was a form of respect for Shuezi. 5 minutes later, lying on the bed, he focused his thoughts, and Shuezi disappeared from his personal space, appearing in his arms. Mr. Yi, weren't we just kissing goodbye in the living room? How did we end up in bed? Shuezi's delicate face was full of confusion. Miss Shuezi, you've been unconscious for a day. A lot has happened since then. Ye Bai recounted everything in detail, implying that Xiao Hongyu and his men had been dealt with. They'd never be a threat again. Really? Xiao Hongyu is gone forever. Shuezi fluttered her eyelashes like a fan, her face expressionless but her eyes brimming with excitement. Yes, if he wants revenge now, he'll have to come back as a vengeful ghost. Ye Bai replied. Wonderful. From now on, Shuezi can openly be Mr. Ye's woman. Her watery eyes shimmered. Miss Shuezi, for your safety, we still need to keep things low-key for now. Xiao Hongyu's gang has remnants still at large. MHM. Shuezi nodded vigorously, biting her lip shyly as she spoke. Mr. Yi, if not for you, Shuezi would still be trapped in a cage, enduring indescribable loneliness and misery every day. You saved Shuezi, made Shuezi a real woman and let her experience the joy of being one. Let Shuezi repay you. Recently, Shuezi secretly studied many things online, so she can make you feel like an emperor. Ye Bai patted her head gently. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Shuezi. After a long while, Shuezi lowered her head, unable to meet Ye Bai's eyes, and whispered timidly, Mr. Yi, about that thing you mentioned last time, the one foreigners really like. Shuezi agrees now. Ye Bai was taken aback. But you said you were scared before? It's okay. Shuezi can overcome her fear, as long as Mr. Yi is happy. Besides, Shuezi asked experienced foreign netizens, and they all said, even though Shuezi has no experience, she prepared thoroughly. She won't disappoint you. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Shuezi. It might be a bit. It's okay. Please don't hold back for Shuezi's sake. Divide and conquer plan completion. May 5th. Shuezi didn't care at all that she had been unconscious for a day. The only thing that mattered was that the weight crushing her heart had been lifted. She could finally be Ye Bai's woman without worry. Just like in her past life, Shuezi was willing to give even her life for Ye Bai without hesitation. And to make him happy, she'd even agreed to his excessive demands. At the Public Security Bureau, temporary detention center, the man forgotten by the gods reached through the iron bars and grabbed the passing officer. Officer, I'm really one of you. Just let me make one call to prove it, please. The officer caught by Luo Yang was a young policeman, idealistic, highly responsible, and fresh out of the academy the previous year. When Luo Yang was first brought in, he'd claimed to be an undercover agent, insisting he was one of them. At first, Chong Lu had actually believed him, rushing to check his badge number and undercover records. But Luo Yang couldn't provide any details. Chong Lu then asked who his superior was, but Luo Yang only stammered without answering. Fearing he might wrong an innocent man, Chong Lu ran to Bureau Chief Chui's office to ask if such an undercover agent existed. The result? He was chewed out mercilessly. Have you lost your mind? Did you forget everything you learned in the academy?
Bureau Chief Kuirord.
Do you just believe whatever prisoners tell you? Chui then explained that there had been an undercover operative in the recent operation, but she was a woman, and she'd been released immediately after Xiao Hongyu's arrest. And this Luo Yang guy? Just some nobody trying to weasel his way out. Smack! Chong Lu slapped Luo Yang's hand away and warned sharply, "Listen up, no more tricks. Confess what you've done. Leniency for cooperation, severity for resistance." Luo Yang pleaded desperately, "Brother Lu, I really am undercover. Please, just lend me your phone. I'll call right in front of you."
Chang le hésita-t-elle.
Luo Yang did seem genuine, but his mentor's words echoed in his mind. Criminals were cunning. Every last one acted like an Oscar-winning actor. What if this call was a way to pass on secret messages? He couldn't risk that responsibility. Stubborn fool. Chong Lu snorted coldly and strode away. Luo Yang watched him leave, despair etched on his face. Brother Bai got the city's top leader to arrest Xiao Hongyu. With that kind of influence, just one call could get me out. So why hasn't he done anything? Brother Bai, you didn't forget about me, right? Right? Shivering, Luo Yang hugged his knees and crouched on the floor, pitiful and helpless. Or maybe there's a deeper reason Brother Bai isn't saving me? I heard Xiao Hongyu escaped prison. Could Brother Bai be keeping me locked up to protect my cover? That must be it. He's worried about my safety.
Luo Yang suddenly understood.
Truly, Brother Bai thought of everything, even his little subordinates' well-being. Brother Bai, forever the greatest of all time. Early the next morning, Luo Yang was dragged out for another round of interrogation, where he confessed everything he had done since joining Xiao Hongyu's organization. Of course, he naturally kept silent about everything involving Ye Bai. Luo Yang was a man who knew his place. Since Bai Gu had played the role of the hidden mastermind behind the collapse of Xiao Hongyu's empire, Luo Yang didn't dare breathe a word about him. After the interrogation, Luo Yang was handcuffed, shackled, and hauled off to the detention center. He was among the last batch to be transferred. Initially, the police had thought they'd caught a big fish. After all, Luo Yang was one of Xiao Hongyu's 3 kings, and the only one still available for questioning. But after interrogating Luo Yang and a few other small-time thugs, they realized he had only recently risen to power. Just a month ago, he had been a lowly errand boy for Fat Cat, one of the now-deceased for Guardians, responsible for gathering intel. He had only been in the organization for 2.5 years. He hadn't even collected loan shark debts. He was a bottom-tier lackey, guilty of minor crimes at best, likely to be sentenced to just a few months or a year. No one could figure out how such a small fry had become one of the 3 kings, standing shoulder to shoulder with seasoned bosses like Lu Sanji and Oxhead. After being transferred to the detention center, Luo Yang had all his personal belongings confiscated, his clothes, his watch, and was issued a prison uniform and given a buzz cut. As he was escorted to his cell, fear crept into his heart. Am I going to get beaten up in here? I might not be 1/10 as handsome as Bai Gu, but I'm still a pretty boy. What if some prison bully tries to, Prisoner 7259, quit dawdling. Get in. The guard shoved Luo Yang inside with a cold expression. Stepping into the cell, Luo Yang glanced at the group of fierce-looking inmates and felt his legs tremble. He quickly lowered his head. His greatest talent was bluffing his way through things. Becoming one of Xiao Hongyu's 3 kings had been pure luck, all thanks to his real big brother, Ye Bai, who had taken out 2 of the 4 guardians. Luo Yang had never even participated in a large-scale gang fight. His combat skills were bottom-tier, worse than some underage lackeys. Now, facing these wolves and tigers in prison, his heart pounded with terror. Just as his anxiety peaked, the entire cell block suddenly erupted into motion. Every inmate stood up in unison. Trembling, Luo Yang raised his head, ready to beg for mercy and scream, "Big bro, go easy, just don't hit the face." But instead, he saw a sea of prisoners bowing deeply toward him.
Brother Yang.
Their thunderous shouts echoed through the prison, startling inmates in neighboring cells. "What? Brother Yang's here? Hell yeah, we've got our leader back." The entire block erupted in excitement. Prisoners rushed to the bars, shouting greetings and cheering for Brother Yang. Luo Yang's mind buzzed in confusion.
Brother Yang.
A bald, muscular man stepped forward, bowing slightly. Boss Xiao escaped. He and Oxhead fled to Myanmar. Brother Three Fingers is in a vegetative state at City General Hospital. They say he'll never wake up. Tears welled in the bald man's eyes. Right now, we're leaderless. A young man covered in dragon tattoos and scars stepped up, his face fierce. Brother Yang, with the boss gone and the other two kings out of the picture, you're the only one left who can hold the organization together. We're counting on you now. The others chimed in eagerly.
Yeah, Brother Yang.
You've got to take the reins. You're our new leader. The crowd grew more fervent, voices overlapping, spit flying. The bald man slammed his fist against the bars and roared. Shut the hell up. The noise died down. The bald man swept a fierce gaze across the room before bellowing, Attention, everyone. Salute Brother Yang's ascension. At his command, the prisoners snapped to attention, solemn expressions on their faces as they surrounded Luo Yang and bowed in unison. Congratulations on your rise, Brother Yang. Some were so moved they cried. It was as if they had finally found their anchor. Their energy, their spirit, everything had changed. They stood united, their burning gazes fixed on their new leader.
Luo Yang stod frozen, utterly dumbfounded.
Huh? Me? How the hell did I suddenly become the new boss? Wait, does this mean? A bolt of realization struck him. So this was Bai Ji's plan all along. He didn't get me out because he wanted me to take over Xiao Hongyu's empire. No, from now on, it's the Luo Yang organization. Bai Gu is a goddamn legend, strategizing from the shadows, winning battles 1,000 miles away. This is insane. Meanwhile, at Taijiang Mansion, Ye Bai, in the middle of his morning workout, suddenly sneezed. With my physique, I shouldn't be catching a cold. Is someone talking about me behind my back? He had that nagging feeling again, like he'd forgotten something but couldn't remember what. Just as he tried to focus, Yukiko began using the Ishihara family's secret technique. Ye Bai promptly tossed all thoughts out of his mind. Back in the prison, Luo Yang studied the intimidating bald man, wondering, is this guy one of ours? Is he with Bai Gu too? But Luo Yang knew that as an undercover operative, he had to tread carefully. Even if he recognized an ally, he couldn't acknowledge it. He patted the bald man's shoulder warmly. What's your name?
Brother Yang.
I'm Lu Dezhu. They call me Iron Head. The bald man bowed slightly. Luo Yang nodded with a solemn expression and commanded, Tai Tu, from now on, you're one of the 4 heavenly kings under me. The bald, burly man shuddered, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. Thank you, Brother Yang. Tai Tu's life is yours from this day forward. Then, emulating his idol, Tai Tu recited Luo Yang's famous catchphrase, through fire and water, Brother Yang. The surrounding prison cells erupted in chaos again, inmates banging on the iron bars and chanting, Brother Yang, Brother Yang. It wasn't until the guards stormed in with batons and beat a few troublemakers into submission that the crowd finally quieted down. A shifty-eyed young man sidled up to Luo Yang and said, By the way, Brother Yang, Sister Yang came to see me yesterday. She went to the police station, but the pigs wouldn't let her see you. She said she'd wait for you outside until you're released. Luo Yang was baffled. Who the hell is Sister Yang? I mean Sister Cat. No, wait. Sister Blackie. Stop. Luo Yang rubbed his temples. I know who you're talking about now. But since when is she Sister Yang? The shifty-eyed guy looked equally confused. Brother Yang, inheriting Sister Cat is our faction's tradition, right? You took over Blackie and Brother Cat's positions. So doesn't that make you Sister Cat's man now?
Luo Yang felt exhausted.
But none of this mattered anymore, so he waved dismissively. Fine, whatever you say. Suddenly, Luo Yang thought of something and eyed the young man suspiciously. Why would Sister Cat ask you to pass a message? The shifty-eyed man scratched his head sheepishly. Well, brother Yang, sister Yang is actually my cousin. She's the one who introduced me to Brother Cat when I joined the gang. Got it. Luo Yang finally understood. This little bastard was trying to trade his cousin for favor. But then he thought about Sister Cat's alluring figure, stunning face, and the fact that she'd already been with 2 bosses. For some reason, his temper flared. Can't lie, I've had my eye on Sister Cat for a long time. The brothers all say Sister Cat's cursed. She's already buried 2 bosses. But I, Luo Yang, am Boss Bai's top dog. My fate's tough enough to handle her, right? Luo Yang sat imposingly on the bed plank, with 2 underlings behind him massaging his shoulders. Since Brother Bai entrusted me with such a critical mission, I can't possibly let him down. We must unite everyone in the organization. Once we're out of prison, we'll grow stronger and rise to become the top underworld force in Taojiang City. Luo Yang pondered deeply. He had a habit of smoking while thinking, and he instinctively reached out. A subordinate immediately placed a cigarette between his lips while another lit it for him. Taking a long drag, he exhaled slowly, his authoritative face shrouded in smoke. Truth be told, Luo Yang was a natural at borrowing authority to intimidate others. Now that he had become the new leader of the gang, his initial unease had completely vanished, replaced by an unshakable, mountain-like presence. The underlings around him gazed at his profound eyes and felt the overwhelming aura he exuded in the cell. Instantly, they were filled with admiration. No wonder he was a legend within the gang. A fierce dragon who had fought his way to the top with his iron fists, securing a position as one of the 3 kings in just 2.5 years. His presence was almost on par with Boss Xiao in his prime. After the organization's collapse, with Xiao Hongyu and Oxhead fleeing to Myanmar, Lu Senji left in a vegetative state, and the rest of the brothers scattered like headless flies, they had been in complete disarray. But now, with a reliable new leader at the helm, their fears for the future dissipated, replaced by hope for a better life. Previously, Taojiang City's underworld had been a 3-way standoff. Aside from Xiao Hongyu, there were also the organizations led by old-timers Kai Baozi and Feng Cheng. But now, with Brother Yang, a superhuman who could supposedly kill an ox with a single punch, leading them, maybe their new gang could crush Kai Baozi and Feng Cheng outright and dominate Taojiang's underworld. Brother Yang, what's our next move? A burly, bald man stepped forward, slightly bowing as he asked. This was Lu Dezhu, nicknamed Iron Head, one of Luo Yang's 4 kings and the only one he had officially appointed so far. Give me a moment to think. Luo Yang frowned slightly, his imposing aura intensifying, radiating an almost suffocating pressure. The underlings who had been admiring their boss's demeanor immediately tensed and lowered their heads. After a long silence, Luo Yang stood up, scanned the room, and spoke calmly. Our first priority is getting out of prison. Only then can we secure the foundation left by the old regime and build a new dynasty. So, my advice is, preserve ourselves and grow in silence. Iron Head quickly asked, how do we preserve ourselves? Luo Yang replied, confess to some of our past crimes, but pin all the blame on Boss Xiao and the other 2. Just say they forced us into it. Huh? Wouldn't that go against the code of the underworld? Iron Head looked troubled. Fool! Luo Yang snapped. Boss Xiao and Oxhead have already fled abroad. They're Class A fugitives now. If caught, they'll face execution. They're not coming back. And Sanji is a vegetable. He'll never wake up. Shifting all the blame onto them, does it affect them in any way? On the contrary, it protects us. I believe if Boss Xiao knew what we're doing, he wouldn't be angry. He'd be relieved. Who would want the empire they built to crumble overnight? Luo Yang left the rest unsaid. No one wanted to see their hard-earned legacy handed over to others. But there was no need to voice that part. The men nodded in agreement. That made perfect sense. Truly a legendary man. His reasoning was crystal clear. With just a few words, he had illuminated their path. With such a brilliant and formidable leader, how could the organization not thrive? Taojiang Mansion, Building 5, Unit 2702. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing half the room in gold. Yuko wore a bunny girl headband. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes smoldered with intensity. "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with Yuko's wake-up service?" "Couldn't be more satisfied." Ye Bai smiled faintly. Though Yuko's face remained stoic, the emotions in her eyes were unmistakable. And as the champion of the Gambling King tournament, her talent was terrifying. She had mastered the secret techniques of the Ishihara family to perfection. It was almost unbelievable. So far, Ye Bai had only grasped the basics, barely applying them with his hands. But Yuko had extrapolated the techniques, adapting them to any situation. Such a rare gem, utterly devoted, even willing to die for him. Ye Bai adored her to the bone. By midday, Ye Bai bid Yuko farewell and headed back to school for his English class. With Xiao Hongyu completely dealt with, he had decided to let Yuko stay at Taojiang Mansion for now. He'd buy her a proper place later. Looking back, in just over half a day, Ye Bai had executed his divide-and-conquer plan flawlessly. First, Aunt Qin Yu. Then Aunt Qin. Finally, Yuko. Thankfully, Ye Bai was naturally gifted, his abilities already formidable, and his physique had evolved to an absurd degree. That was the only reason he could handle it all, and still feel fresh afterward. An ordinary man would have been drained to a husk by now. Downstairs, Song Dongfeng was already waiting by the Mercedes S600. Ye Bai had driven the car to Taojiang Mansion the day before, so Song had taken a taxi over this morning. "Brother Bai." Song Dongfeng opened the car door and reported, "The police have lifted the citywide lockdown. Officially, it's been announced that Xiao Hongyu, Oxhead, and the 6 prison van hijackers have fled to Myanmar." Internally, Song was in awe. He knew full well that Ye Bai had already dealt with them. Yet even the authorities were cooperating, spreading misinformation. At this point, calling Ye Bai the underground emperor of Taojiang City wouldn't be an exaggeration. A man with such influence, dominating both the underworld and the law, was there anyone else in Taojiang who could match him? Being able to follow such a leader was truly an honor for Song Dongfeng. Arrival at Taojiang University. As soon as Song Dongfeng parked the Mercedes, Ye Bai received a call from the Housing Bureau. Ever since Ye Bai listed the 3 buildings near Rainbow Bridge for sale, inquiries about purchasing them had been frequent. But this latest offer was staggering, 26 million yuan per building. 3 buildings meant nearly 80 million yuan in total. The gold bars from Xiao Hongyu's vault were worth over 120 million. Even after laundering them, though some value would be lost, I'd still net around 100 million. I'm not short on money now. Why sell these buildings at all? Property values near Rainbow Bridge had skyrocketed, and rents had multiplied. Those 3 buildings were literal golden geese, generating steady monthly income. Moreover, the real estate market was booming, nowhere near its peak. With no urgent need for cash, Ye Bai began considering developing the properties himself. Now's the perfect time to break into real estate. Having made up his mind, Ye Bai instructed the Housing Bureau to delist the buildings. No sooner had the listings been removed than an unknown number called. No doubt a buyer who'd caught wind of the withdrawal. Not in the mood to entertain them, Ye Bai hung up immediately. But the caller persisted once, twice. Ye Bai almost blacklisted the number, then reconsidered. It'd be better to shut them down outright, lest they show up later and waste his time with haggling. "What do you want?" Ye Bai answered coldly. A derisive chuckle came through the line. "Got some nerve. Not many in Taojiang dare hang up on Kai Zhaoyuan."
Ye Bai's frown deepened.
Kai Zhaoyuan, the youngest son of Kai Baozi? Kai Baozi was a veteran power player in Taojiang. Decades ago, he'd been a lowly fishmonger in the seafood market, but ruthless and fiercely loyal, he'd rallied fellow vendors into a syndicate. Starting with illegal earth-moving deals, he'd clawed his way up to dominate the city's real estate sector. The commercial districts around Central Plaza were his developments, including the Dragon Rise Tower where White Knight Media leased space. Kai Baozi's wealth and underworld clout even eclipsed Xiao Hongyu's. In his past life, Ye Bai had crossed paths with him, though by the time Ye Bai rose to prominence, Kai Baozi had already laundered his reputation, rebranding as a legitimate tycoon and even securing a seat as a provincial delegate. Of course, the man's hands weren't actually clean. He'd simply outsourced his dirty work to his son-in-law. Back then, Ye Bai and Kai Baozi occupied vastly different tiers in both wealth and influence. Naturally, the old wolf dismissed the upstart. But when Ye Bai later ventured into real estate, conflict became inevitable. During a government tender, Ye Bai, backed by his own patronage, snatched a project right from Kai Zhaoyuan's grasp. Rather than accept the loss, Kai Zhaoyuan and his brother-in-law ambushed Ye Bai. Bad move. Song Dongfeng beat them both into lifelong disabilities, leaving Kai Zhaoyuan brain-damaged, incapable of even controlling his bladder. Ye Bai had braced for retaliation, a storm of bloodshed. Yet Kai Baozi did nothing. Ye Bai paid some compensation, sent a subordinate to jail as a scapegoat, and assumed the matter settled. But he wasn't naive. He'd prepared for the next strike, scheming to dismantle Kai Baozi's empire preemptively. What he hadn't foreseen was the monstrous political shadow shielding Kai Baozi, a figure far more powerful than Ye Bai's own patron. That hidden hand orchestrated Ye Bai's downfall with terrifying precision. Simultaneous assaults from both legal and underworld forces crushed his empire overnight. Song Dongfeng perished in flames shielding Ye Bai's escape. Afterward, a lone Ye Bai infiltrated Kai Baozi's stronghold and slit the old king's throat to avenge Song Dongfeng, before fleeing into exile. Kai Zhaoyuan's threat. Ye Bai, was it? I was going to buy those 3 buildings at market price. But since you've spat on my goodwill, I won't bother pretending. You have 3 days. Sell them to me for 5 million each. Or I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in diapers. The venom in Kai Zhaoyuan's voice snapped Ye Bai back to the present. Amused, Ye Bai said nothing. Click. He hung up, then blacklisted the number without hesitation. Seems fate insists on repeating itself. Why target me? Especially now, when I won't give anyone a second chance. Ye Bai's gaze darkened. If Kai Zhaoyuan wanted him disabled, then history shall rhyme. A brain-dead vegetable, pissing himself helplessly, would suffice. Threats must be strangled in their crib. 3 days. You won't get one. English lecture hall. Ye Bai had sent Song Dongfeng to check earlier. There was a large English class that afternoon. Parking their car, they arrived at the auditorium just as Professor Chen Yujie began her lecture. As always, she dressed impeccably, stylish office wear, gold-rimmed glasses, embodying every male student's fantasy of the hot professor archetype. Her delicate features bore a resemblance to actress Liu Yifei, yet surpassed her in allure, a paradox of innocence and sensuality. Years of ballet had sculpted Chen Yujie's body into a fusion of grace and tensile strength, her movements effortlessly elegant. Ye Bai took a seat in the back row of the lecture hall, his gaze resting tenderly on Chen Yujie. In his past life, the woman he had wronged the most was Shuezi, who drowned in a swimming pool while protecting him. But Chen Yujie was also a woman who had given him her heart. When the Ye Bai group collapsed and he was on the run, she had sheltered him in her home. Not only did she hand over all her savings to help him escape, but she was even willing to follow him into a life of desperate flight. Ye Bai noticed that as Chen Yujie walked across the lecture platform, her movements were slightly stiff. Her right knee joint locked awkwardly, unable to fully extend. Recalling the past, he realized that around this time, she had undergone her first knee surgery, far from the effortless grace she would later possess when he truly got to know her in his previous life. Don't worry, Professor Chen. In this life, I'll heal your leg. I'll make sure you shine on stage again, just as you were meant to. The first step in helping her, of course, was rescuing her from those thugs. Lately, Ye Bai had been observing carefully. Not only had his aunt regained her youth, but Shuezi's complexion was now even softer than that of an 18-year-old girl. Even the faint scars on her body had completely vanished. So he was absolutely certain he could cure Chen Yujie's leg. If one attempt didn't work, he'd try again. If topical treatments failed, he'd switch to oral remedies. Wait, Chen Yujie's current boyfriend is Yang Huizhong, cousin of Yang Wenbin. And Yang Huizhong's maternal uncle is none other than Kai Baozi.
Ye Bai simirket.
As expected, fate keeps tying me to Kai Baozi. His son tried to seize my 3 buildings by force. And now, I'm about to steal his nephew's girlfriend. Time to crown the nephew with the grandest of green hats. In 2013, Qin Yu developed joint problems, forcing her to abandon her dreams and leave the dance world. She became an English lecturer at Taojiang University. Around the same time, she agreed to date Yang Huizhong, who had relentlessly pursued her for 4 years. During summer vacation, shortly after Chen Yujia's birthday, she and Yang Huizhong passed through an alley when a group of delinquents attempted to assault her. Yang, despite his usual bravado, fled in fear upon seeing their knives. While resisting, Chen Yujia's cheek was slashed. Thankfully, patrolling police intervened before the thugs could fully assault her. Though her innocence remained intact, the attack left her with an irreparable scar on her face. Rumors soon spread falsely claiming she had been violated. Unable to bear the gossip, Qin Yu resigned and moved to the provincial capital, where she became a ballet teacher. Later, she tattooed an edelweiss blossom over her scar to conceal it. The woman seemed cursed to attract delinquents. When Ye Bai first met her, another group of thugs tried to assault her. This time, Ye Bai, like a god descending from heaven, drove them off, saving Chen Yujie and unraveling the emotional scars buried in her heart. One thing led to another, and soon they ended up in bed. Ye Bai had assumed a dance instructor like her would be more experienced. To his astonishment, she was a virgin. Her relationship with Yang Huizhong had lasted 6 months. Yet she hadn't even let him hold her hand. Ye Bai couldn't help but laugh. The Yang brothers were quite the pair, both pathetic simps, and neither ever got what they wanted. The English class was 90 minutes long. Soon, half the session had passed, and Chen Yujie announced a 10-minute break. On a whim, Ye Bai pulled out his phone and searched for photos of Kai Zhaoyuan. Kai Zhaoyuan was the most high-profile of Kai Baozi's 4 children. He frequently attended business events and once made headlines for throwing stacks of cash from a DJ booth in a nightclub. Photos of his antics were easy to find online. Dongzi, pick about a dozen sharp guys. Send them to Sky Paradise, Golden Spring Foot Spa, Cloud Water Ballad, Han Capital Bar. Ye Bai listed a dozen places Kai Zhaoyuan often frequented. As someone who had clashed with him in a past life, Ye Bai knew his habits well. Staking out these spots would guarantee finding him. Track him down discreetly. I need his whereabouts tonight. With that, he sent Kai Zhaoyuan's photo to Song Dongfeng. Understood. Song Dongfeng nodded solemnly, though he was utterly confused. But he didn't ask questions. Ye Bai didn't owe his subordinates explanations. Dongzi knew one thing for sure. No matter who Kai Zhaoyuan was, he was in deep trouble. While Ye Bai made arrangements, students around him buzzed excitedly about Wang Ziki and Xiao Shatzi, 2 of Taojiang City's hottest rising influencers. I'm obsessed with Xiao Shatzi. That girl knows how to move her hips, and that teasing look she gives the camera drives me wild. Her content's trash though. I prefer Wang Ziki. She looks like a fairy, plus her videos promote traditional Chinese culture. Even her YouTube hit 1 million subs. I like both, but honestly, Mumu Chibubo is my favorite. That curvy, exotic figure. Damn. I dream about. Bro, you're into that? She's literally obese. The guy flushed red. Shut your dumbass mouth. Thick girls are top tier. You wouldn't know class if it bit you. Their argument escalated into a shouting match. At the front row, Shin Mengyao overheard them and glanced back. Her heavy-set bestie nudged her. White Knight Media is insane. Only a month old, and they've already launched 4 major influencers. Mengyao, why not audition? If you make it big, I could be your assistant. Shin Mengyao stayed silent, but the idea tempted her. She'd recently seen Ye Bai riding in a Mercedes worth millions. Plus rumors painted him as a mafia prince, Taojiang City's underground king. Believing him suddenly elite, she'd swallowed her pride and bombarded him with texts. Ye Bai, take me to the movies. There's a new hot pot place near campus. Treat me? In the past, he'd have come running like an eager lapdog. Now, Not even a reply. She'd refused to accept it, until a classmate whose family ran a mob-linked bar debunked the rumors. Bullshit mafia prince. Taojiang's underworld doesn't even know his name. Her classmate had even asked a well-known enforcer under Kai Baozi's gang, who scoffed upon hearing Ye Bai. Never heard of him. Then Shen Mengyao learned everything. The forum posts were fake. Coincidentally, a classmate who worked part-time at a luxury car rental spotted in Aishian. Ye Bai's lackey, renting expensive cars. The truth hit her. Ye Bai was still the same loser. He'd probably just lucked into a windfall, likely that 580,000 yuan, and rented fancy cars to play rich. Glancing back at him now, she saw him staring at his phone, trying to look mysterious. Disgusted, she shook her head. Pathetic. This is as far as he'll ever go. Had a tiny bit of money made him forget his place? She, Shen Mengyao, had lowered herself to text him, and he dared ignore her? What was 580,000 anyway? Once she became a superstar influencer, 100 times that would be hers for the taking. And losers like him? They'd be left jerking off to her videos in the dead of night.
Oui, draft-me à résumé.
I'm applying to White Knight Media, she ordered. Her bestie eagerly typed it up. They emailed it off, and shockingly, within 10 minutes, White Knight invited Shen Mengyao to an interview. Tomorrow morning, then. No classes, she gasped, face flushing with excitement. With her looks, getting in was a given. One marketing push and she'd skyrocket to fame. Maybe even surpass Xiao Shatzi and Wang Ziki. As the two were talking, De Tank's QQ notification flashed. She clicked on it, and her eyes instantly lit up. Mengyao Lu Wan just messaged me. She said she overheard Ye Bai and Song Dongfeng talking. They mentioned your name and even sent a dozen underlings to prepare something. Could it be that he realized his playing hard to get backfired and now wants to make it up to you? Maybe throw you a belated birthday party and follow it up with a grand confession. Locking the stable after the horse has bolted. I won't have anything to do with that loser ever again, Shen Mengyao scoffed, curling her lip. If Ye Bai really were some underworld prince, the shadowy ruler of Taojiang City, she might have reluctantly considered dating him. After all, being a big shots woman sounded pretty sweet. But Ye Bai was just some lucky upstart who'd stumbled into money. Naturally, Shen Mengyao looked down on him. Once she became a top influencer, what kind of wealthy, eligible bachelor couldn't she land? And who did Ye Bai think he was, daring to leave her hanging like that? Shen Mengyao swore that even if every other man in the world dropped dead, she would never fall for Ye Bai. Soon, the English lecture ended. After Chun Yujie left the classroom, Ye Bai followed her. Walking behind her, he lowered his head to observe carefully. Of course, Ye Bai swore he wasn't staring at Chun Yujie's perky backside. He was examining her injured right leg. It was obvious that her movements were slightly stiff when she walked. After watching her gait for a while, just as Chun Yujie was about to return to the office, Ye Bai called out to her. Professor Chen. Chan Yujie turned around, her effortlessly alluring face delivering a critical hit to Ye Bai's senses. He realized that the younger Chun Yujie, though lacking the mature charm of a married woman, radiated youthful vitality. If she had gone into entertainment, Louis Fei wouldn't have stood a chance. Chun Yujie gave a slight nod, her frosty gaze sharp. Yes, student? Is there something you need? Ye Bai asked. Can I get your contact info? Students asking for their professor's contact details wasn't unusual, but Chun Yujie was perceptive. She sensed that Ye Bai had ulterior motives. Moreover, when she'd passed a reflective surface earlier, she'd noticed him staring at her lower half. Though it made her uncomfortable, she didn't want to cause a scene with so many students around, so she held back. Now, with Ye Bai pestering her for her number like a piece of sticky gum, Chun Yujie was thoroughly annoyed. Even before meeting him, she'd heard about Ye Bai from her boyfriend's cousin, Yang Wenbin, who described him as a school delinquent and a violent thug. At their first meeting, Chun Yujie had thought Ye Bai was just an immature boy. But now, after catching him ogling her backside, her impression of him had plummeted. Handsome face or not, he was just a creepy, sleazy pervert. I'm sorry, but I don't give my contact information to students. Chen Yujia's expression turned icy. Seeing that Ye Bai was about to say more, she cut straight to the point. Are you interested in me? Ye Bai was stunned. When he didn't respond, Chen Yujia's tone grew even colder. First, I am your professor. You will treat me with basic respect and abandon any inappropriate thoughts. And stop sneaking glances at my backside. Second, you're not my type. I don't like perverted, immature boys. My ideal man is someone positive, mature, and thoughtful. Lastly, I already have a boyfriend. So no, please keep your distance. With that, Chen Yujia turned and walked back to her office. Ye Bai stood there dumbfounded. Wait, Professor Chen was this fiery in her younger days? A total spitfire. He'd been checking her leg injury, trying to figure out how to treat it. How did that make him some pervert staring at her? But this was a huge misunderstanding. Though Chen Yujia's attitude was harsh, Ye Bai wasn't angry. After all, she was the woman who had genuinely cared for him in his past life. He had all the patience in the world for her. Soon it was afternoon. At Jixin Yayuan, the home of Taojiang City's top official. Since they had invited Ye Bai for dinner, Chen Zhengbin had returned home early. He'd originally wanted his wife to prepare the meal, but Gong Lifeng remained seated stiffly on the sofa, unmoving. If you want to cook, do it yourself. Lao Chun, let me make this clear. Even if Ye Bai saved you in Sini, that doesn't mean we have to sell our daughter to him. My stance remains unchanged. I won't oppose it, but don't expect my support. Chen Zhengbin sighed. For the first time in nearly a decade, he tied on an apron and headed into the kitchen to cook. Gong Lifeng sat with her arms crossed, plotting how to put Ye Bai in his place the moment he arrived, to make him back off. Of course, they owed him for saving their lives, but they could repay him in other ways. Money, a job after graduation, even adopting him as a godson. But letting him ruin their precious daughter? Absolutely not. Gong Lifeng had a close friend who, like her, had only one daughter. A few years ago, that girl had fallen for some delinquent with dyed hair, threatening to marry him or die, even getting pregnant to force the issue. Gong Lifeng had met the boy once. He was sloppy, unrefined, with hair dyed a hideous yellow-green, ugly as sin with a crooked mouth to boot. But the girl was obsessed, calling him cool and edgy, comparing him to some celebrity named Edison or something. Naturally, her friend became the laughingstock of their social circle. With that kind of precedent, Gong Lifeng would never allow her own daughter to end up with some punk like Ye Bai. Soon, evening arrived. The doorbell rang. No need to guess, it had to be Ye Bai. Gong Lifeng pretended not to hear, still sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed. A moment later, the sound of the door opening echoed through the house. Gong Lifeng glanced sideways and saw her precious daughter walk in. Mom, were you sitting in the living room and didn't hear the doorbell? Chun Sini complained, carrying 2 bags of fruit. Behind her, Ye Bai followed, holding milk, pastry gift boxes, and 2 bottles of liquor. Auntie, hello?
Ye Bai greeted politely.
Gong Lifeng couldn't be bothered to acknowledge some punk kid. She gave him a sidelong glance before looking away, but the moment she did, she froze. Then, in an instant, she whipped her head back, staring straight at Ye Bai, her pupils trembling. Oh my God, this was Ye Bai? He was nothing like she had imagined. Strikingly handsome, impeccably dressed, with an extraordinary presence. His aura reminded her of a male celebrity she'd adored in her youth. Except he was even more attractive, more refined. Gong Lifeng was stunned. Where was the delinquent with dyed hair? With looks like this, even she would have fallen for him back in the day. He was 100 times more handsome than old Chun had ever been. But Gong Lifeng wasn't the only one surprised. Ye Bai was equally taken aback. Now he understood why Dairy Queen Chen's proportions were so magnificent. It was clearly inherited from her mother. This mother-daughter pair was astonishing, wealthy and generous. Between them, they owned 4 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons. You silly boy, you didn't have to bring anything. Come, sit with Auntie. No, I mean, come sit by Auntie.